Ladies and gentlemen, the Chairman.
Good morning, everyone. Unfortunately, Father Graham Bott has been stuck in traffic, so Vice-Chairman Munro is going to lead us in prayer.
Let us pray. Almighty God, who has given us this good land for our heritage, we humbly beseech Thee to bless us with honourable industry, sound learning and unwavering faith. Defend our liberties, preserve our unity, endue with wisdom and grace all those to whom is entrusted the authority of government, and ever lead us in the paths of righteousness and peace. To the honour and glory of Thy name, through Jesus Christ our Lord. Amen.
Amen.
Let us pray together. Our Father, who art in heaven, hallowed be Thy name. Thy kingdom come, Thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive those who trespass against us. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For Thine is the kingdom, the power, and the glory, forever and ever. Amen.
Thank you. Please be seated. Item 1, apologies. Are there any apologies for absence?
Good morning, Chairman. Good morning, Council. Yes, indeed, there are. We have apologies from Councillors Chapman, Hood, Large, Rose and Councillor Wilson.
Are there any further apologies? No? Okay. I have been informed by Councillor Large that he wishes to seek the Council's approval to his continued absence for a further period of a 3-month on the grounds of his ill health. I therefore move that in light of Councillor Chris Large's continuing ill health and for the purpose of Section 85 of the Local Government Act 1972, his continuing absence from the Council meetings be authorised for a further 3 months. Is that agreed? Aye. Thank you. Item 2, declaration of interests. Does any member wish to declare an interest? Thank you. Item 3, confirmation of the minutes of the previous meeting. I move that the minutes of the Council meeting held on the 21st of May 2026 be signed as a true record. Is that agreed? One more. Councillor Greatrick.
I'd like an amendment to the minutes. It's item 14 in the minutes, which was questions from members. Pages 24 and 25 involve the question that I raised. The minute correctly refers to Councillor Murray on an accusation that I'd made a comment about all members being racist. And at the time, in my response, I said that that was factually incorrect, it was libellous against my character, and that I would be taking it up with the monitoring officer. That has not been recorded in the minutes, and so therefore the minute is not balanced. And for information, I have taken it up with the monitoring officer now, but I'd like the minute to be corrected.
Okay, we can see that, and yeah, thank you. I'm sure that, like me, we were all saddened to hear the tragic death of Anne Widdecombe, aged 78. First elected as MP for Maidstone in 1987, She held a seat until leaving the Commons in 2010, during which time she held 2 ministerial positions, including Minister of State at the Home Office, with a responsibility for prisons and immigration. She returned to frontline politics in 2019 and as a member of the European Parliament until January 2020. Councillor Martin Murray.
Thank you. I would like to remember Anne Widdecombe. I think we'll all agree she was a woman of conviction, character and deeply held principles who gave her life to public service. Anne combined kindness with a rare forthrightness. She spoke plainly and often without a single note in front of her. Driven by a remarkable command of detail and unshakable belief in what she was saying. She lived by the idea that life was not a dress rehearsal, that you must always go for it, and she did exactly that every day of her public life. In Westminster, her work rate was unbelievable. Over 23 years, she made more than 8,000 contributions, a formidable presence who helped to shape the nation's conversation, and who was never afraid to say what others were only thinking. Whether you agreed with her or not, you always knew exactly where she stood, and that honesty earned her the respect across the political spectrum. Her public service did not end at Westminster. She went on to serve member of the European Parliament, where she continued to fight passionately for Brexit and for the democratic choices of the British people. She brought the same clarity, determination and encouragement to that role as she shone forthright with her career in the Commons. Beyond Parliament, she reached millions more as a semi-finalist on Strictly Come Dancing and participants in Big Brother, and through theatre tours up and down the country. She connected in people in ways that very few politicians ever do. She showed that a serious political mind could have humour, warmth, willingness to step into the public eye in new and unexpected ways. I did have the privilege of meeting her several times over the years, including here actually in Staffordshire at the Staffordshire Showgrounds last year, where she spoke to, as always, a full house. She was a kind person who made you stand to attention and straighten your tie before you spoke to her. And if you were wrong, she would never hold back in telling you, directly, clearly, but always from a place of honesty and principle. Anne Widdecombe was a lady in the truest of sense, dignified, kind, unafraid to stand apart from conscious demand where her conscience demanded it. She changed British politics, and indeed world politics, for the sheer force of her personality and the clarity of her beliefs. And I, for one, will miss her presence, her humour and unwavering commitment in public service. May she rest in peace.
May I ask members to stand and observe a 1-minute silence in Anne's memory. Stretton by-election, 25th of June 2026. I'm sure that members will wish to join me in welcoming Councillor Jonathan Pike following his election as member for the Stretton East Staffordshire County Electoral Division on the County Council at the by-election held on the 25th of June 2026. Staffordshire residents, recognition in His Majesty the King's birthday's honours. I'm sure that members will wish to join me in congratulating the following Staffordshire residents who have received honours in His Majesty the King's Birthday Honours 2026. Officers of the Order of the British Empire, OBEs, Professor Pamela Kearns of Western Aston for services to cancer research, Professor Jamie Norman Waterall of Yoxall for services to public health nursing, members of the Order of the British Empire, MBEs, Jeremy Paul Cartwright of Uttoxeter for services to further education, Neil Cottrell of Stoke-on-Trent for services to the youth community of North Staffordshire, Anthony Hill of Newcastle-under-Lyme for public service, Vincent Stewart-Jones of Burton-on-Trent for the services to the community in the West Midlands, Lou Macari of Stoke-on-Trent for services to association football and to the homeless people in Stoke-on-Trent, Sharon Machin of Hensford for services to inclusion, Peter Stewart Merry of Lower Penn for services to further education, Sally Jane Minor of Lichfield for services to education, Jamie Richards of Stone for services to sudden cardiac arrest awareness, Clive Douglas Smith of Cannock for voluntary services to disabled riders, Nicola Tomello of Stoke-on-Trent for services to philanthropy and to the community in Stoke-on-Trent, Dr Karen Jane Weldon, Karen Juggins of Newcastle-under-Lyme for services to dentistry, medalists of the Order of the British Empire, Michael John Barnard of Stafford for services to grassroots football, Janet Mary Cooper of Hollington for services to speech and language development for children and young people, David Mark Green of Kidsgrove for services to diversity and inclusion in Manchester, Elizabeth Mary Gregg of Hanley for services to the community in Stoke-on-Trent, Professor Fiona Sarah Winifred McCulloch of Tamworth for services to education and outreach. Item 5, statement by the Leader of the Council. Councillor Murray, will you move consideration of the statement, please?
Yes, I move for consideration of the statement, but if I may add a short verbal statement first. It's literally about last night and England, which was certainly a game of two halves. I mean, of course, there is disappointment this morning for everybody. There should also be immense pride. This England team reached the semi-finals, representing our nation with passion, determination, and gave millions of supporters hope, belief throughout the tournament that it was coming home. But it's given much more, and it's given a much-needed boost to our economy, and especially within hospitality. Over a third increase in that sector alone, worth billions to our economy. And I'd also like to ask everyone who's listening, and please pass this message on. Just remember those great times you had in those venues, in your local pub. Remember, you do not need a World Cup to go and enjoy your local venue. You just need friends or new friends that you'll meet there. So please carry on, continue visiting. Remember that enjoyment you had over this tournament that you can continue with all our hospitality venues across this county. Finally, there's a message that goes out to everyone in the England camp, from the physios, the analysis, the coaches, those at St George's Park in Staffordshire, to the players and the wider team who have worn the three lions with pride on the world stage. And I think it's as the song goes, and this is to the whole England camp. Hey Jude, remember, let us into your heart, and together we can make it better. Take that hurt, learn from it, come back stronger. You've done your country proud. The dream of bringing football home lives on. And England, we will be back. And I thank all the team and all the camp that took us out to that tournament.
Councillor White.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, everybody. Before I speak to the item, I'll just add a couple of words to Councillor Murray's words regarding Anne Widdecombe. Councillor Murray, I think you said it very well, so I won't attempt to say too much. But clearly this is a great loss to those of us who sit on the Conservative benches as well. Anne has been a member of the Conservative family throughout her political life. She did her politics in the way that she lived all of her life. She was forthright, determined, clear in her thinking. She said what she felt she needed to say. She didn't worry if it upset some people, but she never did it with malice. And the stories about the kindness that she showed throughout her life, both publicly and privately, have really shone through since her demise. She's much missed, and there is another star in the sky with her passing. Regarding the World Cup, it is a disappointment that we didn't quite make it through. It's spectacular to see the number of ways you can kick somebody without getting a card in a game, but it was magnificent to see the England performances in all of their games, their grit and determination, their skill, their passion, and to know that so much of that, in terms of that team, was forged at St George's Park here in our own county. So we can all feel very proud of that part that we played in that. Wonderful to see people coming together. I've heard very little about any trouble at any games, either at the games or indeed here in the county. People just got together and enjoyed themselves. Wonderful to see hospitality supported. I was at, just as a footnote, at Tamworth Castle in the grounds there, watching it on a big screen last night. They've got a music festival on at the weekend with some brilliant acts, so I hope that a lot of people who were there enjoying the football will be back at the weekend enjoying that and spending money in hospitality. We do these things well as a country, and with all of the things that we have in the world at the moment where we feel a bit down about things or a bit negative, let's just remember how fantastic we are as a country, how proud we can be of what we can do. And next time, if we can go that one step further, all the better. But I am full of pride today, thinking about our wonderful boys in the England team.
Thank you. Moving back to the statement of the Leader of the Council. Moving to item 2, do we have any speakers, please? Councillor Hunt.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to say that the successes of the Highways team cannot be underestimated. From what I've been led to believe and from understand that the Highways team completed 5,000 defect repairs in June, and they're on track to complete 40,000 repairs by March 2027, which will mark a 25% increase compared with previous years. So I would like to ask, can the Leader please explain how the new approach to highways is achieving these results? Thank you so much, Chair.
Councillor Edgeler.
Good morning, everyone, and thank you, Chairman. Yes. Walthall Special School, which my child attended. The new post-16 sensor, you've got to admit, Councillor Murray, this came about by the hard work and dedication done by the previous Cabinet member, John Price. Thank you. Jonathan Price, thank you.
Councillor Holland.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, everybody. Can the Leader provide the methodology behind the £23 million trading standards detriment and harm prevented figure? Who verifies it, and is it independently audited? I'd also like to know what proportion of the 9,600 health checks were of residents in the most deprived areas of the county, given the stated focus on vulnerable residents. And finally, what specific challenges around demand is he referring to, and what is the projected cost pressure this creates for next year's budget? Councillor
Wildman.
Thank you very much, Chair. I hope we're not feeling too weary from last evening's antics. It is a shame about the result, but I think our team did us proud. So we should be thankful that we got to the semi-final, and hopefully we'll do it next year, or in the Euros. I wanted to talk about highways. And in agenda item number 2, there's a comment here which talks about emergency repairs. and the fact that 100% of them have been done within the respective timescale. Having done a bit of research, it looks like for several years before that, the timeframe was met 100%. So in 2023, in 2024, in 2025, it was 100%. And that's right, and we should commend the Highways team for doing that. But I don't really take too kindly to setting out as an achievement here when it has been done multiple times in multiple years before. I would also like to ask a question about temporary repairs. We've heard about some figures around the number of potholes that are being filled, but we haven't heard much about the quality of the work that is actually being done. Now, in most of your divisions, you will have seen a T written on repairs that are apparently temporary. I'd like to ask the Cabinet member, or the leader, whether in fact the Council has a policy to come back and repair those temporary repairs permanently. Thank you.
Councillor Allen.
Thank you, Chairman. Good morning, everybody. I'd actually like to place on record my sincere thanks to the Highways team, both the Council, staff and contractors, for the tremendous work they've continued to deliver across Staffordshire. Not only are they increasing outputs and delivering schemes to a very high standard, but they have been doing so during one of the hottest periods in recent years, often whilst wearing full PPE and working in extremely challenging conditions. That level of commitment and professionalism deserves recognition. As Cabinet Support Member for Highways Operations in the North, I regularly visit sites across the county, and I'm always struck by the dedication, the professionalism, pride shown by the teams on the ground. They're always welcoming, happy to explain the work being undertaken, and rightly proud of the finished product once an area scheme has been completed. The amount of positive feedback I've received from residents has been overwhelming, and I've generally lost count of the number of people who have contacted me to thank the Council and the Highways teams for the way that the work has been planned and delivered. There's a real sense of pride and ownership within this service, and that pride is evident when the teams stand back at the end of a project to see a job completed to the highest standards. Finally, I would also like to thank the Highways officers we have worked with so closely. Their expertise and professionalism and commitment have been invaluable, and without their support and collaboration, many of the improvements that we are already beginning to see on our roads today simply would not have been possible. Thank you.
I'm just going to take two more. Councillor Brown.
Good morning, Mr Chairman. Good morning, everybody. There's a Highways Blitz statement later, but since some of the members have already raised it, I think it's important to raise it at this point so that we get a balanced view. I am concerned at the potholes in my area, in my division, in Edward Forest. My invitation by the Cabinet Lead for Highways has still not been accepted. I still have the pothole that's full of water that's not being filled, that in 1 month alone had 40 punctures. It's still not fixed. And between Maker Lane at Hall Cross, near Hall Cross Hall Health and Spa, other hotels are available. On the way to Abbots Bromley, there's the big dip. Please view it. It is atrocious. And we are supposed to be Staffordshire, made in Staffordshire, and representing not just ourselves but the county. And I see Councillor Hunt's nodding, because I'm sure it looks like he's local and he's using it. I think you're giving great messages, and yes, thanks to Highways team. I'm sure they're working very hard, but something's not working. My residents are telling me Highways is not working for them, and I agree. I do not understand why we keep hearing the opposition saying how fantastic everything is, when on the ground we're not seeing it. We truly are not seeing it. Please, can this be addressed? Some divisions are not getting the pothole fill, and I'm sure there'll be other people who want to mention it in the item later. So for a balanced affair, please may we have a response. Thank you, Mr Chairman.
Councillor Brown and all members, please address the Chairman when you're speaking. Thank you. Last one, Councillor Humfredson.
Thank you, Chair. Just the first thing to ask a plea for councillors, when you'll get up to talk, Can you wait for your light to turn red? Because those of us that are hard of hearing have to use the headphones. Miss the start of what you're saying. So when your light's on green, your microphone's not on. Thank you. My question, I think we can all agree the sale of illegal and counterfeit goods harms consumers and lawful vendors alike. Can we please give an update on the work being done in conjunction with trading standards to protect our high streets and residents from this illegal trading? Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Murray.
Thank you. If I may, can I answer these in two halves, because there's 7 questions in there. Most of them on highways, but if I come to Councillor Holland's point first on the trading standards, I think it's amazing work our trading standards team does. It really protects the consumer, and the detail is asked. But I'd like to pass it over, obviously, to our Cabinet lead on community safety, a role that didn't exist previously. We've simply put it there to highlight these points. With regard to the details, Councillor Screen.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Councillor Murray. Trading standards are doing an absolutely fantastic job, and I certainly won't question the integrity and professionalism of the team. The £23 million is not just a statistic. It represents road traders challenged, illicit goods removed from our communities, vulnerable residents protected from exploitation, and criminal profits taken out of circulation. Organised criminals look for opportunities to hide economic crime behind seemingly legitimate activities, undermine honest business and damaging our high streets. And trading standards is at the forefront of protecting consumers, supporting legitimate enterprise and disrupting those who seek to profit from criminality. Here in Staffordshire, we're determined to go further. We will not simply respond to economic crime, we will actively pursue it, disrupt it and drive it out of our communities wherever it exists. Our aim is clear: to protect residents, safeguard consumers, support honest businesses and ensure that our high streets remain places where legitimate enterprise can flourish. Those who seek to exploit the public, undercut compliant businesses or profit from criminality should know that Staffordshire is not an easy place to operate. Success is not measured by activity alone, but by the harm we prevent, the criminals we disrupt, the confidence we give to law-abiding businesses and the communities we protect. That is the change direction, and that is what Staffordshire residents rightly expect from us. In reference to your question there, Councillor Holland, I will get back to you with the detail about how those figures have come about. Yeah? Okay, thank you.
Councillor Murray.
Thank you. If I come back now to the next 4 questions on there, all actually on highways. First of all, Councillor Hunt on the areas. Now, recently I've been out there to Cannock on the Hulk Green Road, that's having some of these minor repairs that our funding some great work on. We've got further works coming across our whole county on that. I do find it amazing that they keep saying, why don't they praise what we previously did? Well, maybe we should praise the Romans for the roads they built, because I'm pretty sure some of those roads were in better condition than the roads we took over last May. So how far back do we go on that? The bigger question is, and it's across the country this one is, where's the funding for our roads? We've taken the new car tax, the road tax, the fuel duty, the CAS zones, the LTN charges that we have across this nation. Where did all that money go? Where is all that money going? Why is it not going back into our roads? But on those extra details, to highlight the fantastic work and the change we've done, I'd like to pass over to Councillor Mason, please.
Thank you, Councillor Murray. I will answer the questions. I'll answer them in order. Councillor Hunt, you said, can we explain the new approach to highways in achieving these results? Well, it's a very simple explanation. It's about being proactive rather than reactive. I think one of the first things I said in here in this role was that I wanted to see more money going into the ground. I called it pounds in the ground. I had to explain it because it wasn't understood by certain members of this chamber, but it meant we weren't spending it on administration, planning, and all those back office costs. We've made changes to try and achieve that, and what you're seeing is the results of that. Also, the results of us investing the 15 million extra over the 2 years in the backlog reduction. And the backlog reduction is specifically about those category of repairs that were being ignored and not repaired. We're proactive because we're saying we want to fix them before they become that serious. You have to fix them. The previous approach and the previous strategy was to leave them until it became necessary to fix them. That's how we're making a difference. We're being proactive, not reactive, and we're working efficiently, and we're bringing work packages together in a whole road exercise to try and make sure the money hits the tarmac and it doesn't stay in here in administration costs. Councillor Wyman, you're right. Emergency repairs should always be 100%, and I'm not going to criticise the administration previously because they hit 100%. Emergency repairs being those that need repair within 2 hours. That's an emergency, and they are always the ones we have to react to first. And that's why you do see temporary repairs. If you're going to get out there in 2 hours and fill a hole, it's actually quite hard to get out there with a cut and break crew, all the road arrangements. They go out there and they put tarmac in a hole. And the policy has and remains that temporary repairs get made into permanent, lasting repairs. However, we're going a step further. We've been working with the officers and we've been looking at ways to move away from using temporary repairs other than where they're absolutely necessary. And we're looking at methods where we can fill the hole and seal it and make it a one-visit permanent repair. And we're working on that with the officers, and we're making progress, and I expect to see some of that rolling out this winter to move away from so many temporary repairs. Councillor Brown, the numbers don't lie. I accept we may not have fixed all the roads in your area. I can guarantee we haven't fixed all the roads in every member's area around here. I know some of the roads around Hallcross Hall have been fixed because I've seen the notices published and the permits published for the crews to go in and do it. But the reality is this: in Q1, that's April, May, June, we have fixed over 12,600 defects on our highway, including tackling part of that 18,000 low-level defects backlog that we inherited that had built up over years because they were considered important enough to address. That 12,600 is 35% higher than the average over the last 3 years before we came into administration. That's how many more we're doing. Yes, we haven't fixed everything yet. It took years to allow it to get to this. It's going to take quite a while to get through the backlog. But that's what the 15 million is about. That's what our plans are delivering. That's what the roadmap set out to do. And just a small point, it is just a clarification. We're not the opposition. You're the opposition.
Thank you. Moving on to item 3. Do we have any speakers?
Chair. As the leader mentions in his statement, local government reorganisation, SEND funding, fairer school funding, especially because schools in Staffordshire receive less funding compared to other areas around the country. And the effect what this has on our children is, well, we don't know, but if I have less funding for the schools, they'll probably have a worse educational upbringing in our area. And these are all priorities for Staffordshire. With Andy Burnham set to be Prime Minister in the coming weeks, what does an Andy Burnham government mean for Staffordshire? Thank you.
Councillor Edwards. Sorry, Anne. Edwards.
Thank you, Chair. Recently, the Cabinet Member for Education and SEN has been applauded by a Labour MP recently on her work. I would like to know what Andy Burnham will do for Staffordshire's SEN children, if there's going to be extra funding for our children, and perhaps the Cabinet Member can tell us what she's working with, the money she's got now.
As you're so keen, Councillor Edgeler.
Thank you very much, Chairman. Sorry about that. I didn't realise the names were so alike. Right, yes. The new Prime Minister in waiting, Andy Burnham MP. I met him when we were doing everything we could to save our Stafford hospital and helped to organise the march, 50,000 strong. I personally believe that helped secure the hospital retention. With that in mind, if and when you have a meeting with Andy Burnham, Councillor Murray, seeing as this government is hell-bent on building as many houses as possible, ask him when he's going to open County Hospital, A&E, 24/7, with a growing population within the area. Thank you very much.
Councillor Farrell.
Thank you, Chair, and good morning, everybody. And good morning, Councillor Pike. Welcome to this chamber. It's not always this subdued. I don't know if it's the football or the imminent LGR results, which, of course, are a secret unless you go on social media, but I'll save myself to the official announcement for that one. Andy Burnham. I've spent the last 2 years, Chair, trying my best to get rid of this Prime Minister Keir Starmer. The damage he's done to our country, our farmers, our local businesses, it's wreaked havoc on this country over the last 2 years. And then, be careful what you wish for. What's that coming over the hill? It's a socialist. Poor old Andy Burnham, he's got a big challenge on his hand, hasn't he, Mr Chairman? And, of course, I wish him well, as I do any leader of this country. But I would like to remind him, maybe through you or through Councillor Murray, there is a big gap between London and Manchester, and it's called Staffordshire. And I hope very much, he's a big fan of devolution, that in these dying days of these councils, as LGR comes our way, that Staffordshire gets the funding and the attention it so deserves. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Humphreys.
Thank you, Chair. So, to me, the new PM and his team just represent more of the same. Some say it's just Starmer in jeans. Burnham and most of the Labour front bench are calling for a general election when the Conservatives change Prime Minister. It's a shame Burnham won't practice what he preaches and call one now.
Councillor Pert.
Good morning, Chair and Councillors, thank you. I wasn't really going to say anything about last night's England performance because I suspected the morning could become rather messy, and I wasn't sure that anyone wanted any more of that, but I certainly wholeheartedly endorse the passing on our thanks to England for what they've done and the sterling work that they've done for us. I wanted to pick up on three little words which mean so much to so many affected communities, and that is HS2. HS2 brings no benefit to Staffordshire, and instead the budget cuts that are being driven by this current government aren't about saving money in terms of procurement or delivery or anything else. It's about reducing the benefits of HS2 to those people who use it. It's about reducing speed, it's about reducing capacity. In a day and age when countries can run bullet trains and are looking at hyperloops and so many other different methods of transport, it seems rather far-fetched and farcical that we would look to reduce the benefits that is derived by HS2. But HS2 is a chronic mess. Landowners are still unpaid. Communities have lived through 15 or more years of uncertainty about whether they are going to be blighted by this railway line. And the only real beneficiaries are the HS2 executives. So I'm completely against reviving this dead end of a train line.
Thank you. Councillor White.
Thank you very much, Chair. Yeah, it's very much a case here of handing over from one Prime Minister who has done this country no favours to another who looks like they are going to continue in that vein. We've all seen Keir Starmer's performance over the last 2 years. I think it's fair to say he came in without a plan, and then he and his cabinet ministers have tripped over all sorts of dreadful policies that have harmed all sorts of people. After 2 years, we hand over to Andy Burnham, who sadly doesn't have a very good track record in Staffordshire. There's been some talk already about HS2, and it is deeply troubling that after years of blight, 15 years of blight for so many of our residents, some of whom have not been able to sell their homes, some have had to remortgage their homes, all sorts of problems, that Andy Burnham is now going to continue this with his interest in HS2 but no money to pay for it. Blight for Staffordshire. And going back further to his time as Secretary of State for Health, the scandal of Stafford Hospital. Beware of targets without any real objectives behind them. Now, I recognise that people can undergo change and personal growth in their lives, but it is deeply worrying for Staffordshire that Staffordshire does seem to be a place that's not very important to our incoming Prime Minister. I think the important thing for us, though, here in this chamber, who all care about Staffordshire, is that, as always, we try and take the good from what's on offer. Of the things mentioned in this item on the Leader's Statement, one thing I will welcome from the Starmer administration is that they have shown some seriousness in terms of SEND reform, and I think that's something that we can all agree is necessary, so we look forward to seeing that continued. The other thing that we all want in this chamber as well is devolution, and we know that Andy Burnham is a big fan of that. But let's hope he remembers that Staffordshire is not a city and that devolution is not just something for the big places, it's also something for places like Staffordshire that are made up of lots of little communities. I hope we'll work together on this in this council chamber. It's one of those things where our interests are very much aligned. But finally, I will say to the Prime Minister in waiting, good luck to him. We need him to be a success for our country. His idea of what success looks like and what is actually success, I fear, may be very different. But we need him to do good things for our country. I really hope he will do.
I have half a dozen more, Councillor Murray. Do you want to speak now and speak again, or do you want me to go through these? Councillor Holland.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Councillor Murray, this is something we agree on, and there are many things, in fact, that we agree on, believe it or not. HS2 is a living nightmare for residents in Street Hay, the area that I represent. What I'd like to ask of the Leader is, what representations formally has the Council made regarding HS2, and what response has been received? Thank you.
Councillor Hunt.
Thank you, Chair. Really, on me talking about this point, I just wanted to say that after going to Makerfield and during the election, I spoke to many people of Makerfield, and what I saw wasn't people who actually were aware of the policies of Andy Burnham, but were people who were focused on what our motivation was to get Starmer out. Unfortunately, that push of trying to get Starmer out has led us with Andy Burnham. Now, my concern, really going forward, is that Andy Burnham really has no mandate. He's not been in Parliament this entire time. He would not have the knowledge or consistent papers of what's happening in Cabinet. He's been rushed into Parliament very quickly. And the fact is that the voters who voted in Cannock Chase, who voted for a Labour Member of Parliament, voted with that in mind of their leader, Keir Starmer. They didn't vote for Andy Burnham and did not vote for his policies. So, and not only that, then he's talking about having a number 10 in the north, which then fails to recognise the importance of the Midlands, because everything sits in the north, but there's a big centre called the Midlands. And so what I really wanted to ask was, how will the Council ensure that Staffordshire is not forgotten? Because what my concern is, going forward, is that we're going to have a Prime Minister now that really does not care for the centre of the Midlands and other areas of the country as well as it should do, with no mandate. Thank you.
Thank you. I've got 5 more questionnaires, but I'm going to go to Councillor Murray in a moment. Please, if you are going to ask a question, please make sure you're not repeating what's already been said. Thank you. Councillor Murray.
Thank you. If I come back on this in 2 parts, there's another separate category in that. Our new Prime Minister-elect that will be just bestowed upon us. A fact that's become quite common now in British politics. There's 5 previous leaders just bestowed upon us under the Conservatives over recent years. So let's not forget who set the precedent on that one. But this one is particularly concerning. I think it's where we absolutely agree across this chambers. It didn't come from a leadership challenge. It started with a by-election where somebody had to relinquish their seat. But not only that, had to cause a by-election for the Manchester Mayoral Authority as well. A double. Just so someone can gain power. Now that is fundamentally wrong. It's nepotism at the very least, just to put someone through into power. I will be writing to Andy Burnham and to several of the ministers during this summer, because we have huge change happening here in Staffordshire and across this country, which I hope to speak on later. Staffordshire has been forgotten, and you mentioned the HS2, the fiasco, the overspend, the forgotten areas, those seized areas that have been left vacant. You must also remember who allowed that to happen. That was the Conservative Party over the last 14 years that inflicted a lot of that damage and caused that delay, caused that overspend. But what concerns me right now isn't just HS2. That is now just going to be a Birmingham-London preset now by Labour, forgetting the North again. It's what happened just a few months back, where 2 Labour mayors decided to ignite a Northern Rail link. This is the Birmingham mayor and the Manchester mayor. They made an announcement to do this Northern Rail link that goes from Birmingham to Manchester straight through the county of Staffordshire, and they didn't even have the decency to inform the councillors, not even the chief executive. No communication, just announce it and think they can drive straight through the Staffordshire county, ignoring it again, and I fear that is the Labour policy, to ignore our county even furthermore, and that will not be allowed, and I do not think there is anybody under any council that wants that ever to happen. If they want to come through Staffordshire, then they must be in conversation with us. They must put stops in Staffordshire. And let's not also forget why. Coming up very soon, next few years, great development. Started off by yourselves, the West Midlands Interchange, the largest rail hub in Europe, in Staffordshire, being built right now. And that will need a siding connecting on through. Let's hope our new PM, yet to be elected, remembers that. But he's forgotten areas on hospitals. And that fact that we are having so many houses built, that 1.5 million houses to be built in this one Parliament, yet no extra for the hospitals that will be needed, for those extra bed spaces, for that A&E that got stripped out of Stafford, is frankly diabolical that exists. The area you must now travel to either Wolverhampton or to Stoke for A&E, when you have about 400,000 really in the caption area for Stafford. But also our own hospital in Cannock. But during lockdown, the minor injuries unit shut down and never reopened, still has not reopened. That minor injuries unit was essential. It's essential across all areas that we should have those minor injuries units. But I will be right to term that Staffordshire is no longer that forgotten county. It's the point I started on, and that we all stood on, is that bit we came out that we are the beating heart of this country, and they must hear that beat loud and clear from us all in this county, and then we will never be forgotten. So on that, our new Prime Minister to be announced, Mr Burnham, remember Staffordshire. And my final point is something Andy Burnham said a couple of years back, and this one concerns me the most and should concern you all. We know he loves the super-mayoral areas, but he said that Stoke had a larger connection to Manchester than it does to the West Midlands, and he would like to see stronger connections of Stoke to Manchester. He's also announced a northern powerhouse parliamentary system to some level. Does he intend to steal Stoke from Staffordshire and bring it into Manchester? I think not. On that, I would like now to bring up the second point that was on the education. We have been so underfunded in this county for years. We have some of the lowest funding per child within our schools, and they wonder why our levels of education, GCSE, English and maths, is so low in some areas. Bottom 12%. And it also fills our colleges. Our colleges are at 140% in some areas. 140% capacity. And it's not through people going for higher, further education skill is what you should be doing at colleges. No, it's been filled with level 2, level 3 English and maths. These are basically people leaving school illiterate. And it's not the school's fault. It is the underfunding model that we've been given. We are so underfunded per child in this county. It's a disgrace. It's a national disgrace. And that funding needs to rise right now so that our children in this county get the same level of funding as they do across this country, because we are one of the lowest. There was a specific point raised upon the demand for our SEND education, and for that I would like to pass over, if I may, to Councillor Higgins just to raise that issue on the SEND.
Councillor Higgins.
Morning all. I'm hoping about SEND and education. First of all, I'd like to say I do agree with Councillor Murray, and you know, our funding in Staffordshire is lower than most of the other councils in the country, and that is something that we continue to do, and I'll continue to lobby government to ask for a fairer funding for Staffordshire. Our children and young people are as important as any other young children and young people anywhere else in the country, and it's important that we make sure that the government knows that. So that's something I'll continue to do. Regarding what we're doing for SEND in Staffordshire, we, as a Reform Council, we are investing a huge amount of money to improve the system. We all know the system is broken. We've listened to families and they keep telling us what's going on, what's wrong. They want things more local, and that's what we're doing. We're investing £28.6 million in a local special school in Rugeley, the old Hagley Park, and we're doing a special PRU in Stafford for primary children. And I think it's really sad that we've got to have a pupil referral unit for primary children. What on earth has gone wrong that we're having to do that for under 6, 7-year-olds? It's just not right. And we, as a Reform Council, we're going to make these changes. And I just want to go back. I might have missed what Councillor Edger said, but I think you mentioned about the post-16 provision. Was that right? Or was I hearing things? I can't remember. But I'll just bring that up anyway. The previous administration had a lot of plans. They had a lot of ideas about having a post-16 specialist provision here in Stafford for our 16-plus and young people. And they had the idea of having the special school in Rugeley, the old Hadley School. The difference between the old administration and us, they spoke about it, they talked about it, they planned it, they didn't execute it. The difference is we, as a Reform Council, have pushed and pushed for post-16 provision.
Councillor Higgins, point of order, please. Just a moment.
Yep. So there was a cabinet decision made, I believe, in 2024. I'm sure an officer can tell me the exact date to progress with this. These things don't appear out of thin air. So that has been progressed since that point. So that is not accurate.
Well, from what I'm saying is that you planned it, you spoke about it, but you didn't execute it. That's what I was saying. You what, sorry?
Build a school, as you know, because we were at the all-through school for the opening, which took, what, 6 years, 7 years?
It does take time. I do get that, Councillor. I agree with you. But what I'm trying to say is I have pushed, and that's why I had the praise from the MP, Labour MP, because I have personally pushed and pushed for the Hadley Park school to be open, and I've also pushed to make sure that the specialist provision is open in September, and that's what I was trying to explain. But it does take time. I totally agree with you there. It does take time to build a school. And then the last thing is, with our Best Start hubs, we've also invested in those, and that will help early years, and eventually that will come, the difference that will make in long term for the children and young people of Staffordshire. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Broome.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Having confidence in this government is not something that comes naturally to me. what is this government going to do under this new leader? The government have changed or used rules and bent them. There was supposed to be a discussion in the House of Commons, and that was moved, the time was moved last minute, so that the Tories couldn't question him. He goes in tomorrow, he then becomes Prime Minister on Monday, then they go to recess for 2 months. So where is the scrutiny for this man who stood down in Manchester, went to Makerfield, asked his mate to come out, given him a job in London for twice his wage, and it just seems wrong. And the confidence of this country is based on a party that is bending the rules. Now, if it wasn't for this party who went to the High Court and made sure that the elections were heard, there was something like 4.5 million people, nearly 5 million people, who then got a vote only because this party went to the judiciary to make sure that we had those elections. This is supposed to be a democracy where people have a say. And that's our firm fix in the way we're made up as Reform councillors, is that we want to represent the people that elected us. And this government, under this new leader, I think are just going to abandon the people that deserve to be heard. Thank you.
Councillor Machin.
Thank you, Chairman. What impact does the leader think the new Prime Minister and government will have on Staffordshire, particularly with Al-Jar?
Councillor Jones.
Sorry? Sorry, yeah, you're right, sorry. I thought, thank you. I thought the leader already spoken on this paragraph, and I thought that at that stage the debate gets guillotined.
No, I did, because there were so many questionnaires, I gave them the opportunity.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Who was talking? No, it's Councillor Mandry. Councillor Machin, have you finished, haven't you? Yes. Councillor Mandry.
Sorry about that, Chair. It has already been covered, and Councillor Murray answered it already perfectly. So,
Councillor Cooper.
Anne Widdicombe. I was privileged enough to meet her on many, many occasions, and she's a fantastic person. She didn't suffer fools gladly. She would tell you straight to your face what she thought, which is really refreshing in today's world when politicians say one thing in one place and something else somewhere else. So that's the first bit. An Andy Burnham government, we don't know really, do we? Because he's not really told us. That's the problem. We're all guessing. But I do know one thing. I don't know any businesses that can tax themselves into prosperity. It doesn't happen. So we don't know really what's going to happen. We think that the tax burden will increase on the vast majority of the UK population, and the impact on that will be disastrous. Locally in Staffordshire, well, I find some of the comments and the points regarding HS2 slightly laughable, because for the past 25 years plus, this has been a pet Tory Labour project. It started off with Lord Adonis, back in the days of the end of Blair. I think Alistair Darling famously said that anyone would be stupid to fund this project, and in steps Cameron, and Osborne and said, hold my beer. And what's the bill? About £120 billion plus for the whole project? It's an enormous amount of public money. And one of the things that Alistair Darling did say at the time was it would suck the money out of transport, rail, road, etc., for the next 30 years. What's the current bill to fix our roads nationally? It's about £18 billion and rising annually. It's a huge number. So the Conservative Party and the Labour Party over 25 years have directly resulted in the fact that we are not trying to fix roads and potholes and problems created by their policies. And yet there's a complete denial and a walking away that we didn't do it, Governor. Well, the reality is this is what happens when you have policies that last 25 years, and as we recognise now in Staffordshire, it's going to have little or no benefit to the people of this county and have massive impacts. That is wrong. That is fundamentally wrong. And as pointed out by colleagues, it's going to trundle through this county like a slow train. We are not going to get the benefit at all in any of our towns or communities, nor the economic benefit. And I do worry. I think Andy Burnham will probably last. I think Douglas Murray said he's predicting till Christmas. I think he said that. We're going to get Starmer 2.0, no change, more of the same, and it's going to be bad for everybody and bad for the county of Staffordshire.
Thank you. Councillor Jones.
Thank you, Chair. This is just relevant for the new Prime Minister as a former Health Secretary. I'd just like to mention what Councillor Murray has mentioned, that historically there was a need still for the minor injuries unit for Cannock Chase residents. I hope the new Prime Minister and Health Secretary could look into this and hope we are not forgotten here in Staffordshire and Cannock Chase. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Tagg.
Thank you, Mr Chairman. I'd like to associate myself with the comments made about Anne Widdicombe. I met Anne many years ago and when she came to an event in Newcastle-under-Lyme, and really sorry to hear and disturbed of the circumstances. I'm sure we'll hear more about that in the future. Obviously, new Prime Minister comes in. I think it's already been said by a lot of members that a big in-tray that he's inheriting was very light on any policies that he's announced or even any cabinet members he's going to put in place. But I think two things for me. First is on HS2. We've had a discussion about that, and this county council, and I was involved in this back when I was cabinet support for highways back in 2013, is that we said, and the previous administration said, that it would consider taking legal action if necessary to protect Staffordshire against HS2. And if the son of, or the bastard son of HS2 comes forward, excuse my language, we must fight it. And I would ask the leader if he would commit to taking any legal routes to protect Staffordshire, and particularly my borough, Newcastle-under-Lyme, and parts of Madeley and parts of Whitmore, which have already been devastated, even though HS2 has not been built, by properties that have been requisitioned and have been left empty. And the other is, I'll just refer the leader and members to a press release that was published on Newcastle-under-Lyme Borough Council's website just about half an hour ago. A shameful betrayal by the government as they back abolishing Newcastle-under-Lyme Borough Council. So it goes on to say the government has announced that Newcastle-under-Lyme Borough Council is to be replaced by a large unitary authority in the north, and of course the effect of that meaning that it will be a southern unitary. So I would ask the leader for his initial comments. And now it's been broken already, and the leader of Newcastle Borough Council, Jonathan Gullis's Facebook post about it in no uncertain terms, which I agree with. So really, it also means that Staffordshire will now be abolished, and I think that that is sad, and I'd like to hear what the leader's comments are on that. Thank you.
Councillor Murray.
Thank you. I'll just let people retake their seats. I'll start off with an overall, because a lot of these all hit everything else. But firstly, it is nice to hear Labour MPs now praising the work this council is now doing in Staffordshire. And we've had quite a few praises by Labour MPs now come to see the excellent work we've done. It was really great to hear the praise given specifically to the work Councillor Higgins has been doing on these startups and with these community hubs. It is amazing work, and at last the acknowledgement of getting on with the job has been announced now nationally, because we really are. Overall principle of all of this, all of a sudden we have a new PM again coming on in. And the point is, why is there no general election? Why is there no public mandate for this? And it really is a pointer. I mean, again, we just bestowed upon someone else's belief. Now, a comment made earlier by Councillor Cooper saying, is this Starmer 2.0? I actually think it's Corbyn 2.0, because the taxation coming forward, I think, will be as bad as what Corbyn's policies were wanting to be. But here's the difference. And it's why we now have a by-election in Clacton-upon-Sea. because rather than going on through, we ask the people to give their public mandate to vote what they want. And that's why we have a by-election in Clacton-on-Sea in a couple of weeks' time. Let the people decide who should lead their area and who should lead their country. That is a point of principle. That is the point of democracy that we all must stand on. The LGR, I have got the detail. I'm waiting, actually, all on the local organisation for an announcement to be made in Parliament any minute now. And I keep looking over, asking, has that announcement come? And I can assure you all right now, on LGR, the moment the announcement has officially been made in Parliament, I will be raising all those points for you all to discuss on. And I have had a word with the Chairman to allow that to happen. So the moment that happens, I will be coming all. But it does hit the wider point, and that's on devolution. Councillor Tagg and Wise raised a serious point about the survival of Staffordshire. Because there's one point that we are all, I just want to say something I'm really proud that led that letter on. 2 letters from all leaders, all cross-party, all absolutely supporting 100% for a single Staffordshire authority, to whatever shape that may be. That's a rarity when you can get all those leaders together to absolutely agree on a single point. And that must be heard in Westminster and within the halls of Whitehall, where this whole LGR devolution has become a process, not a political matter, and it gets lost in the detail because it's done by civil servants, the blob in the background, who have no clue what areas they're talking of, and that's why they get it so wrong. So it's a shout-out to all those MPs that stand to make sure that all those areas, Staffordshire especially, they hear the voice of those elected, because on this point we are absolutely agreed on. Staffordshire remains as one, as whole, as the county that it should be, and that includes the great city of Stoke-on-Trent to come back into Staffordshire and not sit isolated by itself. Now that's worth fighting for. As for LGR, well, I'll give you the update on that, and I think again on that one, yeah, said before, it wasn't wanted, wasn't asked for, it's not needed. It's, I will come more onto that. With the HS2 that does keep being brought up, the problem was with it is we did not need high speed. We don't need speed, we need capacity. And they never looked at the capacity, so therefore people saw speed, they saw this highlight glow, and it became a money pit of greed. The bat shed stupid of 120 million is just one highlight of stupidity that goes, that's happened from that. But sticking with that HS2 line, and it is one that is concerning from that mayoral agreement, it sealed the same line again. That meant all that land of the HS2 that goes through Staffordshire that they seized, I'll be polite, is still now locked away for at least another 10 years, cannot be used. We now have farmland, we have houses, we have businesses that have sat vacant for years that could have been reignited in the short term. But because they put through this Northern Rail idea, it now allows that HS2 government to hold that land. It will sit vacant, deteriorate and rot, no productivity, and that is just scandalous, really. I'd like to actually give a huge congratulations to Councillor Paul Jones, who is the leader of Cannock Chase District Council. And he raised a clear point with the hospitals, with the services within Cannock Chase District. And it serves a wider area than just Cannock Chase District. And it's been forgotten. And a lot of that, and it goes back even prior to this council, it goes back over many years when political parties move and the councils move and shift. We need to be working in partnerships with all of our districts and borough councils. And over this last year, in Cannock Chase District Council, my own council, my hometown where I was born, that communication, that partnership wasn't just ended, it was silenced, it was broken, it was ended. And that affects the people of those towns. It happens across counties, it happens across this country. And that has to stop. So at least now we have those communications, those lines of comms, those lines of cooperative actions are back open within my hometown. And that is one thing I am very, very pleased to see. And that's something we will have to really work hard on LGR together, across all. And that is something we must depoliticise on. I'll bring more on that later. On that, I thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Moving on to item 4, do we have any speakers? Councillor Clissett.
Good morning, Chair, and good morning, members. Our crews have repaired over 4,600 defects in June alone under our new £15 million investment. Does the Cabinet member agree that use of the new technology, i.e. the Velocity machine, that's delivering fast, high-quality repairs for our motorists deserve? This is a stark contrast of the stagnation of the previous years. Thank you.
Councillor Griffiths.
Thank you, Chair. Could I please ask the Cabinet Member for Highways why it is that roundabouts consistently pose such a significant challenge to our repair crews? While I am pleased that I'm starting to see much needed improvements in my own ward, it is very clear that much more work needs to be done. With that in mind, could the Cabinet Member outline steps the Council is currently taking to investigate more efficient methods of working and whether we are exploring the use of new durable materials to ensure these repairs actually last? Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Humphreys.
Thank you, Chair. So I'd like to thank Councillor Mason and his team for the outstanding work done so far in Penkridge due to the new highways plan. Lance Lane was a disaster. I was being told that it was down for repair, but not for several years, and only the worst holes were going to be repaired. I and the residents of Penkridge are so glad it's now being completely repaired. If this has been achieved so soon after the plans come into action, I can't wait to see what else can be done.
Councillor Farrell.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The PR machine is in full flow today. I just wish we had some of that positivity in Lichfield Rural South, unfortunately. What we see more of, never mind PR, we see more of these T's on these potholes, temporary. Or as one resident said to me, Mr. Chairman, does it stand for terrible? I'm not entirely sure, but I'm very keen that the Cabinet Member works across the whole of the county to ensure that not only are these temporary repairs filled in correctly, but then a few weeks later, when they are deteriorating, we go back and fill them in again, or possibly fill them in properly in the first place. That would be ideal. If I could ask a question, though, in this section, it's a highways issue, and with your indulgence, Mr. Chairman, it isn't specifically pothole related, but it is a safety issue in my area, so I hope you don't mind me asking the question. It's in a little hamlet called Fooverley by Shenstone. I've had a resident there who, over the last 12 years, has had his wall outside his house mowed into by cars 7 times. In the last 4 weeks, twice. And the wall has literally exploded when the cars have mown into it at high speeds. He's worried that's the garden where his children play. The problem is, Mr. Chairman, there's no signage as you approach this dangerous corner, and also no lighting to alert people to where the wall is. I'm asking this question now of the Cabinet Member because when I put it to my highways team, they suggested the only route to getting that fixed is through my DHP budget. And I'm just wondering if we have circumstances where we have dangerous areas, whether it's potholes or this instance I've got of a dangerous corner, and whether we could look into mitigations we can do to ensure that we can, as a matter of course, make these areas safer rather than asking councillors to go into their much-needed DHP budget. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor Farrell. Councillor White.
Thank you very much, Chairman. So as we discussed a little bit earlier in the meeting, highways funding is very limited, and so we need to make sure that we are spending it wisely. I also mentioned earlier, in a different context, beware of arbitrary targets. So it is interesting to see that we have this 40,000 pothole target here, in an item that also talks about repairs being achieved in towns through things like velocity patching. Velocity patching, for anybody watching who doesn't know, is you get a machine with a big hose and you spray a load of tar on the road, and then you drive the wheels of the vehicle over it a bit. And that is the sort of thing that can fill lots of potholes if you want to deliver a target, but it doesn't deliver a long-term lasting solution for a location. It's been very interesting that with all the press releases that we've been hearing about this 40,000 target and all the work that's going on, that under each one, the comments, if it's on social media, are people saying, well, I've had a repair in my road and it's terrible. It is a real concern for us. This £15 million of extra investment follows on from a series of similar investments that we made when we were in office. When we made that investment, we focused on structural repairs, so reconstructing junctions and roundabouts, end-to-end repairs on roads, and then putting a new road surface on the top, surface dressing. We didn't go after minor potholes, because what we were interested in doing was long-lasting repairs that would actually improve the condition of our roads for the long term. This 15 million is coming out of reserves. That is not free money. That is money that the council needs. As we talk later on today, we'll talk about some of those other needs that we've got, but we've got to remember that we're handing this council and all of its resources onto successor councils, which we'll be talking about a bit later again. This is not a tank for us to run down, like when you have a loan car and you take it back to the garage and there's that much left in the tank. This is money we need to spend carefully. We will be watching very, very closely to see how this money is being spent. If it is just to say, look at us, we can tell you that there's a number of potholes that's been filled, so vote for us, which is what it looks like, and then all those repairs fall out the year later, we will be spotting that and we will be calling it out. And at the moment, to me, unfortunately, that's what this looks like. I hope I'm wrong.
Councillor Holland.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The last time I was here, I mentioned that the potholes in Fradley made it look like the surface of the moon. And on Friday, I was heartened to learn that crews were going out to Fradley at the weekend just gone to fix them. I was absolutely appalled to learn on Monday that the crews had been spat on and verbally abused by residents. And that had happened because they're so angry with the situation. And I think the Cabinet member, I would hope, will join me in condemning that kind of behaviour. There's absolutely no excuse for it, but it does show the strength of feeling amongst residents. So, with 4,655 repairs completed in June and a target of 40,000 by March next year, what monthly run rate is required to hit that target, and is the Council currently on track? And secondly, how many of the 14 new crews are currently operational, and when will the remainder be in place?
Councillor Edgeler.
Thank you very much, Chairman. Yes, Councillor Murray and Councillor Mason. If the £15 million, if you're going to be spending more money on potholes, which is desperately needed, where is the money going to come from for the major roadworks? I quote in my division, Brockton Crossroads. Bassage Bridges, forgive me, Chairman, but this is part of your division as well. So I ask that question. Thank you.
Councillor Williams.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, everybody. I welcome the news of the 14 additional highways crews fixing our roads, but can I ask, are we now up to full strength, or is there more to come?
Councillor Orlandi Fantini.
Thank you, Chair. As my fellow councillor, Councillor Clissett, has already said, that over 4,600 defects were fixed in June alone, and I think that is a great result. We still have far to go, but that is a brilliant result. And I'd just like to ask just how many defects are being addressed compared to previous years.
Councillor Greatrix.
Thank you, Chairman. It's all very statistics-driven, this, isn't it? We've got 40,000 potholes being sorted by March 2027 at a cost of 15 million. Interesting that it's March. Seems to be a bit of a rush and a bit of a stats exercise. It wouldn't be so bad if we were going to get improvements, and Councillor Orlandi Fantini has just referred to 4,600 in one particular month. We don't know whether that's particularly good compared to previous months of June, because as you probably know from the previous discussion, we've always thought the best time to do pothole repairs is during the summer. There are some other worrying things. I refer to the comments from Councillor Wyman and also previous speakers about the Ts. It does seem to be that there is a growth in the number of Ts that are on display, and that does seem to be giving the impression that work is taking place without necessarily them actually happening. And the reason I'm concerned about that, and I've raised this with my highways team, but also with Councillors Cecil and Mason, everybody's got their own crater, Councillor Holland. My crater is on Sunflower Avenue, and most people are unbelievably complaining to me about it. It's been there for some months, and I went on the system myself to log the call and found that there was a call that was opened in February and closed in March. And the reason I've been given for that is the work has been allocated for the job to be completed, but it hasn't been. So we're actually falsifying information by closing calls because work is being allocated. So that's the second concern I've got. The third concern I have is about condition of the repairs. Everybody must have their similar road that's a regular cut-through, popular road. I've got Ivanhoe Road, which is a cut-through that allows people to avoid a set of traffic lights. It's very popular, and it's parked on by both sides of the road. So the only way through is through the middle. So consequently, it regularly runs tracks where the tyres go. And Ivanhoe Road, thankfully, has been repaired this year. But I'm sure it was repaired last year as well, and previous years. So we're doing repairs that are getting over the stats and not doing proper repairs that residents need.
Councillor Wyman.
Thank you very much, Chair. I mean, I have to agree with a number of the points made by councillors that have spoken. I wanted to take up Councillor Mason's point about the council's policy for repairing temporary repairs and making them permanent. My understanding is that that isn't the council's policy. The council's policy effectively at the moment is that the temporary repair is the repair, and if the temporary repair fails, it may then be repaired temporarily again. There's no actual policy to repair it permanently, and I think a lot of the disquiet in the room here is about that particular issue, and we need to get that solved urgently. I'd ask Councillor Mason to look into it as soon as possible. The other point about numbers, please do not just chase a target for zero gain. If you put screed velocity patching in and spend all the money on effectively what are very short-lasting repairs, in the next 2, 3, 4 years, all of that work that you've done, all of that money that you have spent is going to be completely pointless. Those roads will be in a worse condition than what you found them in. That is a warning, and this side of the House or chamber will make sure that we hold you to account for that. The clear way forward here is to invest in structural maintenance, proper repairs and pre-patching and surface dressing to maintain the condition of the highway for the longer term. That is what we must invest in, and I'm calling for you all to back that plan. Thank you.
Councillor Pike.
Good morning, everyone. Mr. Chairman. So with the Pothole Blitz, we've got 14 new crews, £15 million investment, and a target of 40,000 fixes by March 27. It's a fantastic achievement that shows the administration is finally fixing the basics. Can the leader or the cabinet member tell us how we're going to build on this success? Thank you.
Councillor Brew.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to highlight the successes that myself and Councillor Egginton have had in our area in Biddulph North and Biddulph South. It's the experience of the road repairs in my hometown, and I believe that we've created a great working environment. And I think that's possibly key to why we're getting so much done, and maybe that's the reason why some people are not getting the jobs done. So I'd like to thank all the team at our local depot in Leek, led by the two Davids. And as a resident for over 12 years, I've been aware of flooding on Congleton Road. It's been the bane of people's lives, and it's never been fixed, even by the previous administration. I'd like to thank our Cabinet Member for Highways, Councillor Pete Mason, who's worked tirelessly to help create this positive change. So will this change in this physical chamber? Because what we've done, we went and had a look at it. Go and speak to the Highways team, interact with them, create the relationship, and they said, well, we want to do this. We said, well, what if we change the whole chamber? And they said, okay, we'll do it. And this week, yesterday, they started work, they've opened the ground, they're putting the new chamber in, and will it fix the problem? I think it will. Obviously, only when we've had the flood waters will it actually tell, but I think doing something positive with a great team, with good relationships, is going to be beneficial for our area. So would the Cabinet Member for Highways agree with me that creating a good working relationship is key to getting those pounds in the ground? Thank you.
Thank you. I know this is a contentious topic in the county, but if we have as many questions again on items going forward, it's going to be a long old afternoon. We've got 5 more, and then I'll pass over to Councillor Murray and Mason. Councillor Machin.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd also like to thank the Highways team for the work that they do all around the county. Residents in my division recently are starting to see more roads being repaired. What's changed over the last year that's enabled the Highways team to increase the pace of repairs?
Councillor Woods. No, she's out.
Thank you, Chair. It's great to see the roads really getting attention after years of lip service. Are there any innovations or new methods of work, and what are we doing differently to deliver the results? Thank you.
Councillor Luca.
Thank you all. Good morning. Councillor Mason, I'd just actually, first of all, like to thank you for taking a zero-tolerance approach to protecting our highway staff. I mean, because they are actually the people that are going out there and facing the public for work. But also, I've heard a lot of data and figures coming from a certain part of this room. And can you clarify that this is actually factual, that in the last year, we have done 5% more work on our highways than the last administration did in 5 years?
Councillor Hales.
Thank you, Chair. I just want to make a comment openly on behalf of my residents in my division, because at the end of the day, they're the people we were elected to represent. And those people have made comments to me, including the parishes, how impressed they are with highways and what's been happening. So I'd like to give my thanks to Councillor Peter Mason, Councillor Patrick Allen and Councillor Dan Cecil for the work they've done. I can mention that a roadway through Denstone past the Denstone farm shop has been completely resurfaced and is awaiting repainting. We've had work done in Marchington. We've got work programmed in Hall Lane. Marchington Parish Council have been informed of the dates the work's going to go ahead. So I again would like to say thank you on behalf of my residents. Thank you.
Thank you. And finally, Councillor Cooper.
Thank you, Chairman. Yeah, I'd like to align myself with the comments of Councillor Luke here. Yeah, the zero-tolerance approach is the way we should go forward. I think last year we had work stopped twice in Fazeley because the crews were threatened, which is completely unacceptable. We don't tolerate that at all, and that will slow down any development. As for myself, I'd like to sort of congratulate everybody in the Highways Department. I was told this morning, I hope it's true, that the Pothole Pro is coming to my division, and so that will greatly help my local residents to improve the roads. But the point I'd like to make here, potholes don't suddenly appear overnight. It's not something we've just created in the past 12 months. These have been there for years and years and years. And I go back to my earlier point that the previous administration was here for a considerable length of time and didn't deliver for the people of Staffordshire the level and quality that they deserve and they demand. And that goes back to national funding. I repeat again what Alistair Darling said, that taking on big national projects sucks money out of transport infrastructure, and roads being one of those, and which means that local authorities do not get the level of funding to improve the roads and the transport infrastructure that people rightly demand. And that is a direct result of the policies of previous Tory and Labour administrations nationally. We are suffering because of their bad decisions. Now, they can complain about quality of fixes or whatever. They'll get round to fixing these holes. But this administration, this council is picking up where this lot left off. Not in a good place, I hasten to add. Residents haven't suddenly discovered they've got a pothole on their main road or in their alleyways and byways where they live. They've been there because they have not been properly addressed with the relevant amount of funds to deal with the problem. Thank you.
Councillor Murray. Thank you. And a lot of amazing, great points there made. I've seen real local improvements to the area. It's amazing how the narrative has changed from those opposites. I mean, all last year, right up and through Christmas, there was quoting their own numbers all the time and how we weren't performing them. And now that we're outperforming, they're saying the numbers don't matter. I mean, it really is funny, that one. You are right to mention the underfunding, and it was mentioned several times by those opposites and by Councillor Cooper. And it's right, that's down to 14 years of underfunding, 14 years of a council underfunding. But it's only taken 14 months to start to change that, even with the funding we're allowed today. Imagine if we had the correct funding, the correct teams in here to really produce it. We wouldn't be in the state we are in today. I just want to say one thing. The Pothole Pro is actually already in Tamworth. It's out there doing work already. I'm sure Councillor Mason will be able to find that out for you. But I will pass it over to the detail to our Highways Cabinet. Councillor Mason.
Councillor Mason.
Working? Yeah, that's gone red now. Didn't want to start till it went red. Councillor Mulvey, you could have carried on and answered all these if you'd have wanted. I'll answer one or two specifics, and a lot were on a theme, so I'll take a general response. Firstly, there is a zero tolerance to aggression to our crews, and I will put the safety of our crews first and foremost, even if that means we don't do the repairs. However, I'd like to thank those crews on the weekend who were abused and spat at, which is an appalling situation, regardless of your frustration with what's gone before. They're there to make it better. But I'd like to thank them because they didn't jump in their van and run away. They made temporary repairs. Now, I know the opposition now won't want temporary repairs. They'd sooner we take them out. But I would like to say on temporary repairs, that's been the policy throughout all their years in administration, to deal with those repairs that need to be done quickly, where you can't get in, get the network possession, get the road space, and provide a permanent repair. It is industry practice. It's industry best practice for meeting your targets. However, I said earlier, it's not something we're particularly happy with as an administration. And there are things we're looking at, including how we can use some of these technologies that are now, they say we shouldn't be using, although you did use them a bit during your time, like velocity patching, like screening, to move away from temporary repairs to one visit, permanent repairs, but without having to cut and break and do all the things and all the disruption that goes with that. To move on to some of those, it's quite interesting because, terms like minor potholes was used. Terms about, reconstruction works. Well, I'll just point out last year we did about 45% more road reconstruction than they'd achieved at any point in their previous 5 years. We're doing more than that this year. we're doing more surface dressing than they achieved at any point in their previous 5 years in administration. But what we're also doing is dealing with those things that they think don't matter, the minor potholes. And the reason we're dealing with that is very simple. The minor potholes become the major potholes. The reason the winter damage between January and March has doubled in the last 5 years of their administration is because they didn't fix the foundations. So velocity patching, screeding, those things fill those minor holes. And they fill those minor holes to take the vulnerabilities out of the network, to give us a chance of seeing a turn in this barely managed degradation of our network. We want to stop the slide getting worse and worse. We want to turn the tide on those things developing into more serious defects. And the reality is, if you don't do this, where do you get to? You get to a point where from April through your good, proactive repair season, you'll be chasing your tails, trying to fix the damage that occurred, reacting to what the winter did to you. If you can stop that damage happening, you can plan, you can deliver proactive repairs, surface dressing, reconstructions in a far more organised, a far more widespread manner. That's why we're doing what we're doing. That's the difference. To pick up on the question about islands, they are a particular challenge. The forces on islands, they're constructed in a different way. The materials, the surface materials are different to that you would just use down a normal road, a straight road. The forces on them, the centrifugal forces, cause them to degrade, and they are a difficult thing to deal with. But if you look at, there's been a lot of noise around a particular island in Newcastle-under-Lyme recently. We're going in there this month with the screeding system to repair that island, bring it back into stable state. And this isn't about trying to hit a number. The 40,000 is a target we've given ourselves to say we can get down this backlog. We can do the level of repairs that we're always doing, and we can start to address the years of neglect that have resulted in nearly 35,000 highway asset defects on a list that aren't programmed for any work. Well, where they're potholes, about half of them are potholes, they are now being programmed for work over the next 2 years to bring that backlog down. So the 40,000 is where we think we're going to be. If you look at where we are, and this isn't an official number, by the way, but the latest number I have, 2 weeks into July, is we're just touching on 15,000 repairs. The average of the last 5 years per year is 31,500 over the full 12 months. We're nearly halfway to achieving the average of the previous administration in just outside the first quarter of the year. We are well ahead of that 40,000 target. Somebody asked that question. However, we recognise things can change. The hot weather has been a challenge for us, and we've lost some efficiency because of that, and the crews have had to work in different ways. We don't know what next winter holds, so when we go into the last quarter, that's always a challenge to try and maintain the levels of repair. But the point about the 40,000 is that we've given ourselves a programme of works that starts to address the years of lip service. Somebody said lip service. It starts to address that backlog, and it starts to bring the highways into a state of repair where we can start to be really proactive about things like surface dressing, about reconstruction works, and not be using the money, chasing our tails, coming out of winter on reactive repairs because we just allowed it to get worse. That's what we're trying to do. In terms of what's out there, the road network gets inspected, those defects get prioritised, depending on their category, and then we look to make sensible work schedules. Not everything is going to be fixed in the next 6 months. And I make no apologies for that. We've got a lot to go at. But we are starting to make a difference. And the difference is we're actually trying to turn this tide. We're actually trying to bring this network back into a state where proactive repairs, the things that they're now asking for in opposition, are what we're able to focus on because we're not chasing around reacting to damage caused by years of neglect. Have I missed anything? Major works funding. Sorry, yeah. I've got it written down. I've just got to get through the list. The major works funding is unaffected by this. That 15 million we have brought in as additional funds to tackle this. The major works funding, in the way that it was dealt with in previous funding, is continuing. It's limited. We all know funding is limited. We all know we can only do so much with the money we've got, and we would like more. And just to make the point, I think Councillor Cooper made it. I've got a lot to answer. The government raised 33 billion a year off the motorist in taxes and excise duty. They spend this year 1.6 billion nationwide on the roads, and they gave us, if we hit all our targets, transparency targets, 40 million. If they took the 120 billion off HS2, you could fix every road in this country 6-7 times. And we could have fixed them by now for the time they've taken on HS2. And let's be clear, that funding has been like it for the last decade and a half. And I'm sorry, but if Staffordshire Conservatives want to be the victims of a Conservative national government, I think that's a bit disingenuous. You had your opportunities to speak. You have your opportunities to campaign for Staffordshire. You didn't do it on the highways. You didn't do it for our structures. Look at Chetwynd Bridge. Look at Branston Bridge. You knew for 10 years. You didn't even tell anybody. So we are doing the hard stuff, not the easy stuff.
Thank you. Moving on to item 6, notice of motion. Are we? Sorry, or I missed one. Oh, sorry, what am I doing? I've had enough of this section. Right, okay. Yeah. Wishful thinking. Right, item 5. Do we have any speakers? Yes, we do. Plenty. Okay. Councillor Hunt.
Thank you, Chair, and I'll be very quick because obviously we've got a lot to get through. Right, so with Staffordshire Means Business, one of the key parts of Staffordshire Means Business is getting people working and supporting local infrastructure and all that. And one of the key things of achieving that would be by educating our younger people so they can get into business through local work and support. And the best way to do that is through support of our local colleges, through developing their skills. So the first question I'd really like to ask the leader is how he's working with, how has it been so far working with central government so that we can increase and get extra funding for our colleges? And just a second quick point on that, just as a local businessman myself, I'd really like to know a bit more about the Staffordshire quality mark that I've been hearing about and how that will support local businesses going forward. Thank you very much, Chair.
Councillor Broom.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Likewise, I'll keep it brief. I've actually worked in the pottery industry in Longton. We ran a pot bank quite successfully. We had the rug pulled out of under our feet, but that's another story. I'd like to ask the leader what opportunities that we're going to have for creating jobs in this area, and does he know anything about Marks and Spencer's?
Councillor Clisset.
Thank you, Chairman. We're stepping up to tackle the national youth unemployment crisis, currently 1 in 6 nationally and 1 in 20 in Staffordshire, thankfully. Today we're lobbying to the government for the critical 110 million we need to upgrade our local colleges. Will the opposition support this?
Councillor Hales.
Thank you, Chair. I'm really pleased to hear that Staffordshire will have its own quality mark for businesses to use and making Staffordshire the beating heart of the country. And with Marks and Spencer investing 67 million shows that Staffordshire demonstrates this county is a good county to invest in. Thank you.
Councillor Coles.
Thank you, Chair. I will make it really brief, but I think it's just I'm trying to lighten the mood a little bit at the moment. I just want to give some stats because we work jointly with the Local Visitor Economy Partnership on the Stafford Trail, and just to show how impressive it's been. Glad that we signed off the money because we've returned that and some more. So it's returned about £180,000 worth of economic improvement across Staffordshire, really start to put us on the map. 6.68 million impressions on the website, nearly 440,000 video views, and literally being shared across social media. 1.3 million influencer reach, and it doesn't stop there. So this is just the beginning, really. But just to say, please go, if you can, on Saturday to the final part of this phase, where they're going to do a massive Staffordshire stroll, or your Staffy dogs if you've got them, at Weston Park, and just say thank you to all our partners, especially Transman Gardens and many others that have really backed this, and all the businesses that have engaged. There's been about 900 businesses engaged across Staffordshire. So, as I said, it's just the start, and obviously we let the dogs out. We'll put them back in for a rest and we'll bring them out again.
Councillor Holland.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It is, of course, fantastic and welcome news to learn that Marks & Spencer will be taking over the former ASOS warehouse in Fradley. But there remains a woeful lack of infrastructure along the A38 corridor, Ulruas, Fradley and Streethame. In fact, the only doctor's surgery for that whole area is a small one in Ulruas, which is already oversubscribed. And in fact, as a council, Lichfield District Council, I submitted a motion to the Integrated Care Board earlier this week to deliver a doctor's surgery in Fradley. So what commitment will this council make to delivering the requisite infrastructure for Fradley? Thank you.
Councillor Pert.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just wanted to associate my comments, the comments of one of my colleagues. One of the few ways of changing people's life chances is through education. And I'd like to just talk on this paragraph and paragraph 11 because they're very similar in terms of education. There's been a 16.4% increase in student population projected up to 2029. That's 4,500 more young people that need educating. And at Newcastle and Stafford Colleges Group, which I know very well, they're already at 117% capacity in their classrooms. What that means practically is they have to close their courses earlier. That means that certain students who apply later on might not get the choices that they want, or the colleges that they want. It also means that space in classroom learning environments are really tight, and that's despite investing £170 million over the last 15 years in classroom capacity. Now, youth unemployment is 2% higher than the national all-age statistic, and yet if we want to link skill shortages to filling vacancies, we need capacity in our colleges, not just in Newcastle and Stafford Colleges Group, but all FE colleges. So those LSIP, local skills investment priorities, which we need to put funding against, because those aren't just new sectors that pop up automatically and that they're resourced. We need to make sure there is space for those new courses and that there is teaching qualifications that also fit those courses. So these investments in facilities and employer partnerships do yield a positive progression for people, but also benefit for Staffordshire, its businesses and its people and its communities. So on that basis, when we look at some of the investments that continue to come down the line, that's the new Institute of Technology on Stafford, on the Stafford Gateway site, but also the newly secured Advanced Manufacturing Technology Hub. You know, we need support from across the partnership. We need support not just from local government, from central government, we need it from local government. Local government will see some of the benefits, local government has some of the resources, and local government needs to put its shoulder to the wheel, not just in asking for funding from government, but also supporting those job skills. Whilst we talk about that, we're in the middle of some significant qualification reform. You know, we're seeing the defunding of BTECs, we're seeing V levels coming along to join A levels and T levels. So these areas are pretty critical if we're going to make sure that we don't lose, as is referred to in the report, a lost generation. It's not just about funding, it's also about making sure that the new qualifications land. And can I make one other plea? which is we don't just look at qualifications. We also look at apprenticeships. We also look at adult education, because for some people, qualifications aren't the right route forward. Apprenticeships are, and the ability to come into lifelong learning much later on is as well. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Councillor Humphreys.
Thank you, Chair. The Leader rightly highlights the growing national challenge of youth unemployment. Can the Cabinet Member for Economy and Skills explain what Staffordshire is actually doing to make sure we don't see a lost generation of young people here in our county? Thank you.
Councillor Edwards.
Thank you, Chair. The Leader recently attended a LGA conference. I'd just like to ask, how has he put Staffordshire back on the map, and how has he shown that Staffordshire means proper business?
Councillor Mandry.
Thank you, Chair. In Cannock, I've had residents come up to me who are small business owners, and they're wondering about this Staffordshire quality mark and how will it affect their businesses. Thank you.
And the last two, Councillor Edgeler.
Thank you very much, Chairman. Yes, I'm really worried about young people and getting onto the job market. But I'm more concerned how we're doing to help our young people from suffering from special educational needs getting onto the job market, especially our children leaving care. Thank you.
Councillor White.
Thank you very much, Chair. Thank you to Councillor Clisset for offering the opportunity to get back to being in the administration. Something that I might have to get used to again after the next election. So it's good to be able to answer a question from one of you. Before I get on to that, though, just to deal with things in order. Firstly, I just wanted to praise the wonderful Staffy Trail. I'm a massive fan of it. It cheers me up no end when I see one of our pooches around the county, and it's a great thing. We were talking about positivity earlier with the football and everything around that. They're another lovely positive thing, aren't they? So I think we can all feel really happy about that. Regarding the labour market, Staffordshire has for many years been a place where overall levels of unemployment, happily, have been well below the national and the regional averages. It's something that we work really hard on for many years, and I know that work continues. And it's one of the most important things that we can help with as a council, because people who are in employment tend to do well in the rest of their lives, and they also tend to use fewer of our services. So it is incredibly important. In terms of the legacy of the Starmer administration, the costs for employment that they have heaped on our businesses are one of the biggest issues that we have. And I hope when we get round to talking about things that we might ask the Burnham government for, rowing back on some of that damaging taxation choice they have made, I think should be very high on that list. Nowhere more does that impact on people than on youth employment. It is relatively expensive to employ young people because, by definition, they have less experience than older people. So where are you going to put your money if it costs you more to employ someone? Now, apprenticeships are a great route for that. You do get some discount on national insurance if you employ an apprentice. That's really great. But we do need places to train those people. So, as an administration, for many years, we have called for two things. Firstly, we have called for more funding, and that was listened to on a number of occasions, particularly with the Institute of Technology here in Stafford, £25 million on its own, but with other investments around the county. But what we've also called for consistently is devolution of skills funding. And when we're thinking about those asks for the Burnham government, we know that Mr Burnham is a big Devo fan. Give us the skills funding. Give us more money, yes, although let's remember, when we're talking about funding for this and funding for that, there is not funding for everything. So we've got to be careful that we don't go with a shopping list that long. We need to think carefully about that and other things that the country needs to spend money on, particularly defence. But we have always supported more investment in education at all levels within our county. This is a key part of it. Absolutely we'll support that call because it's consistent with what we did when we were in office. But let's not just have the money in the way we've had it for years from government with loads of strings attached. You can't spend it like this, you can't spend it like that. Devolve it to us so that we can choose how we spend it, because we know far better than somebody who's sat in Westminster what we need locally.
And Councillor Luker, I'll let you've snuck this one in, but I'll allow you because I know I've stopped you on many occasions, but I'll allow you on this occasion.
Okay, thank you, Chair. Yeah, question I'd like to bring up, and I'm actually all for making sure that we take care of our future generations, because they're going to be our leaders at time. They're going to be the people that are going to be, moving forward this country. But I do have a concern, and this concern is over a certain local charity that is now actually advertising online for £150. They're advertising for people to come along and have some work experience, and they're asking the people to actually pay £150 to get this work experience. So, the question I'd like to ask, what are we actually doing to make sure that our youth aren't going to be used and seen as cash cows?
Councillor Murray.
Thank you. Again, because there's so many questions, I can ask to do this in two halves, answer my point, and then pass over to the Cabinet Member for the time to get the many very vital points made. First of all, I really have to agree with Councillor White on our lovely happy chappy, the Staffy, that's now promoting our Staffy Trail in all parts of our county. It's a great one. It just champions out Staffordshire. It's about this county and nothing else. And we need to raise him up even higher, because he's a wonderful model that will advertise us all, and we have great assets to shout out at, one and all together. The youth unemployment is horrendous. The leading indicators for this right now is seriously concerning. It's once again, I've said this before, the youth left on the shelf. If you know your pop culture, you'll know the song very well. And they are being once again. And it's the costings that have been brought up, a point that's been raised by many people. We had the change on the NI. We had the cutout of the minimum wage, the increase and the cutout of one section. It's now become a level where most employers see no point in employing anybody under the age of 25, because there's no benefit to having to train with all the extra costs when it's the same cost to employ someone who has some. It's literally taken the market out of youth, and we're already seeing that here. And I'll let Councillor Holland fill more detail on with that. The shout out for Cannock, actually South Staffs that was mentioned earlier. There is a very low interaction rate throughout most of South Staffordshire, actually, with the county council. It's an area that has been forgotten and missed out for many years. And I'm doing just a huge shout out to any business, anybody who works for business, tell your local employer, connect to the county council for the services, the connections and the abilities that we have to help you, whether you be an initial start-up, an SME or large company. Need to interact. We have great services, great help, great connections that will make your company grow. Unfortunately, it's an area that had been forgotten for far too long. And we do need to change from what had been originally a Labour plan of you must go to university, something championed hugely by the Conservatives the last 14 years, forcing everyone by the university model, leaving, coming out with huge, well, it is still a debt and no opportunity, no extra increase. No, we need to put people through into some of those great colleges we've already got expanding in this county. We need a new modern version of what was once the old Polytech. We need skilled with higher learning qualification mixed together as one. This is the way to move forward, certainly within advanced manufacturing. Even within the logistics industry, right now, AI will be fundamental, so we need that higher level. But the issue we have, and actually I'll come on to that in a second, but one about why the importance of that college learning doesn't finish at college. It actually starts early on. A point we made earlier, it starts at the nursery level. It starts at educating and giving those children at the youngest level that first best start. And we've already been accredited with that, because that is where it begins. And if you miss that first opportunity, you will be missing out or a step or two behind when you come to leave college. But it's a huge problem in this county that we have so many. And now the reason our colleges are full, and I think Lichfield is approaching 140%. I think the smallest, actually, the least capacity is, the least full is actually Cannock, around 111, 12% capacity. And it's not being filled with people doing further education, learning extra skills. It's been filled with people leaving school with no English and maths, and I mean level 2. They are totally illiterate leaving, and it's a point I made earlier, and this is what I spoke about at the LGA on a round table, is that we are so underfunded. We are in the bottom third in this country for funding, but even lower, bottom 12% in the education outcomes. You must recognise that the two are linked. And this isn't something recent, this goes back decades worth. Again, forgotten. We had 14 years of a Conservative in council here and a Conservative government, and nobody picked this up, that underfunding. Nobody shouted out about our county right now because of that, because it takes 10 years of going through the school process before you then reach the further education one. Guess where we are right now? They're being filled, and our colleges are beyond capacity. And it is why we are now doing a huge lobby movement to expand with a 104 million programme to expand all colleges across this county, to fulfil that extra need, to to give the people the education. And the bigger point of this is that when someone leaves normal education and they have to go and do a basic course where their peers, their best friends, who they've grown up with, is already on their first course of training, of skills, and they have to spend a year to get English and maths. They're a year behind, and it is demoralising to them because of that, and that causes a dropout rate that is seriously, seriously high. And this is the point I was making at the LGA, about how we do not fund or even look at the overcapacity within our colleges, how they're basically turned into restaurants doing covers, where they're swiping the table and getting the next customer in straight away. We have to invest in further education, and that does not mean university education. It needs a high-skilled, high-worth qualification that is recognised globally. And let's be fair, we have just hit the dawn of the tech revolution. It's only just begun. And we're seeing this with AI right now. It's going to hit with everything and will boost all the old tech that you thought had already begun into a whole new level. We were the home, the heart of the Industrial Revolution. This county can be that beating heart of the tech revolution coming on forwards. And that's what we'll expend all our colleges for. It will give that level for when they're on the production line, that they can use their AI and program on those machines to do the logistics that was once done by hand. But you know what? They will still need the skills to fix those machines while they're on the job. And that is what we are famous for. Another point I made, you can always tell a brummie, but you can't tell us much. Because we were in the Black Country the people of 1,000 trades, of 1,000 abilities. And we still are to this day. We just need to give them the qualifications, ability to do so. So on that, I would like to pass it over to Councillor Holland, Councillor Holland, Hall even, to hit... on what we have delivered so far and what more there is to come. Thank you. Councillor Hall.
Councillor Hall. Thank you, Chair. Can't believe you've given Councillor Holland an opportunity to speak by naming him. Councillor White, I totally agree. 25% approximately additional cost to employ somebody now over the last 2 years. That's a lot of money. You're talking probably £25,000 for a 21-year-old. So, yeah, that's not helpful at all. There's a lot to unpick, actually, they've just been going through then. I'll be specific, as Councillor Holland asked me about what infrastructure are we putting in because Marks and Spencers have repopulated a warehouse. I invite him to write to me with a little bit more clarity because I don't fully understand that, so please do that. Councillor Pert, I mean, yep, very supportive of what you were saying, totally agree. We are working closely with further education colleges. I've actually visited some of them, and I'd like to visit all of them to see what investment's needed. The scale of the ambition is significant. Over £100 million of capital investment opportunities have been identified, and we're working with them to help them to try to get those through. And it isn't about shining new buildings for the sake of it. It's about literally floor space to fit these rising numbers in. Everybody's saying the same thing. And also, what was particularly pleasing, I haven't been into a college for a very, very long time, was to see the practical work that was going on there to fill the skills that are absolutely needed. Regarding apprenticeships, I actually was I didn't go to university. I was an apprentice effectively. So I'm pretty passionate about that, and I had the pleasure of speaking at the Apprenticeship Awards 2 days ago and to see them. What concerned me about that actually was I always thought that apprenticeships were to get people into work, and I would say I'm not entirely happy with the fact that it seems to be to allow people who are in work, who have been in work a very long time, to perhaps fill out their CV, get higher level qualifications through that scheme. I don't like that. I need to look into it a little bit more. But that didn't make me particularly happy. Talking about youth unemployment, something I am particularly concerned about. Staffordshire overall claimant rate is about 2.8%, which is below local and national levels, which is good. But we can't ignore the increased number of young people who are claiming work-related universal credit. Now, that's why we have got an approach about intervention, not simply, reporting statistics. Through the Careers Hub, around 19,000 young people are tracked every month. We're investing in skills boot camps, connect to work, employment support. I mean, too many things, to be perfectly frank, but there's a lot going on. And I would say now there's a big focus on outcomes rather than just activities, which is probably something I'm particularly passionate about, and probably what I've brought with me from my previous roles. So my view is pretty simple: identify what young people earlier, understand why they're disengaging, and connect them to real jobs, apprenticeship or training. And we can do all of that through our hub, our careers hub, training, apprenticeships, careers advice, everything in one place. Bit of a one-stop shop for that. Finally, I'd just like to say, real outcome, and I think there's been press releases this week about it, about the Ignite programme that's been running for about 6 years. 36,000 young people have been helped to develop their enterprise skills at schools, and it's very pleasing to see that in the last 12 months there was an extra 1,000 places for that. So I think that's about, I've answered everybody's questions, or hopefully I have, and thank you very much.
Thank you. Moving on to item 6. Do we have any speakers? Councillor Hunt.
I didn't think I hit the buzzer quick enough then. There we go. Sorry about that. Very briefly, I just wanted to mention how it's fantastic that we have the Best Start programme. It's very similar, it seems a similar structure to the old Shore Start. And after talking to residents within Chasmore, which a family hub resides just outside of, many of those within Chasmore Division actually tend to, there were difficulties and a lot of issues with the previous Short Start programme and how it functioned, how it worked with the local authority. And the priority of the Best Start programme really is around prioritising the health of families and making sure that we have a healthier, better society. So really my question is, not to follow the mistakes previously with some of the Short Start programme, really is how does the Best Start strategy ensure that families support themselves? Thank you very much, Chair.
Councillor Hales.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Councillor Hunt. You've just stole my thunder there, but never mind. I just wanted to make a statement, actually, then, as well as an ex-foster parent. I'm pleased to see the Best Start Family Hub supporting families' independence. I always believe that children are best being with their natural families, and this supports that. Thank you.
Councillor Murray.
Thank you. It's a great shout-out for all this, but I would clearly and obviously like to pass this over to the Cabinet Member to reply on all these points. Thank you, Nick.
Councillor Aiken.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. The Best Start project, for want of a better description, there's one in Newcastle, one in the centre of the county, and one in the south of the county. And I had the pleasure with Councillor Higgins and Councillor bit more to go to the Newcastle Best Start to see the staff there and to understand exactly what they were doing and what services were being provided. Also in attendance was the Minister, Olivia Bailey, and the MP, Adam Jogi, who there was quite a round table discussion, and they were amazed at the work that goes on there and the services that we are providing there through Best Start. And they even praised the administration for the support that we gave. What's the difference between the Best Start and the Shoe Start? Well, the Best Start, really, it is all about the families and access, and close to my heart. I mean, the ladies in this room, mothers, grandmothers, aunts, you're very important, without a shadow of a doubt, to children. So are dads, granddads, brothers, uncles, and that was one of the themes that stuck out, that at the Best Start, they're encouraging dads in particular to come in and meet each other and work with the kids and learn from the services that are provided there. I mean, there's midwifery that's provided in the Best Start up at Newcastle. There's education. There's charities that are working out of there. There's a youth club which is run and very, very popular, which again, in stark contrast, the money for youth services has been stripped out over the years and it's been reintroduced gradually. So that's a sort of flavour of what there is available at the Best Start. And it is a fantastic... The staff just work their socks off. I can't praise it enough. You know, if I was a child, that's somewhere I'd want to go. You know, on an ad hoc basis, and I want my mum and dad to go to find out a little bit more. So, absolutely fantastic. I think that answers the questions that have been raised. If there's anything else, please ask, write to me. I'm more than happy to let you know more.
Thank you. Moving on to item 7. Do we have any speakers? No. Yeah, ma'am. Okay. Moving on to item 8. Do we have any speakers? Item 9. Any speakers? Councillor Humphreys.
Does the leader believe that 8.5 million is sufficient, given the financial pressures all residents are facing at present?
Thank you, Chair. Once again, my question's already been asked. Thank you.
Sir, Councillor Humphreys, to repeat the question. I didn't hear it. Sorry.
My apologies. I asked if you believe that 8.5 million is sufficient, given the financial pressures that all residents are facing at the moment.
Thank you. No, it's never sufficient, but I'm going to pass over to our Chairperson, Councillor Bagley, to reply to this.
Councillor Bagley.
Thank you. I'm sorry, can I ask for clarification on sufficient for what?
Crisis Resilience Fund. We're on the wrong item.
Can you put the microphone on, please, Councillor Humphreys?
On item 9, the Crisis Resilience Fund.
That's someone else's.
Councillor Lakin, are you speaking?
One landed in the lap of children and families portfolio. It's a grant from, or it's government funding, so we as a council do not supply any additional funding for it. Approximately £500,000 of that fund is for fuel, and individuals can apply for a grant towards their fuel if they fulfil the criteria. Is 8.5 million sufficient in today's financial climate. I don't think it will be, personally. I think with the financial climate that we've got, there are going to be a lot of hard-working families who are going to be short of money, and the government have got to try and find some way of finding that money. And I don't mean giving them the money. I mean reducing taxes, getting folk into work so they can earn more money. You know, we can't just give money to folk to sit on the backsides and do nothing. We need to encourage people to work, encourage them by lowering taxes, for example. So 8.5 million, no, I don't think it will be enough. Once the pot's gone, the pot's gone. And we as a council will not be held to finance anything over and above it.
Councillor Farrell, I believe you had a question.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Sorry, I was a little bit late putting the light on. It's slightly related, actually, to this Crisis Resilience Fund, and I'd like to ask the relevant Cabinet member if they'd help me to support a local charity called the Hygiene Bank. There's a base in Tamworth, but it covers my area in Fazeley. What they're doing is it's similar to a food bank, but it's giving out hygiene products like shower gel, shampoos, sanitary towels, toilet rolls, toothpaste to those that need it. And many of us in this room, I think, will be shocked to find out that there are lots of people living in our communities that haven't got basic hygienic products for them to use at home. I wasn't sure the scale of the problem until I put it on my Facebook page to promote them recently, and I was inundated by private messages from people all over the area where I live asking for help. I'm going to read one now, Mr. Chairman. I'm obviously going to keep their location and their name private, but it does highlight the problem that is amongst us. This message says, I live with my 3 teenage daughters. My 4th daughter passed away 22 months ago, 6 months after being diagnosed with a terminal brain tumour. I'm on PIP due to fibromyalgia, complex PTSD and anxiety if I go anywhere. Money is extremely tight. We have to go without toiletries, and I've struggled to keep up with the amount of sanitary towels needed for the 4 of us, which adds to the worry and the stress I'm already dealing with and supporting my girls through the grief from the loss of their daughter, my daughter and their sister. Please, could you help with any sanitary products that you have? I found that very sad in this day and age that we have people living in Staffordshire who can't provide sanitary products for their daughters. And I would like to promote the good work of the Tamworth Hygiene Bank. There are others in our county as well. But I'd like to ask the Cabinet anything they can do to support projects like that. I've offered them some money from my community fund, but I'm sure there are bigger things we can do. Currently, they operate from a 40-foot container on the back of an industrial estate in Tamworth. If we can help them with products or even spreading the word, I think they'd appreciate that. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
I'm sorry, my screen's lighting up now, and Councillor Murray has spoken, Councillor Lakin has spoken. I will take one more, and that's Councillor Baker. Thank you.
Thank you. Just a question on the Crisis Fund. Does adult social care receive any of the Crisis Fund, or I just want clarification on this, please.
Councillor Lakin, did you want to respond?
Can you just sort of clarify, does who? Was it? Yeah. It's over to you then, mate.
Councillor Humphreys.
Next up, it was answering what there, but it seems to be a bit of a trend this morning. We don't receive anything from the crisis funds in the health sector. However, I do believe that it crosses over into Councillor Lakin and that is that. But what we do have is the Warmer Home Programme, which is obviously funded, but it's bringing people that are so vulnerable, like the children, that are living in homes that are mouldy and that. It's giving funding to help prioritise those in need so that we can keep this momentum going where we're looking after our children, looking after the people that are less able and promoting the care of the people of Staffordshire, and that is one of the main things. I also, if I may, thank the opposition because there was a lot of really good questions I've taken today, and I would like to meet with, whether it's yourself, Mr White, or Councillor White, sorry, but I'll call you Mr White, because some of the things that have been brought up are really good points that I would want to discuss with the opposition and possibly take forward. But thank you.
Thank you. Moving, I won't take any more late questions on any further questions, so please get your fingers on those buttons. Right, item 10. Do I have any? Yes, Councillor Pert.
Thank you, Mr Chairman, and thank you for the details of the year-end position. I have to say, I read the first paragraph and I scratched my head, and then I scratched it a bit more, and then I reached for my dictionary, because I thought that the definition of a saving was something that was permanent, recurring reduction in the cost of providing a service or delivering an outcome. Usually results from changing the way that services are delivered, reducing costs, improving efficiency, or stopping an activity. That was the definition I got, and it's often built into future budgets because the lower cost is expected to continue. So that's the definition from the dictionary of a saving. The definition from the same dictionary of an underspend is spending less than the approved budget during a particular financial period. It may occur for many reasons, including delays or vacancies, projects slipping, lower demand or one-off events. It may be temporary and not repeated in future years. So, as far as I understand the £6 million, that isn't a saving, that's an underspend. And the two are fundamentally different. They're often mistaken and confused, but it gives a misleading perspective when you compare the two terms using the same dictionary. So then I looked at the detail a bit more. So this isn't a £6 million saving, it's a £6 million underspend. I think we can all agree on that based on the dictionary definition. But the reality is that the financial position was achieved through using £11.3 million worth of reserves. So actually it wasn't an underspend at all. It was actually an overspend of £5.3 million, Mr Chairman, which I thought was a bit of a surprising turn of events.
Councillor Broom.
Thank you, Mr Chairman. When I did hear about this, I thought the Cabinet have inherited a plan of spending, and because of their excellent due diligence, they've spent less by making savings. Your definition, that's fine. You might look at the literal definition. But if you have a pot of money and you spend less than it, then you've saved money by being more efficient, by changing the way you're working, by combining services, by looking at how money is spent and thinking, we can do that better. So I disagree with you. I think that the Cabinet have done a wonderful job, and I'd like to know from our leader, can he elaborate on that and some of the ways that he has saved money this year?
Councillor White.
Yep, thank you very much, Chair. So, Councillor Broom, you tossed the ball up and I will attempt to hit it. So, in terms of the underspend, £1 million of that underspend is because we paid less for our gas and electricity bills for all of our buildings than we had worked into our budget because the prices of gas and electricity have fallen. We had an underspend on our pay contingency because we didn't have to put up pay by quite as much as we thought, of £1.363 million. We had an underspend on concessionary bus fares because we didn't pay out as much in concessionary bus fares as we expected, of £1 million. We had an underspend on recruitment. I think it's about £1 million, but the Cabinet member might be able to tell me, because of the recruitment pools, which isn't a permanent state of affairs, it's just not filling vacancies at the moment, and I believe is not worked into the budget. The list goes on. It is not savings. I don't think there's anything in there that is actually a saving. The point that Councillor Pert made, though, about using reserves is important. It's perfectly fine to use reserves. That's a perfectly acceptable thing to do within a budget. But it is important to be transparent about that. Now, the £6.7 million, I think, pretty much matching the underspend in adult social care that's been spent, that was planned for a while ago. We knew that that was a likely occurrence. The overspend in families and children's is an unexpected thing that we've had to cover. That's what reserves are there for. That's absolutely fine. But I come back to the point I made earlier about spending reserves on lots and lots of things, because that money can only be spent once. So we're spending reserves on temporary repairs on potholes. We're spending reserves here. Next year, we have big financial challenges coming up in terms of calls on our budget that we weren't expecting a few years ago. And we've got to transform into new councils, which will be costly. So we need transparency on these things. Anybody who goes around saying that this council has made savings this year, I'm afraid, is at best gilding the lily quite heavily. This is just business as usual. There was about a £5 million underspend last year. Great. It doesn't affect the budget going forwards. So let's just be real, everybody. I'm not particularly interested in the political knockabout on this. What I'm concerned about is the amount of money that we have to spend on services, not just now, but if we fritter away all of our reserves and we're not clear about what we're doing, what are we handing over to those new councils? What financial position are we going to be in? This is serious stuff, everybody. So let's not play political games with it. Let's just be transparent about what we are actually doing. This is an underspend covered by reserves. There is nothing here that is permanent, other than the fact that we have lots of services to deliver and a big transformation to do, both of which are very expensive.
Councillor Greatrix.
Thank you, Chairman. I think I will pay a little bit of political gaming, because this saving is clearly not a saving. I don't know if Councillor Broom listened to the answer that Councillor Pert gave before he spoke, but clearly using reserves is not a saving, and it's been echoed by... Sorry? Okay. My issue really is that we were promised savings, and we've got a budget that was given by the Conservatives. It's basically the Conservative budget that's been achieved within 0.89%. It's not with any drastic changes of policy. We've seen nothing that can be demonstrated which has contributed to those savings. And I just go back to a previous quote, and this is the politicking. Richard Tice quoting last year that there were tens and tens and tens of millions of pounds in local government run by reform councils just by looking under the bonnet. We're yet to see them.
Councillor Griffiths.
Thank you, Chair. I would just like some clarification, please, about... I get a lot of residents saying, why don't we use this money for this? Why don't we use that money for that? But actually, from what I've heard, things get ring-fenced, and could I have some more information about that, please?
Councillor Farrell.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It's just a question of the leader. I know that LGR is mentioned in this piece, but I don't want to go too early. So do you know when we're going to be having this debate? And just a reassurance that it's going to be today, and then I won't say anything. Thank you.
Councillor Luca.
Yeah, I need this clarified. What didn't we actually stand here last year when, again, a particular group stated that they saved £60 million in savings, when in fact all they actually did was move it over to other services? So could that be clarified, please?
Councillor Murray.
Thank you. Firstly, if you keep seeing me leaning over and talking, I'm actually chasing up the moment I'm allowed to speak on LGR. That is every single time that disruption there. I am waiting just for that moment to give full clarification on that. It will be said and spoken on here today on that decision, regardless of what happens there, because I'm sorry, on this point, we all deserve a saying to hear it right here in these chambers, as it affects us all. So if they delay it, I will not. Can't say fairer than that one as yet. Just before I pass over, it is amazing that, again, claim everything to be their own in the past. Every single time they claim it over and to be the past. And we did raise the clever accounting, and we've had a saving. No, we haven't. Done it for years, and yet the budget, our budget is ours now. It's not following theirs. And just a point on actual English within reading this. They're saying it says a saving. It doesn't actually. It actually says the council underspent by 8.9% of its 753 million budget, resulting of a saving of just over 65 million. That English is quite different than claiming it to be a saving. So get it correct, please, before trying to make a political score point that does not even exist in the language. But I will now pass over to Councillor Bagley on those details.
Councillor Bagley.
I've got a donkey foot, so I do apologise. Yeah, thank you very much. I'd just like to cover a few points which I think answer all the questions mentioned by all the councillors. I just want to, before I start, to revisit that essentially when we're looking at the budgets and the work that we do, every pound we spend is residents' money, so we're constantly looking at using it in the best possible way to provide first-class services, particularly in the areas, as we know, that are very important, supporting vulnerable children, adults and looking after highways. Some of the words I've used are essentially semantics, in my opinion. We're looking at maximising efficiencies, creating sometimes cashable savings, sometimes efficiency and not cashable savings. So I'd like to just run through some examples of the work that we have been doing before I move on to the actual figures. Examples of reduced spending, looking at the FTEs, the full-time employees, using fewer agencies, fewer consultancies, and also imposing a design authority to make sure that we're not over-recruiting and increasing the employee numbers by even more than was in the previous administration. We're looking at improving productivity, looking at the processes, the systems, utilisation of digital technology, AI and AI agents to improve the efficiency. We're looking at demand management, early intervention and savings down the line. And we're also looking at structural efficiencies and reorganisation in service teams. Now, some of these, I appreciate the figures looking forward are semantics, but let's not forget an underspend is an underspend. Now, with the backdrop of CPI, which at the end of the year was 3.5%, and employers' national insurance rates that went up from 13.2% to 15%, that, in theory, in net terms, creates an even bigger underspend. So it's not to be underestimated and not to play semantics over. A couple of other points. Councillor Griffiths mentioned about, he gets asked the questions about why don't you use underspends in certain areas. Yes, you kind of answered your own question. They are ring-fenced. For example, the DSG is a particular area that's ring-fenced, so we're not able to just use the reserves in that area. It was referred to about pressures down the line. We're all aware there is an ongoing pressure due to come around in children and families, but it's actually documented that under the previous administration, the existing arrangements was not fit for purpose. That was kicked down the road, and we are now addressing that, and we are going to be addressing the overspend that's coming as a result of that, but we're doing it to make sure that we look after vulnerable children in Staffordshire, and it will all be taken care of within the MTFS. I think I've answered the questions there, but please shout out if not. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Murray?
May I? No.
I've just been informed that the Government have just made an announcement in relation to LGR. I will invite the Leader to say a few words, and then I will invite the Leader of the Opposition to say a few words. Thank you. Councillor Murray.
Thank you. For those watching in the gallery and the press, the conversation back and forth is we've been waiting for this announcement all this morning. I was actually informed just after 9:30 this morning of this decision on the local government reorganisation for Staffordshire. To say last minute is an understatement. To say once again that Labour, as they did when they announced the White Paper in December, they announced it and broke up for Christmas. Well, they've just done the same again. They've announced it and now they go and break up for the summer. I find that telling, to say the least, on this. Remember, this devolution white paper came through with no public mandate. It was not mentioned in any electioneering for the general election. It was just denounced upon this country in December. And that's just disgraceful. No public mandate, no democracy at all now, just enforced. And on that, I know we are very much agreed on across this chamber. We put through a plan from the County Council. And as I stated, I'll reiterate these words so you really understand what I was meaning, because I actually knew at that time when I put this plan through that they'd do this trick. And it's why I'd use the football metaphor, because I knew it would be during the World Cup. And I put that East-West plan through, and I actually said, so please listen again. We were told to play their game. So we followed. We followed and played by their rules. We even used their referee. That's the Housekeeping, the same as the government used. And came up with the best financial option, the best choices, as stipulated in their rules. And I still call foul because it does not represent Staffordshire. It was in the opening line how we all automatically felt about this. And it has to be really, really understood how we feel about this. So we've had the details come through, and I'll go straight to that before I bring up some extra points. So the announcement has just been made that this will be a two-unitary area of the North Staffordshire Unitary and a South Staffordshire Unitary Authority. North Staffordshire shall be as the district and borough county of Newcastle, Staffordshire Moorlands and the city of Stoke-on-Trent. And then the South Staffordshire contain the rest of East Staffordshire, Lichfield, Tamworth, Cannock, Stafford and South Staffs. That will be the line, that north-south split of two unitaries. Just to give so you all understand the detail of that, North Staffordshire has a population of 487,000 people. The South Unitary has a population of 674,000. I've also been told how many unitary councillors there will be for each area. For North Staffordshire will be 84 unitary councillors. That's about 5,800 per unitary. The South will only have 92. That's 7,300 per. So, again, less representation in that South per population, which does concern me. Disaggregation of this is about 8,000 to 10,000 again, so it's 7.5 million disaggregation cost on year one. The predicted recurring benefits is about 21.3 million, payback period on our initial assessments of 3.6 years. So from year 5 onwards, the financial benefit to running these two unitaries to the two system we have now is 28.4 million, and every year thereon. I'm not quite sure on that benefit will be anywhere near that high, because what they do not stipulate there, it's still going to be a two-tier system, because we'll still have a strategic authority yet to be put on top of that one. So it's not quite as accurate as you say it, and that is the problem with this. The problem we've had with this whole thing, it's going across all the counties, and it's something we have to be really very aware of, that right now there are judicial reviews, legal challenges to the decisions made by this government in this country on unitary authorities. And I'll go back to the football metaphor. They set out a game, set of rules you should abide by. But they kept changing them. It said I'd be close to 500,000. Then, oh no, you could have lower. I still have the email. I'm very sorry there's been confusion over having, you could have a smaller authority. The guideline is still closer to 500,000 or over. And then they go and give Hampshire 240-something thousand unitaries and 5 that nobody asked for. So there are governance reviews happening. I just only wish we had VAR to go back and look at the changes they have done. Because they've changed this from a devolution white paper into pure political mapping in some parts of this country. And that's all they've done with this. But we do have a serious amount of work now to do ahead. And this is the issue that across all our district boroughs, in these chambers that we have to depoliticise and start working together, because the work that comes ahead now, whether you want this, you do not want this, whether you agree or not, sort of becomes a moot point, because it is happening, it's being enforced on us, and therefore we have a duty to deliver so no person, no resident, no business or environment in this county gets hurt, damaged because of this process we now have to fit through. So on that one, I hope that all leaders, I'm pretty sure all councillors in this chamber will work with. Some of the real work is huge. It is a huge drain on resources, cost and timing on our officers and senior team, especially here at the Staffordshire County Council. We have been leading with the P&O, the Project Management Office, doing most of the work, pre-work for all this. We'll have to have 151 officers. We'll have to do the HR, the payroll system, the IT systems, which is vast. Now, this we can all do instantly. We'll be setting up voluntary committees to work through these programmes together, and hopefully they will work through together, just so we can get this in place. If we get this wrong, if people play politics with this, people's lives, health and businesses will be in danger. No matter how much we do not want it, do not need it, do not like it, we still have to deliver this. Please, everybody, remember that. We have to deliver this. The alternative is not worth thinking of. We have great relationships with Stoke. It's a shame that back in '95 Stoke was removed out of Staffordshire. At least that comes in. There is concerns over its debt, its impact that will have within the North Unitary. There is no answer on that. We have very little answers on the extra processes or abilities we'll have. But the biggest non-answer we still have on this, before I pass over, because I could speak on this for days actually, and I'll try not to, in fact I'll put that down, is devolution. Is that foundational strategic authority. Now, this is one I know we have absolute cross-party support on, across the whole county, that we want a single Staffordshire boundary. And we have no decision on that. If that changes at any level, we could be in serious financial trouble. If they bring in Shropshire, who is already in serious financial deficit, forget Stoke's debt, doesn't come close to the impact that can have, what we have to have. My other concern, as I mentioned earlier, is our new PM-elect, Andy Burnham's claim on Stoke to be part of Manchester. Do we now go into Cheshire, who, of course, have started their devolution and have already hit financial difficulties, because that's what it will do. No, we'll deliver for the county, and I'm pretty sure on that one, across all boundaries, we'll just get on with the job and do it. And I look forward to open meetings with the leader of the Conservatives to work with it. I'll open the same offer to all leaders of districts and boroughs. I've already had several conversations with the leader of Stoke City Council, and I hope we can just make this with the least damage and financial cost to the people of Staffordshire as we possibly can. I'll leave it open, and of course any questions people want to ask as well.
Councillor White.
Thank you very much, Chairman. Before I make my remarks upon this news, I'd just like to establish whether we're going to be able to have a debate across the chamber on this today. I know it will make it a long meeting, but I'm sure there are plenty of other members who'd like to have their say on this. So I'll leave that question sitting there, and perhaps we can come back to that in a moment. This ministerial announcement, which has been snuck in literally hours before Parliament rises for the summer, is emblematic of the way that this Labour government has gone about this process of local government reorganisation. Something that was not in their manifesto, something which we will all remember came up shortly after Labour's first disastrous budget as one of their distraction tactics, so that we wouldn't look at how badly they were doing. It has no democratic mandate at all in Staffordshire. A public consultation on which of the options you do not want, with no option to stay the same, is not democratic. There is no mandate for this whatsoever. I agree with Councillor Murray that the most important thing we have to do is to be responsible and put the interests of our residents first, even if the Labour government has chosen not to do that. We need to work together on this, and we need to work with our colleagues in Stoke-on-Trent City Council and our districts and boroughs to try and make this change that has been forced upon us happen in the way that has the least negative impact on our residents. The detail at the moment is scant, unfortunately, in terms of the ministerial statement. What a surprise. So now we'll have 6 weeks where our MPs can scuttle away and hide, a bit like Mr Burnham is determined to do. But we need to ask those questions. And I will speak to the Leader of the Council about this after this meeting, but I think we need to get on the front foot with this, particularly with our MPs, all of whom are going to be held to account by their electorates for what they have done or have not done to speak up for Staffordshire people in terms of this. I think we need to get on the front foot with them and with the new government. We have lots of questions we need answers to. The timetable for this is vanishingly short. We are supposed to have elections for these new councils next May, with the new councils vesting the year after. We talk in this chamber a lot about all of the challenges we have simply in our day-to-day business. We've talked about a lot of them today, and we are heaping this on top of it with no democratic mandate. It is completely unacceptable to do it in this way. But what we can do as Staffordshire people is we can come together, we can support one another, never mind about party politics on this one. Within our county, we're all Staffordshire folk. We will do what is best for our people. We will work together, and we will make the best of this.
Thank you. I will open this up to debate. 30 minutes at most. We've only got a couple of people who've put their lights on, and then after that, then we'll have lunch. So we'll start with Councillor Cooper.
Thank you, Chairman. Having been in this process at the beginning, I concur with my colleagues. I think unanimity in this chamber is what we want. We've never wanted this LGR process put upon us by the Labour government. We never asked for it. It didn't have a mandate. The people of Staffordshire were never asked. It is a sad day for the people of Staffordshire. It really is. We've followed the rules and criteria that they laid out. We never agreed with it from the beginning. We can debate about the models that came out, but we believe in a whole Staffordshire, a single Staffordshire, one county, not split into various parts or factions whatsoever. I find it disgraceful that the MPs have gone down this route, and and I would say Prime Minister to be. I'm not quite sure. I'm just looking at the Local Government Chronicle here, and this is from 2 days ago. They're not even sure, reading this, that Andy Burnham will survive him coming in as a Prime Minister. So we're in this position of flux, uncertainty. We don't know what Andy Burnham will want to do. According to the figures here, I have no reason to doubt them. They are saying that it's £900,000 per council. That's basically peanuts to try and do this whole process. It's going to be a complete and utter mess, and it will provide so much trauma, dislocation and imposition on the residents and people of Staffordshire, and I think the whole process is wrong.
Thank you. Councillor Farrell.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Last night I went to bed fairly depressed after the England game, and this morning I'm more than depressed. I'm furious at this. How dare the government impose this on Staffordshire when nobody has asked for it? We represent an area that has run a two-tier council system for over 50 years, and despite political differences, generally it's worked. Now, the arguments for LGR are at best weak, but I'm sure it's all around financial savings. Well, I'd love to see those savings, Mr. Chairman. I just don't think they exist. In fact, I think that our local residents are going to be worse off because of it. Look at our areas that are turning to parish councils in a desperate bid to try and save their assets. So now all of our residents in Tamworth, for example, are faced with a choice, Hobson's choice, of do I save my assets or do I pay more council tax? All of us are going to be paying more tax as a result of this. There's going to be no savings. We're going to be losing what makes Staffordshire great, in my opinion. And residents in Stonydelph, in Tamworth, will be having their planning decisions made in Stafford, almost an hour away. That's added on to the fact, of course, the government are now taking away our planning controls, effectively taking away any sort of councillor-led decisions and trying to make it all central. So what's the point of councils? Effectively, the government is saying, we know better, we'll do it for you. I think that we should, I agree with what's been said, make the best of this. We've got no other choice. This has been thrust upon us and our residents. So, yes, we'll make the best of it. Yes, we'll come out the other side, hopefully with two strong unitary councils looking after Staffordshire. But has anybody on the doorstep over the last 12 months said, do you know what I really want, Councillor Farrell? I want local government reorganisation. No. They want big issues. They want lower council tax. They want better services. They want their bins emptied on time. And that's what they want from their council. They don't care who runs it and how it's cut up. They want it done well. So we need to make sure that we get this right. We need to make sure that we do it well. Our residents are owed that, and I really hope that the local MPs around here that have actually campaigned against this. You know, my local MP in Lichfield, a local MP in Tamworth, they wanted a smaller unitary. And that's what I wanted as well. I wanted democracy closer to our residents. So what does it say about our local MPs, Labour MPs I might add, that have been ignored by their government? Even they can't sway them. So I'm furious about this, Mr. Chairman, and I really hope that we make the best of it. And I worry that the people that are going to be damaged most are our residents. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Jones.
Thank you, Chair. This has already been repeated, so on both sides it's been repeated. So something that has been mentioned, however, what do we know about devolution? Does Cannock Chase District also have a future? Because we feel like we are forgotten as well. And obviously we do have to think about our parishes and town councils, which has also been repeated, but thank you, Chair.
Councillor Peart.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to associate myself with the comments of both leaders. And I'm not going to replay the arguments of the last 18 months because, frankly, the decision's been made. I'd be wasting my breath. Instead, I want to focus on some of the impacts on our local residents, because that's where the majority of the impacts will fall, on our local residents and on our employees. And it's going to make recruitment to public sector, which is already difficult enough as it is, and retention now significantly harder. It's going to make the job that we need to do one of leadership, of leading our staff to make sure that they are in the best place possible to be able to work with us and put their shoulder to the wheel to deliver this, because that's the outcome that we've been given. And if we don't focus in on our staff, then we will be all the poorer for it. In a separate vein, I have to say I'm pleased the government didn't go down the route of breaking up individual district and borough councils, and they've left the boundaries intact, particularly in Stafford, because I think that was unnecessary and needless work. But if it's coming, we have an obligation to make it work for our residents. But we, as part of that obligation, need to push for greater devolution. You know, we've talked long and hard today about skills and education. And if we're going to make this work, if we're going to have to go through significant seismic change, then let's do it with the full tool set in the box. Because to do it without that seems to me to be farcical. So we need to push for greater devolution of skills and education. We need a roadmap, long-term, not short-term, long-term, for health alongside social care. And we also need a plan from the government about ensuring that we have funding for social care. We need that strategic combined authority to come at the same stage, and those are the things we should be urgently demanding from government if this is the thing they expect us to deliver.
Thank you. Councillor Lakin.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Personal view, I don't want it. Staffordshire should stay as Staffordshire, as a whole, and I think everybody in the room is agreed with that stance. What's the benefit of having two authorities? Everything's duplicated. And the trauma that we're going to go through to create another tier or another children and families, north or south. We're going to create another education department, north or south. It's just a waste of money, a total, complete and utter waste of money. And who's going to pick up the bill? It's not those fat cats that are sitting in Westminster. It's the people of Staffordshire that are going to pick up that bill. And we shouldn't be paying that. We need to get, as Councillor White has said, and as Councillor Murray has said, we need to get into the ribs of the politicians and say, we in Staffordshire do not want this. And the people that can do that, as well as us, are the people of Staffordshire. So we need to campaign with the people of Staffordshire and say, let's stand up for Staffordshire. Let's go and fight to have one Staffordshire. As simple as that.
Councillor Coles.
Thank you, Chair, members. Just really echoing everybody else's frustration, and obviously we knew it was coming. I think we all hope maybe they'd reconsider if they have changes. I think what concerns me the most is I went to the House of Commons for a round table, talked about how Staffordshire is massively underfunded, overlooked, and when I asked the Minister a direct question on if you don't give us the foundational strategic authority or the mayoral seat, does that mean we miss out? What will happen? No reply. So I don't believe they know what they're doing. I'm speaking very politically here. Labour, every time they come in, they ruin the economy. So they're going to now ruin Staffordshire. And as you say, it's the Staffordshire residents and us that pick it up. And I just think it's a real travesty. And I just think we need to do the right thing, and we'll just carry on lobbying and making sure. And I'm going to miss my northern colleagues, really, because I do feel we're better together.
Councillor Allen.
Thank you. Yeah, I was opposed to this at the start. I oppose it now. Staffordshire's not broken. It doesn't need fixing. This isn't reform. This has been rammed down our necks by the Labour government. And I oppose it in every way, shape or form. Everything else has already been said, and I agree with everybody. This is not for Staffordshire. Thank you.
Councillor Hunt.
Perfect. Thank you so much, Chair. Really, my concern, after speaking to residents in Chadsmore over the large amount of time, is the representation. And the representation now where district allows for those, when you elect a district councillor, that district councillor focuses on issues of that district solely. And within each district has a culture. Tamworth has its own culture, Cannock has its own culture, and within that district there's several other cultures. By having now all of these councils then merged into one another, for me, and I think for a lot of residents, there's a fear of losing a level of one, local culture, and also local priorities within the area. So, for example, the needs of what maybe Lichfield requires or Tamworth requires is very different from what people in Cannock require. And Cannock has many very unique needs, as actually probably similar to Tamworth in some ways, in terms of deprivation, which aren't seen in certain other areas. There's levels of deprivation everywhere, I understand that, but in terms of density and the effects of that, my fear is now we're going into this where we have, for example, in Chasmore, there is no parish council, there is no representation already set up, unlike in other areas of Cannock. So we're going into this with no parish council, preparing for representation. Everyone's going to be scrambling onto who's going to represent what area. We don't know the boundaries of these parish council for this to represent the residents appropriately locally within Cannock Chase. And then going forward, in terms of, I just wanted to really ask not only about the parishes, but Leader, if you could ask, or if you know the answer, if I misheard, about the constituencies. It's not going off constituencies, it's going off of the actual boundaries of the previous districts. That's what I wanted to ask. So thank you so much for your time, Chair.
Thank you. If you can try and limit what you say down to a couple of minutes, because we've got a number of speakers here, and we've got 15 minutes left, and I do want to finish off with the leaders' statements. Councillor Griffiths.
Oh, thank you, Chair. Like everyone else, I've never wanted this to happen, but realising that they were going to ram it down our throats, I started to prepare myself. And I thought,
it's going to be one of two options. It's going to be either the option we put forward, east-west, or it's going to be the option that the Moorlands put forward of a greater north. But no, they haven't done that. They've just gone with the Stokes plan, where we unevenly split the population, massively unevenly split the geographical area of this county, and basically leave us guys with a lot of the debt. But yes, like you said, I'll keep it short. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Bagley.
You say Bagley? Yeah. Thank you, Chair. Oh, sorry, I'm struggling again with the foot. I don't know if to say everything that we've not already said before. I mean, I think we're all on the same wavelength here. But I think it's important to register my, I guess, disappointment. And I'm up in the constituency which is Stoke-on-Trent South and Stoke-on-Trent North and Stoke-on-Trent Central, which of course is essentially Stoke-on-Trent Council. But the extreme disappointment that, bearing in mind that none of the residents seem to want this, none of the councillors, certainly within this chamber, seem to want it, that not once did the local MPs in my area think to start objecting about it. They all seem to just follow the flow of going ahead with it, until only recently, amazingly enough, they're suddenly starting to make token gestures about, oh, we're going to lose our local identity. But it is far too late. They should have been listening to feedback from the councillors, listening to feedback from the residents, and start objecting before it was too late, which is now, and it's been enforced upon us. Thank you.
Councillor Wallens.
Thank you, Chairman. Good afternoon to you all. And I'm going to keep this short and sweet because a lot of the things I wanted to say have already been mentioned and I don't want to repeat things. But I do share the frustration and the upset of the councillors in mind, and obviously I share Councillor Lakin's views of LGR shouldn't happen. Staffordshire should be kept in one. But on the flip end of the coin, and hopefully Councillor Murray can agree with me on this, that it's a good job the three-way split that was proposed by most of the districts and borough councils was not implemented. And based off the plans itself, it looks like, obviously it's not set in writing yet, that it'd be a north-south mayor authority and won't let places like Lichfield and other areas going into the West Midlands Combined Authority. Thank you.
Councillor Tagg.
Thank you, Mr Chairman. I won't repeat all that's been said, and also what was said while I was out of the room. I was giving an interview on Radio Stoke for my views while I was out of the room, and somebody did text me and say that I'd really had a right go at these proposals on Radio Stoke, so listen back if you wish. I think Councillor Farrell has been a bit, for me, gracious to his local MPs. I can't be the same about my MP, and I think I agree with the colleague across there who mentioned about his local MPs. What we've had from Adam Jogi MP...
I'm sorry, this is... please carry on.
Thank you. If I may continue. Yes, so our MP, and a lot of people think this in Newcastle, I certainly do, Adam Jogi, has ducked and dived throughout this process. He's actually attacked people that have been trying to campaign against this. And I think he should consider his position, I think, as an MP. We see a lot about by-elections, do we not? From both the Labour Party and also the Reform leader. Mr Jogi didn't stand on this platform at the 2024 general election, and he's failed to stick up for Newcastle, and the current decision, which we've seen today, is an example of that failure. I think what I would like to ask, though, the Leader of the Council, I've put forward a proposal to Newcastle Borough Council earlier today that we have a special meeting to discuss ways that we can work with, hopefully, the County Council and others on ways to fight this through a judicial review. Other council areas such as Essex, Hampshire, Norfolk, Suffolk and Portsmouth have been discussing judicial reviews and other ways. So I would ask the Leader if he would consider taking that on board and also talking to the Leader of Newcastle Borough Council, Jonathan Gullis, about a joint action to try and prevent this from happening.
Thank you. Just to clarify, Councillor Broom, this is not a voting matter. Councillor Luca.
Again, I'm going to keep this short because I agree with what everybody's saying in this room. effectively what this Labour government done is actually killed Staffordshire if this goes ahead. And that is disgusting. My greatest fear now is, and I'm going to use Tamworth, they're already trying to have a fire sale of the assets in Tamworth. And all this is going to do now is it's just going to make a fire sale county-wide. The parish council they're trying to set up in Tamworth has already actually stated that it's going to be so small it can't actually protect any assets, and that includes the heart of Tamworth, our castle. So we're going to lose this thanks to this ridiculous, government. That's all I'm going to say on it.
Okay, I'm going to take two more and then we go to our leaders. Councillor Brown.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll try not to repeat. I agree with everything that's already been said, mostly. Very sad day breaking up Staffordshire. And I do want to just highlight, in Eagle Forest Division, there are 9 parish councils. Parish councils are crucial to the communities we live in. And I have worried parish councillors who said that the government didn't even realise that a lot of them don't actually have residents voting for them, standing on those parish councils making decisions. They're often co-opted, that means they're not voted on, and the parish councillor that spoke to me said they're worried that it become fractured, politically motivated, and people will stand for their own means. And also, where's the money going to come from? Is it going to increase precept? And how are they going to raise the money? But how are they going to spend money, which often they don't have the knowledge and experience. But to add, I do believe that mostly very successful parish councillors to say that. But 2 things. Is anyone in government listening to this, since they misunderstood what parish councils do and how they voted? And secondly, for your information, and I put it as polite, constructive messaging to the Labour MPs who are doing road shows this summer. Thank you.
Councillor Hall.
Thank you, Chair. I've always said I had my concerns about this process, but my priority has and remains protecting local services, ensuring communities have a voice and make sure any savings claimed are real and transparent. The decision has been made. The focus must be on making sure that Staffordshire residents get the best possible outcome. That means protecting frontline services, keeping accountability as close to communities as possible, and delivering genuine value for the taxpayers. We must use this opportunity to strengthen the economy and skills investment. So really, whatever the structure, my job remains the same, to stand up for residents and make sure their voices are heard.
Councillor Murray.
Thank you. Quite a few clarity points on this. Just so you all understand, the 28th of this month, we will be holding a scrutiny meeting on this. I'd already pre-booked that in readiness for that. Hopefully we'll have more detail and be able to go fully into the detail, and that scrutiny is where it belongs as well, to hit that detail. That I made sure was in straight away. Just to understand that the timescale we have here, we will not even know the structural order until the autumn from government. We have months to do something that areas like Cheshire have been talking about for 10 years. And we will have 6-7 months. It's a huge, mammoth operation that they're asking of us. And all the points raised are serious. And some of the key points that we need to look at. I'll hit some of the rumours I've heard that even will Burnham repealed the 1974 Act so he can extend to where he wants to make this super powerhouse in the north, to take away our second city of Birmingham, to make it Manchester, chop out and split Staffordshire, a point I actually made in December 2024, before I had even joined Reform. I made that point. The costing of this is immense. The adult child, the social care bill is 70% of our budget. This doubles it. If you have 3, it would triple it. Your fixed costs do not have scale of economics for this. And it is why the CCN had been highlighting so much why so many authorities will be going 114 or into special measures by the end of 2028, and it was down to those numbers. So to have gone for a 3 or even the 4, just the political one, just to highlight their own town, was irresponsible, silly politicisation. I'm sorry to say that. The front desk to local government should and must still exist in the areas it still does. And I highlight that for areas that do not have their community hubs. Newcastle, Castle House, an amazing community hub. Selstaff's, Cotswold House, an amazing community hub. But we need these in every single area, and some maybe even 2, just because of their sheer size. And I'm thinking primarily East Staffordshire as well. We need a main one and probably a second one, just because of the size it covers. We need these everywhere, and I'll speak about my own town of Cannock, that is going under full town centre regeneration, or I call it actually decimation of what's going there. They've not looked at the Devolution Act or where that body would now sit, and it's a great example that we all must look at. Now, this is an ask to all authorities again. Some Stafford, Tamworth are going for a super parish, basically to replace their district borough with a one single parish council and call it a town council. I'm sorry, that's irresponsible. It's irresponsible and silly. You have other areas already selling off their assets, as I called it, the risk of the fire sale. Everything must go. The giveaway of assets of property in spite just because I will not allow another authority to have it. Again, irresponsible, because when the unity comes into force, you'll now have to go and use taxpayers' money to go and rent that space. Don't do actions in spite. It is a serious point that must all remember. Do not give away the people's assets because you do not want another authority to have it. And we must push forward to make our front desk more of that community hub that we've seen 2 great ones in our county and many others across the country on. We will have the more detail coming on through. The last final point I must actually make just before we run out of time is we've had multiple ministers on LGR and devolution. We now have a new PM about to be bestowed upon us. Will this all change again? We have legal challenges happening on all this. And yet we'll still continue to work. This will cost the taxpayer millions, just in Staffordshire alone. Without clarity, without conviction, this will actually continue. If the actual government's reviews and legal challenges come through, it will all be stopped. It's irresponsible, it's wasteful, and if it is stopped, then those acting right now out of selfish and spite with large super parishes and giving away their assets, the judgment will be on you.
Thank you. Councillor White.
Thank you very much, Chair. I think usually this would be the other way around, but I don't think I'm going to say anything Councillor Murray will particularly need to respond to. I'd like to thank colleagues for their contributions to this debate. It has pretty much exclusively been on one theme, hasn't it, which is the best interests of Staffordshire, something that we all care about deeply here. I think moments like this give you renewed focus, and suddenly some of the things that you spend your time arguing about suddenly don't seem quite as important, do they? We all have a new role now. We're all midwives to 2 new councils that will serve between the 1.2 million people and do some incredibly important things for those people. There are thousands and thousands of those people, tens of thousands, who rely on these authorities for things that are essential to their lives. We need to get this right. The last time this was done was the 1970s, so it's a 50-year thing. Whether any of us will still be around the next time it's done, who knows? We have to get this right. We will work together on this. I think as a council now, we need to focus on 2 things. The first is delivering the services that we have to deliver and making sure we do that well to the end point of this council. And then the second is making sure that those new councils take over those roles as seamlessly as possible and deliver them well. Anything else, frankly, I'm going to be asking myself, why on earth are we doing it? But thank you once again to everybody here. I think we've set a good standard in this discussion about how we will take this forwards. And I look forward to speaking to my colleagues on the opposite side of the room about this in the very near future. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll now have a 3/4 of an hour lunch break, so please convene back in here at 2 o'clock. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Right, going back to the leader's statement. Item 11. Do we have any speakers, please? Councillor Hunt.
Thank you very much, Chair. Just 2 seconds. I wrote notes just before we left, so I can remember what I was thinking about. There we are. Right. So, where we left off, so skills for growth plan. So, what I wanted to say before going into what I really wanted to discuss and ask really is I wanted to say how I kind of echo the words of what Councillor Lakin has stated around actually the previous resource within the programme about actually having a priority and getting more fathers involved. I think being a new father myself last year, I think having fathers being more involved in the process of upbringing and developing children's futures is really important. I think it has a massive effect on future life outcomes. And I also wanted to, because it's similar to a further previous discussion, I wanted to associate myself with the words of Councillor Murray and Councillor Pert, as again, with the amount of needs within the education system, not in the education system, sorry, needs within society as large, it's having a real issue with getting that development going into the future. So really, going forward from this piece, what I really wanted to go into was kind of what are really the measures that are being put in place to support our residents to access high-quality training and employment opportunities. Thank you, Leader. Thank you, Chair.
Councillor Holland.
Thank you, Mr Chairman. Of the stated £150 million ambition, only £40 million is secured. So can the Leader clarify why the figure of £150 million is being presented as a single total, rather than distinguishing actual secured funding from a funding bid that may not succeed? And on that note, what happens to the plan's 4 priority areas if the £110 million bid to government is unsuccessful?
Councillor Farrell.
Thank you, Chair. I do welcome the ambition of the Cabinet member. I think it's always very important, especially with what we've heard this morning about LGR, that we inject some skills and some growth into our communities. Growth, I would say, is the one word our new Prime Minister needs to get into his head. But I would like to invite the Cabinet member to come and take the long journey down to Wall Island and to come and see Lichfield South, a thriving business park, a combination of blue-chip companies, hotels, restaurants, gyms. It's a really thriving development in Lichfield, and it's expanding all the time, Mr Chairman. So I'd like to invite him along to see the good work we're doing in Lichfield. Thank you.
Councillor Hodges.
Thank you very much, Chair. And I welcome the ambition to secure £150 million to support skills training and employment. So can the Cabinet member please explain why the County Council believes further investment in Staffordshire's colleges is so important?
Councillor White.
Good afternoon, everybody. So, similarly, I welcome the ambition of this. It's a good refresh on the skills strategy that I took through this council in 2023, and it's nice to see it refreshed 3 years later. I think the question really, and it's a question we're going to be asking ourselves a lot now, is how does this relate to the LGR position? I think it's great if we can attract more investment into our county, but how are we sure that what we have here is fit for purpose in the new world that we're hurtling towards? I trust that the Cabinet member will have a good answer to that. I know he's a thorough man, but I think it would be good if we had it aired here today. Thank you.
Councillor Murray.
Thank you. This is a topic very close to my heart. When I first came in, it was something that, under my previous portfolio delivering, it is a bit disingenuous again to try and claim credit for this one. I mean, this is part of the Get Britain Working programme as well. A new programme, one that we've delivered, procured, set all out and put in new infrastructure in place. The essence of why that was so hard has been down to lockdown, down to shutting everywhere down. What happened is, and it's part of the funding issue that we have, and the system we have with funding, is a lot of these extra companies that give the early skills, and also within our college, it's the way they are funded. And believe it or not, it's a year in lieu is how they get funded. They are told to expand, to take on more students, more people, give more education, but they have to cover that first year themselves, and then they get paid for what they have the next year, what they've delivered. This causes a huge funding gap, and due to the lockdown, where many of these other companies that do fantastic work, they scale down. And now they've been told to scale right back up in 1 year, but they do not get any extra funding until year 2. And that has caused an issue, and that was down to the lockdown issues that we had. But again, this Get Staffordshire Working programme, part of the Get Staffordshire Working, is something we are so proud to be delivering, because it really does hit those that need it most. That needs that youth unemployment, that forgotten generation, youth left on the shelf is what will happen without this. So I'm really, really happy for it. And the final point before I pass it over to Councillor Hall on this. The problem we have, we mentioned it earlier, and it does fully come under LGR, and it's something we're really working on hard. We mentioned it earlier, our colleges are full to bursting. They're overloaded beyond belief. Decades worth of underfunding. Goes back long before the last admin. This goes back into last century even, realistically. But they're being filled up with people doing level 2, level 3 English and maths. And that is wrong, and we need a high level of funding for our schools, because our schools cannot deliver without the funding that other areas have. And that means we have a huge loss of early education that our colleges that should be further education and skills are having to pick up the slack on. And that's just wrong, and that's part of that forgotten Staffordshire. But for those details that were asked on, I'll pass over to Councillor Hall.
Councillor Hall.
First answer, I think. I mean, although I risk being a little repetitive, so I'll try and cut that down. Really, regarding the money, 40 million is secured, and yet the rest of it is an ambition. I'm not going to apologise for being ambitious, and if we don't get it, then we'll have to reprioritise and look at it again. I've been to the colleges. I've heard the business case. We've done a balanced assessment, put a very strong case forward. What the government does, of course, is, as we've already found out, is unknown at the moment. So, going back to the other item, I'd be delighted to go and visit those businesses with Councillor Farrell. And yes, I think that's probably all the answers. Thank you.
Thank you. Item 12, do we have any speakers? Item 13, any speakers? Councillor Doherty.
Thank you. The government reforms place a strong emphasis on educating more children with SEND in mainstream schools. How will the council ensure this is driven by children's needs and parental choices rather than on financial pressures?
Councillor Humphreys-Son.
Thank you, Chair. Does the leader agree with me that it's vital that every effort be made so that children with SEND can access mainstream schooling before being sent to specialist SEND schools, many of which are miles away from those where their family lives? Thank you.
Councillor Luca.
Yeah, it's more of a statement than a question. I'd just actually like to say a big thank you for the work that actually our cabinet team have actually done on this, and the fact that obviously we've made SEND from day one a priority of this administration.
Councillor White.
Yeah, thank you very much, Chairman. So, as I mentioned earlier, when I was trying really hard to find something positive about the new Labour government, I think it is good that they have grasped the nettle in terms of SEND reform. We've got a system that, whilst it was created with good intentions, is completely unworkable, and we've known that for years. And we have been campaigning in Staffordshire for a change to that system for a very long time. So it's very welcome that we've got the first elements of that coming, in this local area SEND reform plan that the government has requested of us. I have read. It's eminently sensible, and I very much hope that it's agreed. so that we will get the 90% of our SEND deficit written off. I think the concerns that I have that sit underneath that, though, are what comes next. And this is what I welcome the Cabinet members' views on. We'll still have 10% of that deficit that we will be left with. But then, if I've understood the offer from government correctly, we then have 2 years of an unreformed system where that deficit will build up again. And I'm sure she's got the number for how much that's anticipated to be. I believe it's quite an eye-watering sum just from those 2 years. So what measures are we taking to lobby government to provide us with a settlement for that period of time? They've said they'll take on the burden after that. I think it's from 2029. But what are we going to do about that interim period? It's one of those things that has been put upon us by government, one of these great themes from today. But I'd really welcome knowing what we're going to do about it. Thank you.
Councillor Murray.
Thank you. There are absolutely huge financial pressures on the SEND, and there has been for some years, and it is getting worse. We do wait, obviously, for the new reform on the SEND, but again, we're just waiting on this government to give us the detail on that one as well. But I would actually like to just to thank my MP, Josh Newbury, for personally praising Councillor Higgins for the work we have done here at Staffordshire County Council on the Hagley Park Academy. And I'd like to reiterate his thanks to that amazing work that you've done. But to give over the details of those questions, Councillor Higgins.
Councillor Higgins.
I have written down some of them. My pen ran out, so I couldn't finish off. But it is a big issue, as you know, Councillor White, and thank you, Councillor Luca and Councillor Doherty, for your questions. If I can just start regarding Councillor Doherty's question regarding how we're going to meet children's needs in mainstream with SEND. And I can't remember everything you said, so I apologise. I'll just give a brief, hopefully, update, and it'll cover everything. We are working very hard in Staffordshire with officers, with the SEND and Inclusion team, with the SEND and Alternative Provision Partnership, all together as partners to make sure that we give the best possible service to children, young people and families of Staffordshire in this most important part of a child's life. Their education is the most crucial part. We've been discussing this a lot today. A lot of the things that we've been talking about the college places, the workplaces, the NEET, the lack of this, it all comes back to education, and we've got to get that right. So when we keep talking about SEND children, I know that SEND children are really important, but I need to emphasise that all our children are important in Staffordshire, all the mainstream young people. If we get it right now, which is what we're trying to do, we will make a big difference in these young people's lives. If we can get the early years sorted, so that we're providing the help and support that parents need for their children, we might have less SEND children, because a lot of these SEND children have been let down by lack of services. I'll just use my own example of my own grandson. He's got complex needs. In Birmingham, he was given speech therapy, music therapy, and he was progressing. Suddenly, Birmingham City Council cut all that. All that funding went, and he didn't progress so much as he could have. In fact, you know, he went backwards. And this is what's happened in Staffordshire for years. The services have been cut by government, by previous administrations, and we are where we are now, and we're trying to put it right. We've got the best start hubs that we're going to get into families earlier, right at the beginning, to make that difference. It's really important that we make these changes now, and I would like to stress to the government, if they're listening, do not change what you're doing with these best start hubs. Let us get this going. It's a long-term impact, this is. We won't change overnight. The funding is a separate issue, Councillor White, and I'll have to get you those figures because I haven't got those with me. But right now we need to concentrate on what is important, and that's making the lives of our children and young people in Staffordshire better, to give them better chances, better opportunities, and that's what we're doing. I've been around a long time. I've been around with Sure Start, I've been around with children's centres, I've seen things come in, I've seen things go out. You need to let us now do the work. We've got the foundations and we're building on it, so let us do it, because we will do it. And I think that's covered everything, I hope. Yeah.
Thank you. Item 14. Any speakers? Councillor Machin.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. How will this new technology programme help staff deliver better services while ensuring good value for taxpayers?
Councillor Murray.
Thank you. On this end-user agreement, I'll pass it over to Councillor Bagley. Thank you.
Councillor Bagley.
Yeah, thank you for the question. It's a very good question, and it's just another example of whilst we need to make sure that the staff and everyone's got the IT equipment that they need to do the job effectively, but it's an example of, by using the Crown commercial services, of getting the best value for money, which is ultimately funded by the residents. So that's the reason behind that.
Item 15. Do we have any speakers? Councillor Hales.
Chair. This runs to the leader. Can you explain how central government can justify passing large local planning applications without consulting the residents and now having to suffer the consequences in the Staffordshire Moorlands? Thank you.
Councillor Peart.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This item is a really important item because it's just another example of the government's meddling in local planning matters. Another example is the removal of representation and being able to call in planning matters on the district and borough councils so they can go to planning committee. Another example is the increase in local housing targets, which have been made mandatory. The overall impact of all of these things, of the government meddling in local planning matters, is it removes democracy from local communities. There is a massive impact on local communities and where housing is built. It stretches our infrastructure, and there is a massive impact ultimately on the countryside, which is food-generating land. Local democracy should have primacy here, because land, once it's developed on, will always be developed on. It's not just an issue for Staffordshire Moorlands, and I know this paragraph relates to Staffordshire Moorlands, but this is just the first and visible sign, and there will be others to come. We're already feeling it in certainly Stafford Borough, and we need to resist this at all costs.
Councillor Edgington.
Thank you, Chair. I agree with Councillor Peart. He's just answered all my questions. I think one of the biggest burdens is the actual available cash money funding for these local authorities. They just haven't got the funding to cope with the big projects from all the different national funding planning people. And they just can't cope with all this. We've seen in this county the costs of fighting some of these planning applications, just in the planning committees and the public rights of way committees. The legal costs just unbelievable. Some of these private companies have got loads of cash that they can put into these planning applications, and the local authorities just haven't got that. So some of the decisions made are because of this issue. So it's totally unjustified. Totally agree with Councillor Peart. Thank you.
Councillor Beardsmore.
As a councillor representing the Churnick Valley Division within the Staffordshire Moorlands, I know how strongly residents feel about retaining a meaningful voice in decisions that affect their communities. The Moorlands is facing increasing pressure from major planning applications, large infrastructure schemes and significant energy projects. Residents understand that development may be necessary, but they also expect local knowledge, local concerns and local democratic accountability to be at the heart of any decision-making process. That is why we believe it is right that this reform administration continues to stand up for local communities and make the case that decisions affecting the people of the Staffordshire Moorlands should not be taken further away from the people who ultimately live with the consequences. Reform was elected to give local people a stronger voice, and nowhere is more important than in the Staffordshire Moorlands, where our communities are increasingly being asked to accommodate infrastructure and energy developments of a scale which they have never previously experienced. I thank the leader for raising this important issue and for continuing to champion the interests of the Staffordshire Moorlands residents.
Councillor Broom.
Thank you very much, Mr Chairman. I'd like to concur what my colleague Councillor Beardmore has just said. With the centralising of power to London, Westminster, can the leader give us some idea of how we're going to retain control here in the Staffordshire Moorlands? Has he any ideas of how we can take this forward? It might be early days, and we've only just heard about LGR today, some decisions. It would be very useful, though, to have some pointers going forward. Thank you.
Councillor White.
Very much, Chairman. I think it's just worth commenting on the fact that this is a Labour government taking away these powers from a Labour council. Absolutely shocking on both fronts. The performance of this council since 2023 has significantly declined since Labour took charge, you really have to wonder what is going on in the minds of the local leadership in Staffordshire Moorlands, that they have just timidly allowed their government to snatch these powers away from local people. It doesn't speak very well to them, and it doesn't speak very well to their government that they support, that they have been so keen to take these powers away from local people. Going forwards, I think it indicates one of the real risks we have and that we need to guard against together, which is fake devolution and government continuing to take powers and decisions away from local people. We've got another item on our agenda a little bit later about another major planning decision that affects the Moorlands, again, that the Secretary of State is going to make. It's a very worrying trend, and it's something that we need to fight hard against together.
Councillor Murray.
Thank you. Again, we have a topic here that every single person here, I think, will be on total agreement on, across the House. This is a policy that the devolution that has been announced, it gives with one hand and takes away with the other. It just rips it straight apart, and you say it's Labour on Labour as well. Makes no sense, but it's done across this country, already several areas had this happen. I fully well expect more to do. To me, it does deem a land grab that could not be disrupted via the shadow authority, that then guarantees it will go through then into the new unitary position. It does leave that serious problem of it's the London blob deciding what happens in rural England. They have no concept of this land, of these people, of this area. They look at a map and say, that's some nice green area, we can build on that. And off they go, and they just wipe on through, ignoring everything. National infrastructure projects, they put it on down to. They don't want to listen, because they don't care. They will just instill, and it's basically build, baby, build, and stuff the local view. And that's all they're seeing here. And with LGR coming now, as we've announced earlier, the demographic of how many unitary councils will be. We'll form committees, is how we're guided this will work. But with the demographic of those committees, Stoke will have the overall power, the city of Stoke will, which will then therefore override that by the people, just by population that of the Moorlands, and expand, baby, expand. So let's hope a decent electorate vote for people who represent them locally to prevent that from happening. We've also seen this in other planning. They've lowered the number of houses where appeal will go straight to central government. They're lowering the number for adverse possession orders. They're giving everything into the power of national builders to build, baby, build, just to try and hit some arbitrary figure of 1.5 million homes built, which they now cannot even reach. It's disgraceful, it's despicable, it is there's no resemblance to democracy or local voice. The Westminster blob deciding on what happens elsewhere. So I think on this one, we do need to fight back, and I think on this one, we will all be fighting back collectively, together, to say, no, not in our land. Let us decide what the people want here.
Thank you. Item 16, do we have any speakers? Yes. Councillor Allen.
Thank you, Chair. Well, it gives me great pleasure today to warmly welcome Councillor Jonathan Pike to his first Staffordshire County Council meeting. Councillor Pike, may I begin by offering you my sincere congratulations on your successful election as the new councillor for Stretton and Horninglow in East Staffordshire, and for retaining that seat for Reform UK. Your election is a strong endorsement from the residents. You will make a valuable contribution to the work of this council. On behalf of all the members, I want to say that we look forward to working closely with you and in the months and years ahead, as together we strive to deliver the best possible outcomes for the people of Staffordshire. Councillor Pike, please know that everyone here is ready and willing to help you find your feet and answer any questions and support you as you settle into your new role. So with that, may I ask the Leader, alongside with all the members, to join me in giving Councillor Jonathan Pike a very warm welcome to what we hope will be his first of many successful and productive County Council meetings. And I'm going to end this on a Dad's Army quote: "Don't tell him your name, Pike."
Councillor Wallens.
Welcome as well to Councillor Pike on his win in the Stretton by-election. If you need my support, I'm sure, and any other council supports, obviously you've got me to just send me an email or phone call. Thank you.
Councillor Broom.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Also, I'd like to welcome Councillor Pike and Councillor Doherty on their congratulations on their wins. And also, we have Councillor Eggington, who's just had a win as a councillor, and Councillor Bentley, Councillor Ford, just to name a few. In fact, in the Staffordshire Moorlands, I know that we have achieved no less than 18 elected councillors, including county, district and town, and this represents a unanimous move towards reform by the electorate. Would the Leader agree with me that 100% success is indicative of the tide of success for our party? And would you join me in welcoming all our new councillors?
Councillor Cooper.
I'd also like to extend my welcome as a new member to this chamber. I did see my name as well as forming a new group. Interesting. Sometimes it is like an episode of Dad's Army in here. We have Pike. You can name your own characters if you want in your own time. I've got my favourite, Godfrey. That's a key one. But yeah, it's refreshing, and hopefully I'll get support. I want to be a critical friend to everybody in the council here, so I intend to fulfil that role, and hopefully look forward for your support.
Councillor Luca.
Again, I'd like to welcome you to the chamber, and it just shows the strength in this county that they want reform. They're sick and tired of old, stale, failed politics, which Labour and the Conservatives between them have done. And that's what the reason why they're sitting in the corner as opposition and we're sitting as administration. Right? So, if you need anything, my door's always open to you, and I can reassure you that goes for every single reform member in this room. And just by finish, I mean, keeping to the Dad's Army, one point of interest, they don't like it up them.
Councillor White.
Thank you very much, Chairman. So, Congratulations, firstly, to Councillor Doherty on your win. Very well done to you. Councillor Pike, I worked very hard along with my colleagues to ensure that you were not elected. It is interesting to note that the majority is now just 31 votes. So I would say, after the rather poor performance of your predecessor, that you are on probation in your area, but I wish you well. You're my next-door neighbour as a county councillor. We're now colleagues, and so anything that you need on a local basis, I'm very happy to support you on. We are all colleagues here. Today has been unusual. I think someone said it earlier on in the meeting. It's continued this way. We haven't knocked lumps out of each other as much as we have in some other meetings. Personally, I quite like that. I think it's better. We'll see if we can manage to continue with that. But the offer of support is sincere. The congratulations to you and Councillor Doherty is sincere as well. The people will always have their say. We will see what they say in the future.
Councillor Coles.
Thanks, Chair. Welcome, Councillor Pike. Obviously, our doors are always open. We're just down the corridor, so you're always welcome to come chat to us. Bit of a learning curve, but we can help you through that. So you've been in for the last 14 months. And just on the predecessor, obviously we've seen this many times in here, and people attack them when they don't really know their home life, and I just think it's very inappropriate. You also have more diverse people, neurodiverse people that maybe don't articulate as well. So I think you've just got to bear that in mind. But even if there was bad news on that, they still won the seat. To Councillor Doherty as well, welcome to Tamworth Council. Even though Labour, the Conservatives, the Independent and the Green all vote against us, we still stand in there for democracy.
And finally, Councillor Pike.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm proud to have successfully defended the Stretton seat for Reform UK at the recent elections. It was a strong result, although it was 1%, but a win is a win. And it shows the growing support for our message across Staffordshire. Firstly, I'd like to thank my Reform UK colleagues and party members for all their hard work and support during the campaign. It really made the difference on the ground.
That was 50 quid.
I'd like to place on record my sincere thanks to my predecessor, former Councillor Martin, who stood down honourably due to ill health after serving 1 year on the council. He gave a dedicated service to the people of Stretton, and I wish him well. It's a pleasure to extend a warm welcome to my fellow Reform UK councillors, particularly Councillor Doherty, on a recent well-deserved victory. It's excellent to see a number of UK voices growing on both county and borough councils. During the campaign in Stretton, 2 issues were raised repeatedly on the doorstep. Residents are deeply concerned about the high volume of traffic flowing through the area on a daily basis. They're also worried about the impacts of new housing developments, which will add to more congestion and pressure to the already existing busy roads. These are practical, everyday problems that local people feel we have ignored for far too long. Mr. Chairman, I look forward to working very closely with my Reform UK colleagues to deliver the change the residents voted for. By working together, we can make Staffordshire the flagship Reform UK Council, one that puts local people first, controls spending, stands up for our communities, and tackles the real issues that matter the most to the hard-working families of this county. Thank you.
Councillor Murray.
Thank you. And it is great news when you have the likes of Staffordshire Moorlands 100% democratically elected wins on the trot. I must say, actually, my home area, Cannock Chase, also has the 100% record district and county level as well. And we must welcome Tracy Doherty for her astounding win for Lichfield Rural. A great win, hard-fought battle for that area. And, of course, our new County Councillor, Jonathan Pike. A huge welcome. We've already met several times and more times to come. I must say, funny anecdote that one morning when we all met at the car park, and some of the Conservatives kept coming out to our car thinking, oh, are we going out campaigning? I thought we had a few more defectors, but not to be. Final point is to remember, on all these by-elections across this country, no other party has won as many by-elections as Reform UK. And that shows the new turquoise wave is sweeping this country. Thank you all. Thank you for your hard work and the hard work yet still to come.
Item 16. Any speakers? No, that concludes. Sorry? We're done? Yep. We're done. Okay. I move that the report be received. Is that agreed? Aye. Those against? Any abstentions? Thank you. Moving on to item 6, notice of motion. Councillor Coles.
I have quite a few notes here because I want to refer back to some research. I wanted to put this motion of concern in against the puberty blockers. Even though we may not have a say, we do have, as elected members, we are corporate parents to the children of Staffordshire. And I do believe we should put the welfare, safeguarding, long-term health of our children and young people first, especially here in Staffordshire. Just a bit of background on this, the CAS review made it clear that the care for children and young people questioning their gender identity must be safe, holistic and evidence-led, and highlighted 3 concerns. First, many children and young people presenting with gender dysmorphia also have unmet mental health, neurodevelopmental, family or social needs which require proper assessment and support beyond medical intervention. Second, the evidence base for some medical interventions remains very weak, including limited evidence and that they don't improve with gender dysmorphia or body satisfaction, and even worse, it's unlikely to prevent potential suicide because of this. Third, the review warned against rushed or premature decision-making where long-term consequences for children and people may not be fully understood. Children, in my opinion, shouldn't be experimented on. So I also speak from a personal position here. At the age of 11, I was a child going through hormonal changes. I looked up to my older brothers and thought, do you know what, I'd like to be one of them. I was a real tomboy. I still hang out with a lot more men. And I could have made that decision at that age. And the thing is many people and many children go through these stages where they're working out, who am I, what do I want to be, what do I want to do, who do I like, who do I don't like. As adults, we often have a much fuller understanding of our time in life and maturity. My concern is that a child in this position won't fully understand the long-term impacts of these decisions, and it can be difficult, in some cases impossible, to reverse these once started. That's why caution, proper assessment and access to clear information matter so much. It's also timely. Reform UK raised concerns on this in December 25 with Nigel Farage and other MPs, called it to be halted because of the concerns about exposing vulnerable children to long-term risks, and where the full evidence base remains very unclear. Since then, the trial has been paused by the MHRA over wellbeing concerns and reapproved following changes to protocol. Recruitment is currently not due to commence the 1st of August, which is not that far away, and that because of legal proceedings. Now, I don't have children myself, but I co-create a charity in Africa to help children. I see children in Staffordshire as my children. I want to care for them as a corporate parent. And so this is a key moment for elected members to ask reasonable questions. It's not about directing doctors or seeking information about individual children. It's about ensuring that the children and young people in Staffordshire may be affected and that we're cited, informed and acting in line with responsibilities as corporate parents. This motion doesn't ask for us to interfere in individual clinical decisions. It asks us as elected members and corporate parents to ensure we're informed and that we give proper consent to the implications for children in Staffordshire, and that the Council continues to place safeguarding, welfare and long-term health at the heart of our responsibilities.
Is there a seconder? Speakers, yes. Councillor Edgeler.
Thank you very much, Chairman. Yes, children in care Councillor Coles, I fully agree it is all county councillors that are elected members to do our utmost to look after our children in care. Can you please explain why, then, we have not had a corporate parenting panel since February the 25th? With that in mind, I am concerned our looked after children are being neglected. Thank you.
Councillor Orlandi Fantini.
Thank you, Chair. I just want to make it absolutely clear to everybody, I do not believe children should be medically transitioned. My concern about this trial is not only about what happens during this trial itself, it is about what could happen afterwards if it is declared a success and used to justify the wider medical transition of children. My concern about this... Sorry. Okay. As the mother of an autistic daughter, this deeply concerns me. My daughter once told me that she wanted to be a boy. Taken at face value, someone could have interpreted that as her questioning her gender. Because I am a mother, I knew her. I understood her autism, her sensory difficulties, and I took the time to understand what she was trying to say. My daughter has sensory hypersensitivity and hated having her hair brushed. In her mind, boys have got short hair, and therefore boys did not have to go through the pain and discomfort of having their hair brushed. She didn't want to have a change. She didn't want to change sex. She wanted a haircut. That is why I'm so concerned about vulnerable children, particularly autistic girls, being drawn into medical pathways. Research has repeatedly found that autism and autistic traits are significantly overrepresented among young people presenting with gender-related distress. At the same time, we know autism in girls is historically being missed or misdiagnosed or diagnosed later because girls can present differently and are often better at masking. So what we must ask is why are so many vulnerable autistic young people presenting with gender distress? An autistic girl may say, I want to be a boy, when she actually means, I hate my periods. I cannot tolerate having my hair brushed. I hate the sensory changes happening to my body. Or, I simply don't fit in with other girls. Feeling different does not mean a child's healthy body needs medical intervention. Children are still developing physically, emotionally, and psychologically. An 11 or 12-year-old cannot possibly understand how they will feel at 25, 35, or 50. They cannot fully comprehend what future fertility, adult relationships, or their adult body will mean to them. And we still do not know the lifetime of detransition. The long-term evidence just doesn't exist. My fear is that if this trial is declared a success, it could open the door to wider medical transition of children and vulnerable children who struggle to communicate what they are truly feeling could pay the highest price. Adults can make adult decisions about their own body. Children should be protected until they are old enough to make those decisions for themselves. Girls should be allowed to have short hair, and boys should be allowed to have long hair. Children should be allowed to reject stereotypes without being led to believe that their bodies are the problem. My daughter once said she wanted to be a boy. She didn't need her body changing, she needed her hair cutting. And that is why I believe medical transition should never be carried out on children, not because vulnerable children deserve less compassion, but because they deserve more protection.
Councillor Mandry.
I'm really sorry, Chair. I think I might have jumped the gun a bit. I would like to call for a names vote.
It'd help if we could retain that till the end of people speaking, so if you could wait a moment, please, okay? And then ask again. Councillor Hunt.
Thank you, Chair. And I think probably what I'll be saying and talking about now is very similar and will be very similar to some of the comments made by Councillor Coles and also Councillor Orlando Fertini. One thing about this motion that needs to be really clear: it's not about politics or ideology. It's about that it's about our responsibilities as a corporate parent and our duty to safeguard some of the most vulnerable children in Staffordshire. As councillors, our first responsibility must always be the welfare and long-term well-being of children in our care. That's exactly the principle underpinning this motion. The CAS view, as Hayley Coles made clear earlier, that care for children experiencing gender-related distress should be holistic, evidence-led, centred around the individual child. It also include evidence supporting medical interventions, as was previously mentioned. Those are not political conclusions. They are findings of an independent review commissioned by the NHS England. As corporate parents, we cannot ignore that. The motion also refers to proposed pathways trial. This motion does not ask us to make clinical decisions, nor does it seek to interfere in the work of healthcare professionals. It simply asks that where children for whom we have safeguarding responsibilities may be affected, this Council remains informed and gives due consideration to developments that could have implications for their welfare. I believe that is entirely reasonable. The research also reminds us of why caution matters. Long-term follow-up studies have shown that childhood gender dysphoria does not always persist into adulthood. Some children later identify as lesbian, gay, bisexual rather than transgender. More recent studies have found that different outcomes, but researchers themselves acknowledge that we do not yet fully understand why. We also know that autism, as Councillor Orlando Fertini had said, autism is significantly overrepresented amongst children attending gender identity services. That does not mean autism causes gender dysphoria, but it reinforces the need for careful assessment of every child as an individual. There is also an emerging body of research from detransitioners. Some have described how trauma, autism, mental health difficulties, or even accepting one's own sexual orientation has contributed to their early decision in this. Their experiences do not define everyone, but they remind us that there is no single pathway and no simple answer. So, taken together, the evidence points to one conclusion. Children deserve careful assessment, evidence-based care and high standards of safeguarding. That's exactly why this motion seeks to uphold. Supporting this motion is not about questioning anyone's identity or dignity. It's about recognising that where the evidence is still developing, our responsibility is to act with the care, humility and caution. As a corporate parent, we should expect nothing less. And for those reasons, I ask all members to support the motion, which I think, by the sounds of it, we are. Thank you.
Councillor White.
Thank you very much, Chair. This is really the business of Parliament, and I think I just remind colleagues of what I said earlier about us focusing on the things that we need to get done, of which there are plenty. There's no controversy in this chamber. There may have been if some of the people on the front there have been here, I don't know, but amongst us, there's no controversy. We're all going to vote for this. It's also the motion that we're voting on is a slightly longer version of a opposition day debate motion that the Conservative Party brought in the House of Commons on the 23rd of June this year, which said, "I beg to move that this House calls on the Government to take steps to prevent the Pathways clinical trial into effect of puberty-suppressing hormones on children with gender incongruence." We agree on this. There have been some fine speeches. Councillor Coles, your speech was excellent. Councillor Orlando Fantini, yours was as well. We all agree on this. Children should not be put in a position where they are having unnecessary medication foisted upon them. They should be allowed to be children. They should be allowed to go through the changes of puberty. And then at the end of that, if they want to make a decision as adults, then by all means, that's absolutely fine. We all agree on this. So it'd be great if we move to a vote. Whether we need a name vote or not, I'll leave to you. But, you know, in terms of wasting council time and resources, not sure we need to. The only other thing that I'll note, though, is in that Opposition Day motion, 84% of Conservative members of Parliament voted for that motion. They were all present. Labour voted it down, of course. None of the 8 Reform MPs bothered to take part in the debate.
Thank you. Got 5 more speakers, so if you could make it as short as you can, please. Councillor Higgins, thank you.
It's all right, Chair. Sorry, things I was going to say have been said, so I'll save time.
Councillor Luca.
Yeah, again, it's actually nice to hear it from this side of the room that they're going to support this, because our children should never ever be used as lab rats. I mean, and that is basically what is going on. And yes, I believe that they have rights, which we always have to protect, but that does not mean, that we treat them as, like I've just said, as lab rats for, to say, basically an experiment on. So, again, all your speeches I completely go with, but Alex did actually mention quite a lot of what I was going to say, so I will leave it at that.
Thank you. Councillor Rogerson.
It's just to reiterate, I agree with everybody. I think it's all been said. I agree with Councillor White. Let's go to the vote.
Councillor Lakin.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The motion, yes, the purpose of the motion, I understand, I agree with. Our role, my role, is to hold our officers accountable to ensure that the work that they're doing with the children is the right work, that they are not trying to force the children down a certain route. Now, I have spoken to the officers about this motion. I have spoken about the intent and have had assurances that any child that is looking to transition, they work with that child to make sure that the child is fully informed. And wherever possible, they will try and deter the child from making a decision. And ultimately, it comes down to the child to decide. And when they are of the right age and the right competence, then the child will decide. Our role is to hold the officers to account and make sure that they're doing the job properly and making sure that the child is fully informed, medically, psychologically, and any other way, emotionally as well. In relation to the corporate parenting panel, it hasn't been. I'm the chair of the corporate parenting panel for a number of reasons. One, it is being reorganised. It's not fit for purpose at the moment, the way that it's operated. The corporate parenting panel is for the children to have their voice, or to have more of a voice than they're getting at the moment. So it's been reorganised to make sure that the children are telling us what they need, what they want. So we are in the process of reorganising that. The next scheduled one is the 5th of August. And one of the reasons that there's been a slight delay is I've had my knee replaced, so I've not been able to get there, and other members have not been available as well. So that's the reason for the delay. I should be supporting the motion, as everybody else in the room will be. And I'll be holding the officers to account to make sure that our children are safe and are not experimenting. As simple as that.
Councillor Broome.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to associate myself with the comments that our colleague, Councillor Orlandi Fantini gave. She's very passionate, detailed and sad story about child abuse, and Councillor Luca's comments about there being the cooperation from across the House. So this is a very, very sad story. I've been following this for years. Sorry. It involves a girl called Chloe Coles in America, and she was under a psychiatrist called Jordan Peterson. I think he's a professor. And at the age of 12, she was put into a program like this. And she was, at the age of 15, she was on testosterone, and they gave her a double mastectomy. She's in her early 20s now, and she wants to detransition. She should never have been put in that position. And also, this is the really, really tragic part. If she decides to have children, she will never be able to breastfeed her child. This should never, ever be allowed to happen. It's my own personal view. Obviously, you can see I'm very passionate about this. But these are our children. They're not lab rats. We are their parents, and we should do the best to look after them.
Thank you, Councillor Broom. Before I go to Councillor Mandry, I'll go to Councillor Coles to finish off. Thank you.
I mean, I think you've all read the motion, but it is pretty simple. There's three things where we reaffirm our commitment to the children of Staffordshire for the welfare safeguarding. As corporate parents, I think we all agree with that. It's a place that we're fulfilling our duties, and we want to be informed about the pathways, trial, and obviously to shade that we're sharing a view right now as a collective about Staffordshire children, really, and just make sure their priorities are first, and we get informed all the way through. If everyone is in agreement, there's probably no point in having a name vote, to be fair. So, no, thank you.
Councillor Mandry?
Yeah, I agree with Councillor Coles. It's pointless wasting council time just for...
Very much. I will now put the motion to vote. Those in favour say aye. Aye. I don't think I'll bother with the noes. Thank you. On to the next motion. Councillor Beardsmore.
Peak Cluster is a nationally significant infrastructure proposal which, if approved, would see a carbon capture pipeline pass through parts of Staffordshire Moorlands and beyond. Whatever views members hold about carbon capture technology itself, I think we can all agree on one thing: local people deserve to have their voices heard. The reality is that many residents only become aware of these schemes like this once the routes have already been drawn onto maps and decisions appear to be moving forward elsewhere. I have been contacted by many residents who are deeply concerned about what this proposal could mean for their community. They are worried about disruption during construction. They are worried about the impact on farmland and the countryside. They are worried about potential effects on the landscape that generations have enjoyed and cared for. Most of all, they are worried about the decisions affecting their lives are being made a long way from places that will experience the consequences. Too often people feel they are being presented with distant directives rather than being genuinely involved in local decisions. As a county council, we are not the final decision maker. Government holds that responsibility. But being a statutory consultee does not mean we have to be a silent observer. It means using every opportunity available to make sure local concerns are properly heard, properly recorded and properly considered. The motion also calls for proper consideration of alternative methods of carbon capture, transportation and its use. It is entirely reasonable for residents to ask whether all options have been fully explored before a major pipeline is rooted through our communities. This motion does not seek to predetermine the outcome of the consultation process. It does not ask this council to exceed its powers. What it does do is send a clear message that the people of Staffordshire matter, and that those who live with the consequences of major infrastructure projects deserve more than a tick-boxing exercise. We owe it to our residents to ensure their voices are heard clearly, consistently, and throughout every stage of this process. Public trust is not built by imposing decisions on communities. It is built by involving communities in decisions that affect them. And I commend this motion to the Council.
Is there a seconder? Thank you. Do you wish to reserve a right to speak? Councillor Bentley.
Mentioned the railway track, didn't we? Well, we are slightly different in the Moorlands. We've got a railway track that we want. It's called the Churnick Valley. One of your MPs is pushing for it. Well, if we've got 56 billion to spend on a pipeline, why don't we invest in the railway track? Because that's what Germany do. Germany move this gas, if we have to catch it, on tankers through their countryside. And believe it or not, they're bringing it to us to put under our sea, but that's another story. But technically, we've got a railway track that this could fund. They've done a study. I've been talking to one of my railway buffs. The last time they used that track from that quarry to Stoke-on-Trent was 1980/1990. And they was moving, 1982. And they were moving stone down to London somewhere to build something. So it isn't a million miles off being used. They've estimated the cost to re-establish that railway track at between 300 and 400 million, which is a lot of money. It's a lot less than 56 billion. So I'm pushing that we exhaust all options, like Councillor Beamore says, but one of the options we should be really considering is a railway for the Staffordshire Moorlands, which would do tourism a favour, do the Churnick Valley a favour, do a link road from Leek to Stoke. It fits every box. So I hope you can all support me behind the scenes on that, wherever you see it. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor White.
Yeah, thank you very much. So we're in violent agreement again. We will be voting to support this motion. Just before I come on to it, because I've got a couple of things to say. I don't want to monopolise Moorlands' time, but there are a couple of things on it. Regarding the railway line, yes, it's something that Staffordshire councillors and MPs in the Conservative Party have campaigned for years. I think there's a small matter of a Morrison's supermarket or something we need to push out the way, don't we, on the line. But I agree with you, it's a lot less expensive than this thing. Hopefully, if we get devolution, not LGR, we might be able to push forward with projects like that. Whilst we're at it, I'd very much like a Burton-on-Trent to Lichfield line as part of that in the new council that I'll be part of, hopefully. As regards this, in my county division, I have a place called Fold Mine, which for many, many years produced a lot of the fine alabaster that's used in places like Westminster Abbey and all sorts of other lovely places around the country. It now provides what's known as cement stone, which is a mixture of gypsum and anhydrite, which goes up to the Moorlands and into the rest of the Peak District and is used in the manufacture of cement. There's a lot of jobs in this, awful lot of jobs, and in areas where there aren't actually that many other jobs that many people can access. It's incredibly important that we don't just casually throw those away, which I fear these proposals are going to end up doing. It's so wildly expensive, I don't think it will ever work. I think it will end up being like HS2, it will probably be abandoned at some point. But no doubt abandoned after an awful lot of money has been spent on it, and things like a new railway line that could actually do some good will have been lost. So we will vote for this. We fully support it. More strength to your arm in the Moorlands campaigning against this. Don't want to deny other members their opportunity to speak, but we'll be delighted to vote for it when we get there.
Thank you. Councillor Cooper.
Thank you, Chair. I'd reiterate what other colleagues have said about it. I'd like to be educated about this because it seems to me there's obviously a pipeline for CO2. CO2 is a gas, it's what 0.043% of the Earth's atmosphere. It's 420 parts per million, roughly, of global accountability for CO2. What spending billions of pounds, I'm presuming, or millions of pounds in this case, on a project to do what to the environment? I mean, we have a better thing called carbon capture. We just call them trees and the environment and other things like that. Would they not be a better solution if they're trying? If these are the ultimate aims? To be more environmental, be more trees and you know, improve the environment for people generally, rather than building pipelines. I'm here to be educated, so please tell me.
Councillor Edwards.
Thank you, Chair. I agree with what members have been saying. Myself, I wasn't quite educated on it until I had a local resident bring their concerns to me, a landowner, because this pipe is proposed to go through a lot of landowners' land. And obviously there's going to become big prices that they want to test on their land and one thing or another. And the public need to know what they're actually accepting. I'd like to know what my residents are going to be affected by. I want to be educated, like Councillor Cooper said. So I fully support the motion. It's been on the same topic we've had pretty much all day. Government and one thing or another taking decisions away from the local people. That to me, that's not democracy. That's what we're here for. That's why we're elected, to raise their concerns. And I think to become a consultative part of the process, that's the perfect option we can vote on today, so the constituents can rely on us to raise the concerns and educate ourselves as long as them. So I fully support it.
Councillor Edgington.
Thank you, Chair. You're correct, Councillor White, Councillor Purton. It is another HS2 sort of wild project. It is experimental, although there has been installations in France, I think, and in America, similar sort of thing. Basically, I'll just describe, because again, this is being forced upon us. We haven't had a say in this, although it still is in the consultation period. So basically, the cement works, and during cement production, have excess amounts of CO2, which is a gas, similar to what you'd have in beer, soft drinks, food packaging, fire extinguishers, and some refrigeration systems. Most of the supermarkets went on CO2 refrigeration. About 10 years ago, I was involved in that. So basically, you get the gas, which is CO2, and you heat it. Then you compress it, and it liquefies then into liquefied CO2. The pressure is approximately 2,000 to 4,000 pounds per square inch. The liquid is then pumped through a pipeline for 200 kilometres. It runs through the beautiful Staffordshire Moorlands countryside, and you can see how passionate I am. It runs through East Cheshire up to the Wirral, and several other counties have done the same as the county here. They're not very happy with it. So basically, it goes to Morecambe Bay, where they, I don't think they call it burying, it goes into disused oil fields, so in like a porous rock, and there it stays. The infrastructure involved to implement this 200-kilometre pipeline. The pipeline, by the way, is 2 metres diameter, about the size of this table, and it goes across the countryside, up the hills and down the dales, through rock, over streams, public rights-of-way, fields, and it goes, and then so far along the lines, I think there's 10 above-ground installations. That's to keep the pressure up, and also it's got valves and pumps and safety releases in the event of an emergency. Also, there's 50-metre-high chimneys. Those are to disperse the carbon dioxide in an emergency, because it reverts. In a pipe fracture or a leak, the liquid returns back to a gas. So we've also got that blot on the landscape. Also, the steel pipes transporting the toxic liquid CO2 at high pressure may have to be chrome-lined. So, as this liquid's toxic, I just put a note here, and we've mentioned one or two things today about Dad's Army and Baldrick the other week, wherever it was. And I'll mention another one, Julia Roberts. So, you know, I don't think she would be very happy. So the question is, how long is it going to be stored under the sea? And then what happens to it? So we've mentioned children, care for children, future children. So will we leave the liquid CO2 buried under the sea for your grandchildren? That's the question we should be asking government. It appears to me that we're slowly losing our democratic rights with this government. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. I don't underestimate the concern we all have on this pipeline. I think we all know we're all in general agreement in the room. We've got a number of speakers left. Please be as brief as you can, because, you know, at the end of the day, we are all in agreement. So, with that, Councillor Luca.
Yeah, I'll keep this really brief. I can't believe I'm actually doing this twice in one meeting. I think that's a first for me. I'm actually agreeing with a Conservative. I mean, so thank you for actually standing and voting for it. Like I said, this is a first for me. And on that note, I ask everybody to support this motion.
Councillor Coles.
Yeah, I'm not going to take up much space, but I take your point, Councillor White. Actually, Martin Murray and myself have spoken to businesses that might be affected, and if their jobs and they weren't bothered, they were like, well, we can't see the benefit it brings to us. Again, nobody's been consulted, and I think that's, again, the common sense. I mean, a lot of us fell for net zero when I was a bit more green in my younger years, and, you know, stupid net zero, how much is it costing everybody and what's it really doing when we've got the lowest? The biggest thing for me is we challenge it, we do common sense, and we do things differently, and we care for our countryside in the right way, and we protect the moorlands. Thank you.
Councillor Griffiths.
Thanks, Chair. I'll keep this really brief. I won't read my speech. But all the reading I've done, I was kind of quite positive until I found out we as a nation import liquid CO2. Now, I know people are going to say the CO2 coming out of them chimneys is the wrong kind of CO2. We need to work on technologies to make it into the right CO2 and start giving the CO2. We've got Burton-on-Trent just 20 miles away, a massive user of CO2 in the beverage industry. There's just got to be a better way. Thank you, Chair.
Councillor Murray.
Thank you. I'll try and make this as quick as possible. Two very quick points. One, this is now originally put through a few years ago as an EU tax requirement, is what this pipeline was originally put through, to be taxed on the cement works because of the CO2 it produces. We've left the EU, so why we need to be exporting to the EU when we're actually importing it in? Which leads to the point was just made. The way most people do this will actually store this through a compressor into large transportable containers and then to be reused within our industry. A big user of that is food and beverage, and with the Iran war just rising again, we have had a shortage of CO2 delivery because of the delivery through there. When we're producing it here in our own country, the insanity of this to send it through some pipeline to some unproven X-hole in the Irish Sea to store it, just shows the idiocy of net stupid zero policy this government is doing. It really is stupid. But a final point I want to make, it's a little bit more important, and this is more than just a motion of showing our opinion that we disapprove or do not agree with this. Because other areas have done that, and frankly on national infrastructure projects they just ignored it. Now this actually went through a committee first. It laid out, and through the officers' information given, the conditions, the facts of what can be done and the damage that can be done and the regulations it should abide by this. And those can be reused time and time again through this year, through years to come, whenever this planning applications or consultations are repeated again. We bring back up the work done here that we all, I believe, are in agreement with, that then these consultations, these planning applications have to listen to what happened in this county council, whether it still exists or not. We did the work, we gave the evidence, and we put down the conditions that must now be applied to future consultations and any planning application for this pipeline to come through our county again. And on that, I would like to show the support for this motion as well. Thank you.
Finally, Councillor Broome.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. All my questions really have been put forward. It's lovely to see such unison on such an important point, and as a council, the reform and obviously the joint house here, we're all going to be looking at this and doing the best for our constituents. And just like to thank my colleague, Councillor Eggington. He's very, very knowledgeable about this. He's in the industry. He knows what he's talking about. When we did some sums, there was 4 pipelines. We worked out 54 billion. I've now been told there's 11 pipelines, so do the sums yourself. So I'll hand this back to you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Beardsmore.
Thank you, Chairman. I would just like to thank members for their contributions to this debate. A number of important points have been raised, but I want to return to the central issue before us. This motion is not about opposing progress, nor is it about prejudging the outcome of the consultation process. It is about standing up for our communities, the people of Staffordshire Moorlands, and indeed all communities affected by this proposal. Every one of them deserve to have their voices heard clearly throughout the process. They deserve meaningful engagement, not simply to be informed after the decisions have already been made. And as councillors, our role is to give these residents a voice. We may not be the final decision makers, but we have a responsibility to ensure local concerns are properly represented and cannot be ignored. This motion asks for exactly that: continued engagement, scrutiny and a commitment that local people will have every opportunity to make their views known. Infrastructure may be national, but its impacts are always local. And I welcome the leader's comments earlier in his statement about the loss of local democratic control. This motion is a practical way for the council to demonstrate that we stand with our residents and want their voices heard, and I therefore ask members to support the motion.
Thank you. I'll now put the motion to the vote. Those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against say no. Thank you. Moving on to motion 3. Councillor Murray.
Thank you. I have a motion today. This stands just on 5 basic principles, and I think it's really important. These principles, what we're asking to stand by. There's no resemblance to any work happening within this council or any other, but it certainly bears a strong narrative to what's happened in recent weeks, and also within some of our local councils, and definitely online and within the media. And these principles hold very dear to myself. It's something I believe in from a child within nightlife and everything else. And it is that of equality. I mean, who here does not believe that equality should be before the law? Not an individual person. I think we'd all agree that equality belongs in the place of law. The individual dignity and merit, is anyone here opposed to the individual dignity and merit? And who here would not like to see that proportionality of legal compliance and common sense to be heard through all? But it's also, we should all be here and absolutely reject compelled conformity, where you're forced to shout out for something that just because you live in Phil, just because you do not believe it, you must shout out for it or be conformed towards that. Is there anyone here who says we must follow this line? Well, what if that line is on someone else or disagreeing with somebody else? I can't see anyone here that would be opposed to that rejection of being forced to conform on someone else's views. And of course, not always with me, that transparency of public trust. There is no one here who does not believe that transparency must always be out there. These principles are just that, principles that we must all abide by. It keeps the clarity of purpose, unity throughout all, regardless of anything else. And none of these principles should now be held to by every single one of us sitting here. It brings us all closer together, an understanding of that of others. And that, to me, is pure equality. I put forward for this motion.
Is there a seconder? Do you wish to reserve the right to speak? Speakers. Councillor White.
Mr. Chairman. So, spoiler alert for you. It's 3 out of 3. Hooray. So let's see if we can do this one nice and quickly. We agree with everything that is in the motion. It's consistent with Conservative Party policy over many years, both here and nationally. So we are very happy to support the motion, and therefore I propose that we move to a vote immediately.
I do agree. I'm afraid we can't. Sorry. Okay, if you can be as brief as possible, please. Councillor Farrell.
I support.
Councillor Baker.
Thank you. I had a long speech for this one, but it's taken all day to get through this. So, and I've got another report after this. So I would say the 5 principles in the report, in the statements here, we should all agree with this. I agree with this as well. We already do. So, we all agree. Yeah.
Councillor Jones.
Thank you, Chair. Just firstly to start off, if I may, I wasn't there at the time, but if I can just let the House know what happened Wednesday, the 8th of July, at Congratulation District Council, full council. This was a member motion. It is relevant to what I'm here for. But I was appalled to discuss that this was allowed by cross-party support and comments that name-calling in chamber, rhetoric online and other inappropriate divisive comments to our members, and also plus members have been followed as well near their homes because of divisive comments. Due to this, I've had to request a security risk assessment for all members on Cannock Chase District Council. This cannot go on. Just look at what's happened to Anne Widdecombe. We'll have a responsibility. So please think about that. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Coles.
Hi, I'll also keep it as quick as I can. Obviously, we've been working on this a few months, so obviously I know the Conservatives look at removing the Public Sector Equality Duty Act, but we're doing it at a county level where we do it right and we respect the law. And also, if EDI programmes are working, why have we got more attacks, Henry Novak, things like that, and actually we've now got case law where they're proving that EDI sometimes is going beyond what it should do and causing problems with other groups. So just really want to go over the 5 principles really briefly. So formal equality before the law, every resident, taxpayer deserves to be treated in the same respect, dignity and not sorted into categories. 2, individual dignity and merit. You're a person, not a proxy for a cause, and we're committed to treating everyone as such. 3, proportionality, legal compliance and common sense. Compliance means doing what the law requires, not doing what activists tell us we need to do on top. 4, rejection of compelled conformity. No employee, councillor, resident should have to swear on an oath to an ideology to keep their job. And 5, transparency and public trust. No more jargon, hidden costs, no more decisions made behind closed doors in the name of inclusion. Just so you know, we have been doing some work as well on just making sure we make simple language across our communications, because, you know, we're hearing that people aren't getting the basics in maths and English. It's a well-known thing in marketing. Between the age of 9 and 11 is the kind of average reading rate age. So that's something we're really embedding in the council. Thank you.
Order.
Just to clarify, we're voting in favour of the motion as stated on the order paper rather than any future policy proposals that might be brought forwards. We'll consider those at the time. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Cooper.
Thank you, Chairman. I think we have a unanimity again about the idea of merit, ability, equality. They're the principles of Western democratic society. Unfortunately, I don't believe the state takes the same view that you and I do. I think the case was shown very adequately with Henry Novak and the publication of the Police Race Action Plan. And it says within that they don't treat people equally, they use equity. And equity is not equality. It is not merit, it is not ability, it is not picking the best person or individual for the job. And if the police are implementing equity and not equality, as we all think and would like and would hope, and that we have demonstrated in this room we support, then other government institutions will be following the same criteria across all levels. And that's what worries me. We think we have equality, individuality and merit. I think the state thinks different and treats us differently, and we have to be wary of that.
Thank you. The final two, please be as brief as you can. Councillor Hunt.
Thank you, Chair. Very briefly. I think one of the main arguments about this, and when bringing up briefly around like EDI and other controls and other such, and further discussions about true equality, is where I would say, for example, apologies, lost myself for a second. Do apologise, Chair. I'll keep you brief than that. One of the concerning issues that I think I associate myself with Paul Jones is when having a similar argument at District Council more recently. I would only bring it up because there's an incongruence, I feel, between the Conservatives here today on this vote, which I'm fantastic they're voting with us, but where we made the argument that we want a community champion that represents all, that ignores equity and focus on community and representing all those of the community, they decided to focus on EDI and petty politics, which I feel really ashamed to say going forward. But I'm happy that the Conservatives are supporting us in this motion going on forward, and hopefully it doesn't continue, because as has been brought up today, many people were actually threatening us. We've had to take it to the monitoring office. Our faces are plastered, saying that we hate the LGBT and our children are in danger because of how we voted on that day, which was a motion politically based off kind of this discussion of true equality is what we believe in. So on that notion, please support the motion still, but I'm just disappointed that our local Conservative colleagues at District can't think the same. Thank you.
Councillor Luca.
Thank you, but actually, as Councillor Cooper already said it, I'm just going to say I support.
I'll now put the motion to the vote. Those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against say no. Thank you. Moving on to item 7, changes to the Constitution. A. Recommendations of the Audit and Standards Committee. Councillor Jones, will you move the consideration of the recommendations, please?
Thank you, Chair. Just like to start off with the recommendations, just in summary. A. This proposal provides clarity regarding the Chairman's authority to maintain good order during meetings and ensures that all members can participate in debate without disruption. And B. The amendment strengthens transparency by allowing members to have their voting position recorded in the minutes following a vote that is not otherwise recorded by name. And C. This change supports effective scrutiny by ensuring questions are answered by the member who is best placed to provide the detailed and informed response. And D. The proposed press code seeks to establish clear and reasonable expectations regarding professional appearance, helping to maintain public confidence and the dignity of the Council. So, to that end, the committee believes this is a balanced and proportionate approach which reflects the standards expected of those holding public office whilst remaining respectful of members' individual needs and circumstances accordingly. I commend the recommendation to Council. Thank you, Chair.
Is there a seconder? Yes, I'll second that. Thank you. Councillor Farrell.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I'd like to ask a question, and I'd like to then also make a point on this item, specifically related to the dress code. We seem to have survived long enough without this new dress code. I'd like to know what the main reasons were for introducing it. And I'd also like to ask Council whether it contradicts with what we've just voted on. Councillor Murray put forward the motion, which we all agreed on. Number 4 in that motion was rejection of compelled conformity. And we're now telling us all how we should dress. Do those things contradict? Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Councillor Murray.
Thank you. Dress code is something actually I have a great deal of experience with in nightclubs. It's a funny old game, the days when shoes become trainers and jeans become trousers. But no, it's not telling how people to dress at all. It's actually just removing some politicised items on there. So that is not telling people what to wear, how to dress or how to be. And actually, there's a quite detailed one on there. It was just to show respect for all. And unfortunately, within this council, and certainly within others as well, we have seen far, far too much enforced politicisation, some on a very poor timing. I'll be polite and not cause too much offence. Say poor timing of wearing selected politicised wear on selected dates. And that's why that's come on in. These changes are just through there just to enforce. How we have behaved today, I think, would not actually be needed, but over the previous 12 months beforehand were. And I think if every council meeting goes on as today's has, not one of these issues will ever need to be raised, and I'll probably end up being lost, because this is how council meetings should be. We hit the detail, we ask the correct questions, we delve deep and ask for the accountability as right we should. Unfortunately, previous meetings over the last 12 months have not been as such. And that's why they were put on in. Thank you.
Councillor Moorlands.
Thank you, Chair. And yeah, I do agree with Councillor Murray on this, where us as public officials, should be wearing smart and appropriate dresses to hand and nothing political that makes it basically our national issues whatsoever. I find it interesting, Councillor Farrell asking, Councillor Alex Farrell asking the question why we're doing this. But in the last Audit and Standards Committee on the 7th of July, that item in particular was put forward to the Audit Standards Committee for it to be scrutinised, and he wasn't there. So he missed key opportunities to be in attendance. Thank you.
Councillor White.
Thank you very much, Chair. It has been a much nicer meeting today, hasn't it? We'll see if we can keep that going. But I think I'm with Councillor Farrell on this. I'm not sure this passes the do we really need to do it test, I'm afraid. I've been in this council now for getting on for 9 and a bit years. I've never noticed a problem with anybody's mode of dress getting in the way of council business. And I wonder if, as free speech advocates, we are being a little bit thin-skinned in terms of worrying about what people choose to wear. I do not want to deny Councillor Broom his hat in council meetings. I do not want to deny Councillor Rose his scarf either. It's up to people what they wear, so long as it doesn't get in the way of our debate. If we had Count Binface standing for election here, I might ask him to remove that once he gets in the council chamber. But, colleagues, I really don't see the point of this. It's taking valuable officer time and committee time to draw up unnecessary changes. I have a question for the Chairman of Council as well, which is we'll leave the matter of whether particular people's modes of dress are going to be banned or not. I hope not. I hope that if someone's been elected to this place, what they're wearing isn't going to stop them participating here. But just regarding the point about mobile phone use, I did have a discussion prior to this meeting about a specific item that was going to be brought about, banning members of council from filming during meetings, which I did not support because all members of the public, and we are members of the public as well as being councillors, have a right to film and photograph meetings. I trust, Chair, that you will not seek to prevent members from doing that during council meetings, and I'd be grateful for some assurance on that. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for that. I'll respond to you in letter on your concerns. Thank you. Councillor Holland.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. For the first time in a very long time, I was asked for ID this morning to gain access to the building, and I've seen security throw people out for misbehaving, and now we've been asked to authorise and approve a dress code. So I'm compelled to ask the leader, is he aware that he's no longer running a nightclub and it is in fact a county council?
Councillor Cooper.
Thank you, Chairman. I do think we need a dress code. I mean, I'm going to spare you my blushes of walking in some pink fuchsia Speedos. I don't think you really want that, do you? I don't think that's really acceptable attire to wear. I'm not doing a Gary Lineker and covering underpants, but I think there are places in life where you should look professional and appropriate. And this chamber is one of them. We represent the people of Staffordshire. We should dress appropriately. So, you know, if we do have inclement weather, then take off your hat, take off your scarf, take off your coat, look professional, and do a good job for the people of Staffordshire. And I will save you the blushes of my pink Speedos.
Councillor Greatrix.
Chairman, there's nothing wrong with looking smart and professional, but there's no need for a dress code. It seems a bit like a sledgehammer to rip a headscarf, is probably the best way to describe it. I've had that discussion before as a chairman myself, and I used it once. There was one instance where I had to speak to somebody about what that person was wearing, and it just doesn't need a policy. I mean, once you start writing a policy, you then get into difficulties. What about support for Ukraine? What about help for heroes? What about things that are relating to the NHS spending, like breast cancer awareness, Parkinson awareness? Once you have those policies, you then have documented difficulties. If it's discretion and it's just left to yourself, there's no need for policy.
Councillor Luca.
Yeah, can I just say, I'm really upset now that obviously our friends have chose not to keep voting with it. I mean, I thought we were going really well. I'm going to go with this motion, but could I just say one thing to my honourable friend who stated that we had to wear the correct dresses? I will not be coming in a dress.
And I'll give Councillor Murray the right to respond to Councillor Holland.
Yeah, thank you. There's been a couple of mentions here, and it does sort of feed into this and into the earlier motion about that equality, about the acceptance and everything else. And it's not just here in these chambers that will apply, it's for any public meeting, to our scrutiny meetings as well. Where it has happened, I did mention it, and I'll reiterate again, when you highlight a political cause that is seriously offensive on an anniversary date, you are making a deliberate political statement on that point in time, and that should not be allowed. That was held, I'm not going to name anybody, but it was actually done within the committee and within this chambers, of badges being worn, making severe political statements, one actually on a very, very religious anniversary and act of terror anniversary as well. That's what it's due. You mentioned about being checked for your ID to enter. I believe that wasn't for your age. But again, it does come back to that we have seen, I think, this one now, whereas we may disagreed a few months back, now we actually see the difference of why the security levels have been risen. And it comes back to that, I mentioned it in February, if political discourse turns to hate, then the violence does not become the thinkable, it becomes the doable. And we've actually seen that now. And that also bears credit to why extra security has been brought on here. And it's laid onto some of that toxic extremist attitudes that exist on the online world, in our press. And at times that's happened in here. And I'm glad now we've moved on well past that. We are all equal to everything else. But it also then prevents if another occurrence happens. If somebody wants to make a political statement. But more importantly, we are also seeing this across our districts and boroughs. With the dawn of devolution now happening in LGR, we want to be the singular best place whereupon all models are now based. And when you now enter any future council meeting, they can say, excuse me, you're now making a political message. You're now going against that of equality for somebody else. You cannot be doing that when you're standing for all people as an elected person. You do not just stand for your own party, you stand for all people within that area. And that's why some of this is required. So I do want to support my friend on this motion, because it will lay more importance in days to come and years to come on here. Thank you.
Councillor Jones, would you like to respond to the debate? No? Okay. It has been moved and seconded that the recommendations contained in the report be approved. Is that agreed? Aye. Those against? Yes. Any abstentions? No. Okay, thank you. And now on to the next item, Vice Chairs on Overview and Scrutiny Committees. Councillor Murray, will you move the consideration of the recommendation, please?
Yes, I move the consideration of the recommendation.
Is there a seconder?
Yes, Chair. Councillor Close, I second that.
Do you wish the reserved right to speak?
I'm all right, thank you.
Okay. Do we have any speakers? Yes. Councillor Greatrix.
Thank you, Chairman. I'm always enthusiastic about overview and scrutiny because I think it does add value. I've had the position of being an overview and scrutiny chairman myself. I would like to give some advice in the spirit of cooperation and support, and it's probably as well that I do have to address you, because I won't look in any particular direction. There are some people who are using AI to produce their questions for overview and scrutiny. Now, I'm not a Luddite, I'm not against the idea of AI, but I do recognise where it's happening, and so too do the officers, and so too probably do members of the public who observe the meetings. And I just sort of ask some members to temper this a little bit and try and think of questions to themselves, because one thing that AI doesn't give you is context and environment. And what I would demonstrate as an example is the example of somebody that's about to drive off the edge of the cliff. And just before going off the edge of the cliff, they look down to the dashboard and see the AI button and say, any ideas? And AI comes back and says, the highway code recommends mirror, signal, manoeuvre. Not always helpful, but just as a demonstration, it's got to be used in the right environment.
Thank you. Here we are. Yeah. Councillor Murray, would you like to respond?
I have no response. Let's just go straight to the vote.
It's been moved and seconded that the recommendations contained in the report be approved. Is that agreed? Aye. Any against? Thank you. Where are we now? We are on that one, yeah. Yeah, should have made sure. Right, next one, C, changes to the Constitution requiring approval from the County Council. Cabinet support members. Councillor Murray, will you move the consideration of the recommendation, please?
Yes, I move for consideration of this recommendation.
Is there a seconder?
I second that, Councillor Coles.
Do you wish to reserve the right to speak?
I'm fine, thank you.
Do you have any speakers? No.
Councillor Murray, would you like to say anything? Or?
No, this is quite straightforward. So we just go to the vote, if we may.
It has been moved and seconded that the recommendations contained in the report be approved. Is that agreed? Any against? Thank you. Item 8, Overview and Scrutiny Annual Report 2025-26. Councillor Baker, will you move the consideration of the report, please?
Yes, I do.
And seconder? Councillor Baker.
Thank you, Chair. I'll try and be brief because time is ticking by. I'm pleased to present the Overview Scrutiny Annual Report for 25-26, which looks back at the previous year and the scrutiny all the 4 scrutiny committees have looked at. Over the last year, we've had 36 meetings, 2 call-ins, supported 3 working groups and carried out 5 site visits. I'd like to thank all the members of Scrutiny, as nearly a lot of you around here, all members are on Scrutiny, all for your commitment of asking questions, taking part in debates, and it's greatly appreciated. I would like also to thank our officers and cabinet members for their engagement with the scrutiny process. I'm especially grateful for the scrutiny officers who support the committees, for the invaluable advice, expertise and hard work throughout the year. For my committee, for one of the most important pieces of work that comes to my committee is the Council's performance and finances. It provides an overview of the finances of the previous quarter. And for my committee, the members there, it's important to scrutinise the budgets and where the pressures are coming up. And of course, looking ahead now, with LGR here, and for my next meeting, LGR is coming to that, and for all members there to scrutinise that. And of course, going on in the autumn and in the spring, LGR will be coming back and we'll be scrutinising this process constantly. So, Chair, if I may, I would like to invite all the chairs and vice chairs of scrutiny to comment on their work during the year. And thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Clissett.
Of business as usual for economy, infrastructure and communities, scrutiny meeting and committees for 26 and 27. This year, obviously, the programme remains focused on delivering the milestones, connectivity, economy and skills. But more crucially, I think this came up in debate earlier, is putting highways absolutely on the scrutiny map this year. So in terms of that, we're not just talking about numbers and just going after a number. A couple of the KPI reviews that we'll have as part of the Economy, Infrastructure and Communities meeting will be that we'll look at capital maintenance delivery, percentage age of high-risk defects completed with the target time frame, number of Cat 3s, interesting that came up in topic, delivering the Cat 3s, not making them go to bigger Cat 1s in the future, so that again, we'll look at those timelines, and also I think DHP priorities, so we'll look at the delivery versus spend and against target there on this committee. So this year is a robust, well-resident-focused programme that delivers directly to priorities on our strategic plan. Thank you.
Councillor Luca.
Yeah, I'm just going to keep this really short because obviously I'm looking at the time. I just actually want to thank everybody that actually served on the committee for education and safeguarding for the great work that they did this year, and I look forward to actually carrying that on with them. Some of the work that we did last year, like the working group for elected home education, was superb. I suggest that everybody here, actually, if you haven't read that report, do read it, because it will actually open your eyes. And on that note, I'm going to leave it there.
Thank you. Councillor Orlando Fantini.
Thank you, Chairman. So over the last year, our Health and Care Overview and Scrutiny Committee has worked hard to ensure local NHS organisations remain transparent, accountable and focused on improving patient care. We've scrutinised major changes across the Integrated Care Board, challenged the NHS leaders on waiting times and ambulance pressures, workforce shortages and health inequalities.
and held providers to account on patient safety, quality of care and service performance. We've also reviewed quality accounts, monitored the performance indicators and ensured that the voice of Staffordshire residents are heard before important healthcare decisions are made. Scrutiny is about the difficult questions, demanding evidence and making sure decisions are made in the best interest of patients. I'm proud of the work this committee has done so far and look forward to the work continuing that work on behalf of the people of Staffordshire. Thank you.
Councillor Griffiths.
I'm obviously conscious of time, so I'm just going to keep this very short. It's been an absolute privilege and a pleasure to be Vice-Chairman of 3 committees. I'm looking forward to my role next year.
Thank you. Councillor Wallins.
Thank you, Chair. And yeah, just to join on behalf of Councillor Wayne Luca in saying with the EHE working group that I was a part of, it's a shame that the Chair, Councillor Victoria Wilson, is not here to share the congratulations on that piece of scrutiny and obviously on all that as well. But what I do find interesting is by being part of that subcommittee is all the councillors that was a part of that, obviously it was Reform Conservatives, who was able to put their political differences aside and do a really good report piece on that as well. Thank you.
Councillor Baker, did you want to respond to the debate? No, okay. I move that the report be received. Is that agreed? Aye. Thank you. Item 9, 2025, Community Fund Report. Councillor Coles, will you move the consideration of the report, please?
With consideration, thank you.
Seconder?
I second.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Councillor Bob Egginton and myself are in Biddulph North and South. We've got a local community centre where the kids go. They call it the Zone. We were there the other day and we noticed the state of the carpets. We said, can you get some new carpets? He said, well, where do I get the money? So between us, we were able to fund that for them. And that's just one instance of how the community fund can help people in the community. They're ever so grateful. And if you are watching this and you would like some funds for your club or group in the Biddulph area, please either contact myself or Bob, and we'll be happy to talk to you and make it happen for you. Thank you.
Councillor Hales.
Thank you, Chair. I'd just like to say that the Community Fund has been a real asset to be able to give taxpayers their hard-earned council tax back, which is effectively what the fund is. Has been great. You have just given £500 to Denstone for a defibrillator to be put in the village, which is very important, of course. And a number of parishes have been pleased with the community funds I've been able to give them. So I thank you for the community fund and what it made available to us, and I'm sure the parishes do too. Thank you.
Councillor Bentley.
Yeah, just echoing, yeah, it's been brilliant. It's a privilege to give it away, and I look forward to it going up. So, with fingers crossed, eh?
Councillor Higgins.
Yeah, I just want to say a quick thank you to the Councillor Coles and the Community Fund. It's been greatly received in the villages of Lichfield Rural West, and I've been able to help various projects. And if we hadn't have got the Community Fund, they would not have been able to do the things they did. So it's a very good thing. Thank you, Councillor Coles.
Councillor Coles, any response to the debate?
Just a little bit of a wrap-up, really. As you probably know, or you may not know, but we helped 234 groups, and for every £1 spent, you get £5.57 back in value. So 144,000 thereabouts was spent, and we got about 802 back in value. I think what stands out for me is the kind of projects that are so varied. So the Amberby antisocial behaviour projects, safeguarding the Sweet Meadow Nature Area, cultural heritage projects such as Tolkien and Great Haywood Trail. So it just shows there's a real variety. I mean, I personally myself supported somebody that I've met through different events, and they help with counselling children after her own son in Tamworth died at the age of 16, where they give them help and advice with suicide, and they put more events on. It's just a really good thing to do. Just to remind you, I have obviously changed the criteria. We're doing extra checks. If they're taking a bit longer, bear with me. Allow a bit more time with your leading, because I am doing extra checks as well as I know you so far, so that's really good. But I think it's just really showing the difference we can make, and you are right. It is taxpayers' money, so it's about us using it in the right way. Thank you.
Thank you. I move that the report be received. Is that agreed? Aye. Thank you. Item 10, appointment of Vice-Chairman of Overview and Scrutiny Committees. Councillor Murray, will you move the consideration of the report, please?
Yes, I move the consideration for this report.
Is there a seconder?
Yes, Councillor Coles, I'll second that.
Do we have any speakers? No. Councillor Murray, would you like to say anything?
No need. Just go straight to the vote on this. Thank you.
It's been moved and seconded that the recommendations contained in the report be approved. Is that agreed? Aye. Excellent. Now, I can see one or two eyelids starting to drop, so we're on the home run. Item 11, questions. Members, the 15 questions and answers have been circulated to members and published on our website. In accordance with the usual procedure, the questions and answers will be taken as read. I will allow each questioner 5 minutes in which to ask a supplementary question and to receive an answer. No debate is allowed on questions. Councillor Edgeler to Councillor Coles and Mason. Do you have a supplementary question?
Chairman, thank you. Thank you very much. Yes, Chase Road. Yes, we have to protect our environment, but we've also got to look after our vulnerability of our elderly, disabled, and the people that keep driving onto the Chase and enjoying the environment of being, and also people suffering from mental illness. These are people that suffer if this road is closed. So we need to make sure they drive on there, the peace and the tranquility. And if this road is closed, then they'll be losing that. Care workers that take these people from care homes to the Chase, just to sit there and enjoy the environment that the Chase has to offer. My question really, Chairman, is to the leader, Councillor Murray, to answer, please, something. I'm pleased to say that Councillor Murray and I are on the same page on this, and we both believe that the Chase Road should not, and I repeat, not be closed completely. If Cannock Chase SAC partnership decide to close the road after they've digested the consultation, please, Councillor Murray, what can the County Council do to reverse their decision? Thank you.
Councillor Murray, are you responding, or somebody else?
Just in quick response, because this actually falls under Councillor Cole's position, his response. But we are in agreement that an option should be, and we must be listening to the residents of the area as well. But this is Councillor Cole's area to actually respond to.
Councillor Coles.
Obviously, it is not my decision that there is a SAC partnership. We have a statutory duty to protect the area, and so that consultation is happening now, so I don't want to predetermine that. We don't know what the outcomes are. I very much stand with residents having access, and obviously the options have access. It's just like a seasonal closure, which is probably in the winter anyway. The problem is just completely not doing anything is not a choice, because then for future generations that might not be there. So it's about getting a real balance. So I think let's see what the consultation says. I really ask everyone to fill in that consultation, because then we can put it all in, and then we can sit down together. And I understand you've been, like myself, briefed throughout the whole process as well. So I agree with you, we've got to get a real balance. Thank you.
Question 2, Councillor Orlandi Fantini to Councillor Bagley. Do you have a supplementary question?
Yes, I do, Chair. Thanks very much for your answer to my question. It's just quick, I'll keep it quick. So Please could you highlight what we look forward to in 2026 and beyond from registrars?
Councillor Bagley.
Thank you for the question. I'm tempted to keep it short and I'll try my best, but I equally don't want to give the Registrar's Department any disservice because they're doing some outstanding work. Essentially, going forward, we're looking to build on the outstanding work on the service thus far. The Data Act implementation will bring significant change to the processes, allowing remote death registration, removing physical register requirements. Exciting possibilities to make even more efficiencies and improve customer services to Staffordshire residents. Registrars will still be at the heart of the service, with counter-fraud and customer service integral parts of what a personal direct contact registration service offers. The service interacts with our residents at a hugely significant moment in their lives, and ensuring services are professional, personal, sensitive and secure is vital. This can only be achieved with a fully qualified and supported staff delivering this service directly to our residents. I'd like to thank the officers for the service this far, because this is exactly what we have, and I have every confidence in achieving it. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Question 3, Councillor Helen Williams to Councillor Rogerson. Question.
I do, Chair. Thank you for your response, Councillor Rogerson. Can I ask, how is the Council responding to the growing pressures on adult social care, and what does the future of the service look like? Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Councillor Williams, for your question. How is the Council responding to growing pressures? First of all, I'd just like to say we broke the record for council meeting from Newcastle from the other week, so well done everybody. We're seeing growing demand, as you know, in the adult social care sector, which is challenging, not just for us, but up and down the country. What our focus here is now at County is to build on the strong foundation that we've already built and mentioned as in the question, in the answer. Through prevention, new technology, support for the workforce and making sure local care services remain sustainable for the future. Ultimately, it's about helping people live independently and ensuring taxpayers get good value for money from the service we provide. And also just to say that having a team that we've got in health and social care is one of the key elements that's been bringing us this, and I'd just like to thank them as well on the record.
Thank you. Councillor Griffiths to Councillor Coles. Do you have a supplementary question?
Could the Cabinet Member please reassure residents in Burston that the recent delays to the bridge works were not caused by inaction by part of the County Council, but specifically, can you clarify that these delays were instead direct results of securing necessary permissions, navigating complex landowner agreements, and meeting strict requirements from the Environment Agency?
Councillor Coles.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Councillor Griffiths, for your question. I'm glad that you've asked this, because actually I think we need to really thank the officers here and show the great work between the rights of way, connectivity, highways on really acting fast. I think this happened about a year ago, so in less than a year as we speak, this bridge is being rebuilt. All of those factors came in. I don't think people understand how complex it is. And then they actually had something ready to go, but we have wet weather in the UK, and where the ground is, it would have sunk and it would have actually been dangerous. So unfortunately, a lot of MPs, for some reason, just want to attack Staffordshire County Council and say that it's down to them, but the work was already happening, and I just want to say thank you to all of the teams, all the officers, amazing work, and we'll keep regular updates to all the residents. Thank you.
Thank you. Question 5, Councillor Doherty to Councillor Bagley. Do you have a supplementary question?
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you for the information relating to the security costs, which show the costs relate to a wide range of services. The cost relating to security and county building is low as an overall percentage, but still shows an increase this year. Please can you clarify your thoughts on why we have seen this increase?
Councillor Bagley.
Thank you very much for the supplementary question. If I may, I'd like to start by making a couple of statements in relation to this. Thankfully, the UK operates within a democracy, and most debate is based upon a serious basis. Unfortunately, those who appear to have very extreme left or right views rely on a dictatorship. Most can't explain their views, so have to resort to violence and threats, and this is not acceptable at all. Some sought to blame this administration, and I just want to counter that, because we were elected by Staffordshire residents to come and do a job. We do it in a very professional and business-like manner. We're not, as many like to sort of shout out and talk about, we're not racist in any way, shape or form. We believe in equality. We're not misogynists. We're absolutely here to do a job for the residents of Staffordshire. So I just want to refute all that. We actively seek opposition. It's healthy and should always be based on the right thing by residents. And debate, if you disagree, is the way forward. I think today has been a classic example of the way this debate should work. Unfortunately, however, there's been many unfound, vile accusations in the past which have served to stoke this animosity. We don't want it, we don't need it. We're here to do a job, we're here to do it professionally, and that is what we continue to do so. So, a bit unusually, I would like to actually answer that question with a question. For those who seek to blame ourselves for this slight increase in security, just think about it. Who are to blame? Is it ourselves who do this job professionally? Or is it those that issue threats, both verbally and violently? Or is it those that seek to oppose us by using and stoking trouble with false accusations? That's all I'd like to say on that, so thank you.
Thank you. Question 6, Councillor Luca to Councillor Coles. Do you have a supplementary question?
Thank you, Chair. My supplementary is, does the Cabinet member agree that Tamworth cannot keep actually absorbing the growing pressures created by authorities close to and beyond our borders without proper infrastructure? Residents are already raising serious concerns about pressure on our roads, our schools, our GP access and local services. So will the Council push for future developments in and around Tamworth to be infrastructure-led, properly funded and planned across borders rather than in isolation?
Councillor Coles.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for your question, Councillor Luca. Just to give you context, we'll be brief on this. We were approached as a partner, Staffordshire County Council, to Tamworth Borough. They've got a Vision 23 coming through. And when I read it, my heart sank. And it was very much, there won't be cars. We need to fit in thousands more homes. Now, Tamworth is pretty small. You can get around it, and we're by 4 counties. So, yeah, what's happened in the past is developments right on our border with no infrastructure, more houses, more pressure, and it's got to breaking point. So I actually wrote a letter to the leader and the planning officer, and I've raised it with them that it needs to be based on residents' needs first, infrastructure, putting schools in, etc. And it's obviously with the LGR, it's going to have a huge impact for everyone. So what I've actually said at the last full council is that I'd like them to answer that, and they've offered for me to sit with them on their planning. Let's hope they stick to the word, because we can't continue like this, and I'm sure Tamworth is one example of many others across our county.
Thank you. I believe Councillor Shortland has left us, so moving on to question 8, Councillor Humphreys to Councillor Mason. Do you have a supplementary?
I do, thank you, Chair. So can the Cabinet member explain a bit more about how third parties, like developers, have been engaged in support of the Keep Staffordshire Moving approach to mitigate the delays experienced by residents and businesses? Thank you.
Councillor Mason.
Yeah, I'll keep it brief. Thank you for the supplementary. It's mainly about conversation and cooperation. It's in everyone's interest that we find common ground. Developments get given permission. We have a statutory duty to enable their delivery, particularly from a highways perspective. We can't just say no. We have to find ways of making this happen. If I take Sandon Road again as the example, what we did there when we came in, they were due to go ahead in August last year with full closures. We sat there down and told them why that wasn't acceptable. We explained to them what would be acceptable, and we moved their permits and arrangements around. We withdrew their original permits, and what we did, we explained and agreed with them that we'd collaborate with them to give them a surety of their programme if they worked with us to make sure we didn't put double disruption into the area. And this was really important because at the time, Beaconside was still under development. The highways changes up there still hadn't been delivered after over 7 years. But houses had been built, occupations had taken place. And that was 7 years. 7 months on, December last year, we had Beaconside roads clear of roadworks. And that's created a window of opportunity for the developers of Sandon Road to go in and do their works. We're given some limited opportunities before Christmas, but no closures till after. And we've also, working with third-party developers, to try and make sure those works happen in advance of developments and occupations really growing. Again, unlike Beaconside, 7 years on, all the people trying to get in and out, the roundabout hasn't even been built. We're having all the Sandon Road enabling works, the access routes, the changes that are needed, the realignments done before the houses are built and before the occupations take place. That's the change we've made.
Thank you. Question 9, Councillor Pendleton. Councillor Hall, do you have a supplementary question?
Chair, thank you. I thank the Cabinet member for his answer, but given the scale of the new homes plan, does he share my concern that without urgent action on skills and employment infrastructure, Rugeley risks becoming a dormitory town rather than a thriving community in its own right?
Councillor Hall.
Councillor Pendleton loves Rugeley, but he's put his finger on exactly the right issue, and I'm grateful he's raised it. New housing must be accompanied by the jobs, skills, education and services that enable a community to thrive. Now, I'll be a lot briefer in my answer than perhaps I would be normally, but ultimately regeneration is not measured by the number of new houses that are built, it's measured by whether local people can access good jobs, develop the skills employers need and secure high-quality jobs close to home. The challenge now is to ensure that investment in housing is matched by investment in skills, education and employment opportunities. That is exactly the approach this Council is taking. My priority is simple: join the dots between economic growth and skills. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Thank you. Councillor Woods to Councillor Higgins. Do you have a supplementary question?
I have, thank you, Chair. With the demand for SEND support continuing to rise, can the Cabinet member explain how these reforms will help ensure more children receive the right support in the right place and at the right time, whilst giving families greater confidence in Staffordshire's SEND system?
Councillor Higgins.
Thank you, Councillor Woods. I'll make it brief because I know we're all wanting to go home. And I have covered quite a few questions earlier, so hopefully it'll all answer your question, Councillor Woods. I just want to say that it is important to ensure that children and young people with SEND get the right support in the right place and the right time. But as I said earlier, it's also important and equally important that all young people and children in Staffordshire get the right support at the right time in the right place. So regarding Staffordshire, with our SEND reform, we have listened to the voices of parents and carers. We've had engagement sessions throughout Staffordshire over the last few months to find out from lived experience what parents want for their children and young people. And that's what we've put in our reform plan. We've got a 3-year reform plan that has been co-produced, as I said, with parents, carers, professionals, schools, and I've been part of that process with the
Send and Inclusion partnership. And I've got to say, the SEND team, the head of SEND, Hallie, and his team, Jackie and the team, have worked extremely hard to put this reform plan together, and we're very proud of it. And the parents that we spoke to seem happy with it. So that's our 3-year plan. But I just want to say, touching on the things we were talking about earlier about funding, and this will answer one of Councillor White's questions. I have been lobbying government about funding, and I will continue to lobby government about funding, because Staffordshire gets one of the least amounts, as Councillor Money mentioned earlier, in the country, and it's not fair. Staffordshire children and young people are as important as children and young people in any other county, and we need to make sure we push for that. But it's not only that. Something else bothers me, and I've spoken to educators, and they agree with me. The curriculum, the national curriculum, needs to be looked at. Is it really suitable for all the young people that we're talking about, that may struggle at school, that because of the pressures on young people to learn in a certain way, they're falling by the wayside? And these young people that fall by the wayside tend to end up in PRUs, or sometimes they end up as SEND children because they can't cope in mainstream. So to answer Councillor Doherty's question earlier, parents want their children to go to mainstream as long as they've got the right support. And that's what we're doing with this SEND reform plan, and the best start hub, as I've talked about earlier. We're looking at accessible mainstream education, making sure that all young people feel they belong at mainstream school. So the SEND reform is really important, but it's also important that we lobby government to get them to look at the curriculum, get them to look at the funding, so that we can make it a more sustainable education service for all our young people and children. And I would suggest that everybody lobbies their MP and gets them to lobby government and say, come on, look, what are you doing? You say that you want to change education and SEND, well, do it. And I wanted to get this in earlier, but I couldn't, about LGA. I have so many Labour MPs contacting me that they're not happy with the SEND system. Well, Labour MPs, if you're listening again, get out there and lobby government and say, instead of doing this LGR, give that money to the SEND and education so that we can make a service better for our children and young people. Okay?
Thank you. Question 11, Councillor Parton to Councillor Miners. Do you have a supplementary?
Yes. This was born out of some solar panels catching on fire, as the report says. My supplementary question is, can Councillor Mayers please let us know that although Staffordshire County Council has been taking a more common sense of practical approach to adopting the use of solar power, can he kindly update us on any recent correspondence from Staffordshire to the government regarding solar farms and solar battery storages, please?
Councillor Miners.
Councillor, yes, indeed, we have been writing yet again to Ed Miliband and to Michael Shanks, the Minister for Energy Security in London. And I would like to tell people out there to go and look at the Staffordshire County Council website. And again, thank you very much for the officers and team and communications who've made a wonderful video that's pinned under Stop the Solar Land Grab. This fits across all communities in Staffordshire with over 5,000 acres planned of solar farms and battery energy storage systems. Please go and look at the video, and there's 2 local people on there who are talking about the effect of this planning in their communities. In the most recent letter, I'll just read through some of this letter that we've sent again to Michael Shanks, the Minister of Energy Security, before he takes his long holiday for the summer. This is in regard to sensible approach to solar battery and energy storage in Staffordshire. As we set out previously, Staffordshire County Council recognises the role that solar and wider renewable energy play in delivering energy security, and we will play our part in this national effort. However, we remain concerned about how delivery is currently taking place, particularly in rural areas, and the extent to which this aligns with the strategic intent described at national level. In your letter, you state, even in ambitious scenarios, we only expect 0.4% of UK land and 0.6% of total agricultural land to be occupied by solar. While these national figures are helpful, it would be valuable to better understand how they are expected to translate in practice here in Staffordshire. To support the local planning and address the growing community concern, we would welcome an indicative breakdown of how expected solar land use will be distributed nationally, including at regional or local authority level. Clarification on how significant concentrations of development align with the government's overall strategy. Further detail on plans to expand grid capacity and connections to enable development in the most appropriate locations. Assurance that rural communities will not bear disproportionate share of solar development. What is happening in Droynton, a small rural community in Staffordshire, illustrates the challenges we are facing. There are currently 2 planning applications, one approved and one pending, which will cover 80% of the hamlet for the next 40 years. This has raised legitimate concern amongst residents about the fairness, cumulative impact and the absence of a clear spatial strategy and whether delivery is being distributed fairly. While this is a single case, it reflects a broader pattern of clustering in rural areas where grid access is easiest. This raises important questions about whether delivery is being distributed fairly in line with national expectations. Without greater clarity, it is difficult to reconcile concentrations of this scale with the national figures we set out. And because I'm running out of time, you'll have to read the rest of the letter if you go to the Staffordshire County Council website and see, for people who work here, they can see a wonderful screensaver today of the Staffordshire Moorlands. So please visit, stop the solar land grab and have a look at the video and read the letters of what's happening to our rural communities, thanks to Ed Miliband and these people in London who hardly ever visit here. Thank you.
Thank you. Question 12, Councillor Hunt to Councillor Coles. Supplement.
Yes, Chair, I do. I just wanted to ask whether Councillor Coles would agree with me that effective leadership on fire risk means that moving beyond a reliance on emergency services and response and adopting a whole new system of prevention approach, ensuring that partners are using the full range of powers available to tackle behaviours such as disposable barbecues, open fires and alcohol-related antisocial behaviour in our country parks. Thank you.
Councillor Coles.
I'll make it brief, but it is a really important point. Yeah, I do agree. If you saw any of the videos that have recently been out and press releases, fires have been up 70% already. I mean, obviously it's hot, but actually if you look, a lot of them, there's actually a report on wildfire. And they can't pin the figures down exactly, but it's saying it could be over 55% are created on purpose by human behaviour. I mean, that's scary. We do have a raise in antisocial behaviour, maybe because our youth clubs have been removed, I don't know. But one of the things that Staffordshire County Council do is they work with a range of people already, but actually I'm going to work myself with Councillor Screen in his community aspect to make sure we talk to fire and rescue, police, rangers, and the safety partnerships so that we can ensure we actually act differently and try and prevent this rather than act when all the devastation's already happened and you can't recover it. So thank you.
I believe we've lost Councillor Chapman and Brown. So on to the final question, Councillor Greatrix to Councillor Bagley.
Thank you, Chairman. Thanks to you, Councillor Bagley, for the reply about how the Council will provide the annual statistics return. The second part of the question, though, is how are you going to placate the growing concern of residents and plan members who want to see the plan administrators and the investment companies putting a specific targeted focus on encouraging actions to reduce climate change?
Councillor Bagley.
Thank you for the supplementary question, and no pressure at it being the last one to keep it short. However, I just want to remind everyone that the fund is responsible investment and stewardship compliant as per the Pension Scheme Act 2026 and is fit for future reform. The fund's duty is not to pursue political or policy objective. It's to secure the best long-term financial outcomes for scheme members and employers. Where climate-related risks are considered financially material, that's the key point, they form part of the fund's fiduciary responsibility and investment decision-making framework. The fund remains committed to effective management of such risks through responsible investment, stewardship and governance arrangements, consistent with its primary objective, and again I stress the primary objective, of protecting and enhancing long-term investment returns, thus adding alpha, increasing the Sharpe ratio and increasing the information ratio, which weren't obtained from AI. So I hope that answers the question. Thank you.
Thank you. Item 12, petitions. Does any member have a petition they wish to present? No, thank you. And finally, item 13. There are no exempt items of business on today's agenda. I thank you all for some very civilised debate today, some very good speeches on LGR. I'd also like to thank Father Munro for helping out this morning. I now declare the meeting closed.